Details to come on all of those 2 o'clock matches, but final seconds now here at the Emirates. Arsenal 2, Tottenham 2. Arsenal looking as though they're going to drop points at home for the second time this season. Another 2-2 draw, but it's Tottenham who come forward. Now Kulusevski receives it from Bissouma. Kulusevski into the box on the right, 2 Arsenal players with him, stabs it back. Richarlison shot deflected wide from the edge of the area, and the Brazilian puts his hands on his head.
Wow. There was a silence inside the Emirates at that moment. People holding their breath, waiting to see what's going to happen here. Kulusevski, lots of space, and it's Jorginho getting out to the edge of the box, just getting a touch on the effort from Richarlison, which I think may have been going on target, John, into that near post. And Arsenal have some defending to do in these final stages of this game.
Yeah, make a note of that, Matt. Richarlison's shot, goal bound, deflected wide. Corner then for Tottenham. Might be the last action. Porro to take this, and it's deflected at the back post. In fact, a diving header away. Good one from Saliba. And no late goals today, not for Arsenal or for Tottenham. And it's a point apiece in this fiercely contested North London derby. Ange Postecoglou's first. He comes across, and there's a nice embrace with him and Miguel Arteta on the side of the pitch. Arsenal, for the second time this season, held to a 2-2 draw at home, Fulham, and now Tottenham. They were twice ahead through the own goal in the first half, the Saka shot deflected in by Christian Romero, Saka from the penalty spot in the second half, but Son with 2 equalisers for Tottenham, and it's finished 2-2.
Well, it's just interesting, isn't it, the impact of the pressure has had on this game. Maddison gives the ball away, doesn't get punished by Jesus in the first half. Jorginho too slow with the ball. That midfield press is coming on, he gets robbed of the ball, and all of a sudden Spurs equalise. So that for me is the story of the game, John. There's plenty of quality in terms of what was on show, top class players, but what was top quality was the intensity that both teams played at, their press and the pressure they applied to each other all over the pitch, by the way. I mean, a lot going on in the middle, but certainly in defensive and attacking thirds as well. That was the star of the show. That's what made it the entertainment that it really was. And, you know, a fascinating game between 2 teams that are probably quite a similar place at the moment.
Yep, they both remain unbeaten in the Premier League this season, but only 1 point closer to the 100% leaders, Manchester City. So there we are. Enjoyable. It didn't disappoint. The Tottenham fans applauding down to their players who are gathering near the corner flag. And it's ended. Arsenal 2, Tottenham 2. And Steve Crossman is here with us.
Well, you mentioned the character of Aaron Ramsdale earlier in the game. He just bounced up off the bench and went round all of the Arsenal players, a few of the Tottenham ones as well. Lots of high fives, lots of hugs. He went up to Kai Havertz, who actually looked a little bit upset, maybe thinking about the late chance he had to win it, gave him a big hug as well. And I've just seen Ange Postecoglou go and embrace James Maddison. 2 assists for Maddison, who now goes over and takes the acclaim of the Spurs fans. The connection between those Spurs players that have gone over there and their supporters, Matt, if you'd have told them in May they would be this close to Arsenal's level in September, they would not have believed you.
I completely agree with that. They would look at that and go, it's not achievable. There's no way we're going to turn up at the Emirates and play as competitively as what we have done in this game today. And it is about that. It's about the style change. It's about the switch of focus and mentality that Postecoglou has brought into this club and into these players, shouldering a lot of the ownership himself about how they're going to play, but be fearless, go and play. And he's playing players that, you know, some of them are really desperate to prove themselves. We touched on Sarr in the midfield, a young player, up and coming, desperate to prove himself, want to be known to be able to be a top player at this level. He got a real performance out of these lads today, and it showed. It was a difficult game for Arsenal.
Great stuff. Matt, John, thank you very much indeed. Matt Upson and correspondent John Murray here inside the Emirates. Of course, we'll bring you reaction just as soon as we can. Don't forget, if you go over to the BBC Sport website now, you can listen to the exciting conclusion of the Solheim Cup. Europe and America going toe-to-toe. It might be swinging Europe's way at the moment. Ange Postecoglou with a big wave to the Tottenham fans, and he's now heading down the tunnel after this 2-2 draw at the Emirates. The full-time whistle has gone at Stamford Bridge. What a story there, Henry Moran.
Chelsea 0, Aston Villa 1. Boos around Stamford Bridge from those that stayed until the full-time whistle. Another defeat for Chelsea, their third already of the campaign. Malo Gusto sent off 10 minutes into the second half. The Chelsea fullback's yellow card changed to a red with VAR. A wild tackle on Lucas Digne, worthy of that red card on replay. The winner came from a familiar source for Aston Villa. Ollie Watkins driving forward after a mistake from Thiago Silva. His low shot through Sanchez in off the post. Chelsea weren't terrible today, but where are the goals coming from? Pochettino, he had to endure the taunting chants of Villa supporters near the end. How does he turn it around? Chelsea 0, Aston Villa 1.
With the football coming to a conclusion in the 2 o'clock kickoffs, the Solheim Cup Golf is now on 5 Sports Extra, so you can get that via BBC Sounds. Ian Carter.
13 apiece. Maya Stark has just completed a 2-1 victory for Europe against Alison Corpus of the United States. Almost simultaneously, Carlotta Saganda won the 16th and has now hit a sensational tee shot into the par 3 17th. She's put it to just a couple of feet, and if Saganda can win that 17th hole, she's one up on Nelly Korda. Then it'll be the Spaniard in Spain who will ensure that the Solheim Cup is retained by Europe. 13 points apiece. Fortune has fluctuated throughout this dramatic final day, Steve, and in the bottom match it's not over yet. Lexi Thompson was way ahead against Emily Christine Pedersen, but Pedersen has won the last 2 holes, and now coming down the 16th is only 2 down against a frail American who's looking more and more shaky on the greens. That might be academic in terms of whether or not the Americans can take the Solheim Cup home, because Carlotta Saganda, with a brilliant birdie at 16 and now a sensational tee shot into the 17th, has set up the prospect of closing out the match against Nelly Korda, who's hitting a second shot, tee shot in to the 17th and missing the green. So a huge advantage here for Europe. It looks very much as though in the next 5 minutes or so, Europe will retain the Solheim Cup.
And you'll be able to hear it if and when it happens on 5 Sports Extra. You can go over right now and listen to the commentary. Here on 5 Live, we're still focused on the football. We'll bring you what live reaction that we can to the 4 games in the Premier League. Arsenal 2, Spurs 2, Brighton 3, Bournemouth 1, Chelsea 0, Aston Villa 1, and Liverpool 3, West Ham United 1. We'll see what we can squeeze in between now and kick-off in the last Premier League commentary of the day, which is Sheffield United against Newcastle. It's underway in less than 25 minutes' time. We will be at Bramall Lane after the news with Dan Maudsley.
Listen on BBC Sounds. This is BBC Radio 5 Live.
A NASA probe, which has spent the last 7 years flying through space, carrying the largest asteroid sample ever collected, has landed back on Earth.
Unofficial touchdown time, 8:52 a.m. Mountain. And the team can now breathe an immense sigh of relief. We now have the Sample Return Council, the SRC.
Well, that was the capsule touching down in the last few minutes in the US state of Utah, carrying about 250 grams of dust on board. Scientists around the world will be given portions of it, including the Natural History Museum in London. Dr. Natasha Almeida is their curator of meteorites.
The most important thing really is just how pristine it is. You know, our meteorite collections are so important and are fabulous. I say that as obviously as a curator, but they do still experience alteration because they come through our atmosphere and they sit on the surface and they get rained on and everything else. But these samples, you know, they've been picked up and protected.
The Home Secretary, Suella Braverman, has ordered a review of armed policing after dozens of Metropolitan Police officers stepped back from firearms duties. Staff have been handing in their permits to carry guns, saying they're worried about the impact of a murder charge being faced by a marksman following a shooting in South London. Joe Inwood reports.
When Chris Cabba was shot and killed by a Met police officer in Streatham last year, there was outrage. The unarmed 24-year-old was shot in the head. Last week, a police officer appeared in court charged with his murder. In what appears to be a direct response, more than 100 specialist firearms officers have stopped carrying weapons. The Home Secretary has now ordered a review and says they shouldn't fear ending up in the dock. The Police Federation said firearms officers had an incredibly difficult job, one that comes with responsibility, but also accountability.
A 9-year-old boy from County Tyrone has died after a hit-and-run incident across the border in Ireland. Ronan Wilson from Kildress was pronounced dead at the scene last night in the County Donegal seaside resort of Bundoran. Irish police are now appealing for witnesses. And the former Transport Secretary, Grant Shapps, has said it would be crazy not to review plans for the HS2 rail link due to soaring costs. The government says it's committed to delivering the project, but it's thought the northern leg could be scrapped, with an announcement as early as this week.
Service!
On BBC iPlayer.
Have you seen my sugar?
Yeah, it's over here, girl.
Oh, you're definitely not sweet enough. No chance.
A brand new drama starring Vanette Robinson and Stephen Graham.
This is impossible. I need help, please.
Don't worry, I've got it.
No.
It's like working with a bunch of school kids.
Calm down.
No, I'm not going to calm down. I've had enough.
What happened last time you lost your temper in the kitchen?
He's all used to work for me. If it wasn't for it, I'd still have my own restaurant.
Boiling Point starts Sunday on BBC iPlayer.
This is 5 Live Sport with Steve Crossman.
On 5 Live. Listen on BBC Sounds.
It is going to be a really busy 20 minutes before kick-off at Bramall Lane in our final Premier League commentary of the day, the match between Sheffield United and Newcastle. Let's start there with the team news from Ali Bruceford.
Yeah, let's hope we can match the drama of the 2 o'clock kick-offs this afternoon. Good afternoon and welcome to Bramall Lane. Sheffield United go looking for a first Premier League win of the season, start the day in the bottom 3 on 1 point from the first 5 games. 2 changes for them from the extremely painful defeat at Tottenham last weekend. John Egan fit again and back into the defence. Chris Basham drops to the bench. Ollie McBurney suspended, so Ollie Norwood comes in and Cameron Archer, the only recognised striker. And Eddie Howe has chopped and changed a little, no surprise given that Champions League football has been on the menu this week. 4 changes to the team that faced AC Milan on Tuesday night. Anderson, Almiron, Barnes and Callum Wilson come in.
Let's get back to the Solheim Cup, Ian.
Nelly Corder holes a putt, having very, very nearly made the chip from off the green, and that's the par that asks the question now of Carlota Ciganda, the 33-year-old Spaniard in this team here in the Solheim Cup in Spain, to hole this putt, which would take Europe to 14 points and would mean that they have retained the trophy on this dramatic final day, with still 1 match left out on the course, which the Americans are winning 2 up with 3 holes to complete. This was a brilliant tee shot from Carlota Ciganda, and she has put it to 3 feet and knocks it in. And that birdie means that Carlota Ciganda has secured the Solheim Cup. It remains in European hands. A brilliant, brilliant performance coming from 4-0 down after the very first session of this Solheim Cup on Friday morning. And she is engulfed by her teammates. They simultaneously jump for joy. And there's the biggest hug from Captain Suzanne Petterson for the hero of Spain, the hero of Europe, Carlota Ciganda, who came under so much pressure from Nelly Corder coming down the stretch, but won the 16th, won the 17th. She has won the match 2 up, and it means that Europe cannot be beaten. They lead 14-13 with 1 match left on the course.
Ian, thank you very much, and you can hear the rest of that on 5 Sports Extra. One way then the other, just like the North London derby that we've just watched at the Emirates, which finished Arsenal 2, Tottenham 2 at Bramall Lane. Ali Bruce Ball is with Clinton Morrison. Afternoon, Clinton.
Afternoon, Crossy.
First opportunity to see how Newcastle get on juggling Champions League with Premier League.
Yeah, but they've got enough players in the squad. Like, they've changed the front 3, and the front 3 that have come in, it doesn't weaken their squad. But yeah, it is the first opportunity. It's a big game because started kind of slow in the Premier League. They have had some tough games. It was a big result for them last week at Brentford, and obviously going to AC Milan. It's always going to be a tough game, so they come away there with a good draw. But this is why you have a big squad, so you can make changes, Steve.
It won't surprise you to hear, Ali, that I know a lot of Newcastle fans, and they're all very, very excited about Elliot Anderson.
Yeah, quite rightly.
What a compliment that Eddie Howe's willing to leave Sandro Tonali on the bench and start with him.
Yes, so Sandro Tonali has been a little bit in and out this season, but you're absolutely right, Steve. If I was Elliot Anderson, that is exactly the way I would see it, because as Clinton says, Newcastle start today 6 points from 5 games, so this is an important game for them, particularly coming back from a really creditable draw in the San Siro, the win against Brentford last weekend, so they're trying to build on that momentum. You know, he was really good in pre-season. There was a lot of talk about Elliot Anderson and that he would start to make an impression on this first team. And today is a classic example, you know, chosen ahead, you know, of a fully fledged Italian international. Eddie Howe is going to have to be clever the way he sort of mixes and matches this over the next few weeks in particular. They've got a League Cup game coming up against Manchester City in the middle of next week. But no, he's got full faith in Elliot Anderson, and looking forward to watching him.
It's also, Clinton, a really familiar back four for Eddie Howe. That Trippier, Schär, Botman, Burn. This is a back four that we would have seen from them last season. So for all of the investment that's going on at the moment at Newcastle United, those four and the goalkeeper know each other inside out.
No, they do, but I am surprised that Eddie Howe hasn't made more changes at the back. I understand you shouldn't really be changing your back, but you've brought in young Hall. I like Hall at left back. I think he's a good player. I was surprised Chelsea let him go, because I saw a bit of him last season. Really exciting player. Obviously, it's going to be harder for Livramento to get in ahead of Trippier. I think Trippier is outstanding, one of the best fullbacks there is in the Premier League. He experiences second to none, but sometimes they say don't change your back four, and that's what they're doing at the moment, Crossy.
We'll talk more Sheffield United in a moment, but in half an hour's time we'll be underway in the Rugby Union World Cup on 5 Sports Extra in that match between Scotland and Tonga. Andrew Cotter.
Hello there. Yes, it's fascinating in that both these sides have only played one match, whereas, of course, South Africa and Ireland playing last night, they've played 3. So it is the longest of catch-ups for both Scotland and for Tonga, who believe they can take something from this game, because they have targeted this one. If you finish third in the pool, you don't go through to the knockout stages, but you will earn qualification for the next World Cup. So that's what Tonga are looking for. They felt that Ireland, South Africa were a stretch beyond them, but Scotland, ranked 5th in the world, they do feel they can take something from this one. But Scotland, no points at the moment after that defeat against South Africa, so the long road back to possible qualification, and it is a long road, starts here. It has to start with a bonus point victory over Tonga in Nice.
It is easier to get to Paris than Nice, Andrew. The scenes for Ireland at the Stade de France yesterday were absolutely incredible. Do you think Scotland can make the south of France feel a little bit like home?
Can match. I'm looking for Scotland's equivalent of Rory McIlroy and Shane Lowry on the sideline. Colin Montgomery hasn't turned up. I'm disappointed, but huge number of Scottish fans in Nice. And, you know, if they're not to make the quarter-finals, you'd say, well, it's not a bad tour, though, to go out to the World Cup and enjoy 26 degrees on the Mediterranean. So they've been enjoying themselves, as England fans did here before, and Welsh fans with their match in Nice. But 36,000 capacity, and again, I would imagine 32,000 or so Scottish fans here. So it's going to be near enough a home match, although slightly different, perhaps, temperatures from Murrayfield.
Thank you very much, Andrew. Andrew Cotter and Johnny Beattie, your commentary team on 5 Sports Extra for Scotland versus Tonga at 4:45 here on 5 Live. Wales, Australia in that huge match in Lyon, live at 8 p.m. We're just under 15 minutes away from full commentary of Sheffield United against Newcastle here on 5 Live. Ali Bruce-Ball and Clinton Morrison inside Bramall Lane. Now, Ali, I can tell you that our scripts for the show have been hacked by your Fantasy 606 producer. And I know that because it says here Cameron Archer starts up front for Sheffield United.
Yes.
Good news for Ali's fantasy team, and these aren't my words, who needs all the help he can get.
Yeah. Well, I don't think he's going to get to score me any points, though, Steve, because he's sitting on my fantasy bench. But what I have done this weekend is basically had a terrible week last week, a bit like Clinton. He was telling me in the press room ahead of the game. Panicked, pushed the wild card button, and 2 of the players who left my squad were Son Heung-min and Kaoru Matoma, both of whom have scored 2 goals each today. So that's the way it's been going. Hey, no, in our head-to-head league, no, still bottom of the league.
Brilliant.
Still
Good
time.
stuff.
Still time.
Good stuff.
Yeah.
Cameron Archer, though, showed Clinton in the Championship last season that as ready as you can be for that step up, he is, I suppose.
Oh, definitely. He's one of the best finishers I've seen. I know a lot of people, when he was training at Aston Villa, listen, he was outstanding at Middlesbrough. You were gutted personally that he didn't stay at the football club, Crossy. I know that 100%. But he is a talented individual, and he can finish. You see his goal here that he scored against Everton, the set from Matt Burney. The finish is fantastic. So he can finish, and everyone will look at him and say he's not the biggest of strikers, but he occupies defenders. He's got good movement, drops into little pockets. He will miss Matt Burney because I think he's better when he plays with someone, but I think it's been a really good signing for Sheffield United.
Steve, Sheffield United must be feeling, these fans must be feeling at some point their luck is going to change this season. They really have not been too far off so far this season. If you look at the 5 games, all 4 defeats. They've got the 1 draw against Everton here. Cameron Archer scored in that game. All 4 defeats by a single goal. I mean, last week, conceded in the 98th and the 100th minute. But you go back to earlier in the season, 89th minute winner conceded against Nottingham Forest, 88th minute winner conceded against Manchester City. They're close, and I think they will see today's game as a real opportunity, precisely because Newcastle have made a few changes and they're coming off the back of Champions League.
Just as you mentioned that game, Richarlison, who scored one of the goals, of course, for Tottenham in that late comeback against Sheffield United. Richarlison is actually pitchside here at the Emirates doing weights. I've seen players coming out and doing cool downs before, but he's got a big weight plate and he's just doing squats right in front of our commentary position, which is a little off-putting, but we'll park that. Sheffield United had a visit from Howard Webb and John Moss this week, and Paul Heckingbottom, the Sheffield United manager, was talking about that. This is what he said, because of course he was not happy with the amount of stoppage time and he was not happy with the bookings that they were getting. He said Howard Webb and John Moss were really good. We had discussions about the game, about what I thought and what they thought. The biggest thing is how we take it forward. I'm really grateful they came in, which is particularly worthy of note, Clinton, today, because they're playing Newcastle, who were the team perceived to be doing the most time wasting last season.
Yeah, most definitely. Sorry, Crossy, you know why? They're just having a bit of quiet here for for the young lady, Cusack, the young lady that died. Her family have just walked on to the pitch and are laying a wreath there, so I didn't really want to, sorry to not answer the question. I was just showing my respect by standing up.
You're spot on, Clinton. We're going to do that right now. This is Maddie Cusack, who tragically, aged 27, Sheffield United midfielder, died last Wednesday. There are tributes ahead of this game today at Bramall Lane to celebrate and honour her life. This is the start of them. A wreath has just been laid on the centre spot, right in the middle of the Bramall Lane pitch, and the eulogy is being read out at the moment. And as I just peer down from underneath the roof of this stand that we sit at the top of, there is just a lovely black and white image of Maddie Cusack standing there in her Sheffield United kit, and everyone right now paying their respects. We're also, Steve, going to have a minute's silence ahead of kick-off as well. But as I read in the statement released by the club earlier this week, there will forever be a void in the hearts of everyone connected to this club, say Sheffield United, and you can feel that inside the stadium right now.
Yeah, well said, Ali, and our thoughts, of course, with all of the friends and the family of Maddie Cusack. Absolutely tragic news that we heard in the week, and you can hear the Sheffield United fans, and I'm sure all of the fans inside the stadium rising to applaud that tribute. And of course we'll hear more from that just before kick-off as well at Bramall Lane. We'll be back with Ali and Clinton in a moment. Here at the Emirates, of course, we brought you live commentary of Arsenal's 2-2 draw with Tottenham. Bukayo Saka scoring 2 for Arsenal, Heung-min Son with 2 for Spurs. Here is Son speaking to Match of the Day Steve Wilson.
When you look at the changing room, I think the players a little bit down. They wanted to win this game. Obviously, it was a tough game, to be honest, in the both ways. I think both teams show in the proper Premier League side teams. So I think it was a good game. But I think in the end, it was 1 point is fair, both teams. So I think I'm very, very happy for the team that they're showing amazing attitude, showing amazing performance and amazing character. So I think it is very, very important. I think we keep moving forward in this positive way.
And psychologically, to come from behind twice here, of all places, is tremendous, I would have thought.
Yeah, look, I mean, this is what I said before. It is a really difficult place to come here, and then showing that performance. I think it is not easy, but I think we're showing that great teamwork, great team performance, and what I said, great attitude. And coming back, obviously, we show, especially in the second goal. I think 2-1. When you go down 2-1 here, you could go your head down. Then look, we have to hope that we get a chance. But I think today we show, after especially 2-1, I think we show great attitude, that showing that we can come back straight away. So 2-2, and then in the end, it was a bit ups and downs games. But I think showing both teams a really good game.
Heung-min Son with Match of the Day's Steve Wilson. Let's check back in at the Stadium of Light. Sunderland versus Cardiff in the Championship. Shojo Saka.
It is still Sunderland 0, Cardiff 0. 15 minutes into this second half. Sunderland have fashioned a few chances, but they haven't really got through the Cardiff defence. This massive crowd are still waiting for their first goal. Cardiff really haven't attacked too much as yet in this match. So it's Sunderland 0, Cardiff 0.
What about up in the Scottish Premiership to Ibrox? Rangers Motherwell, Gavin Wallace.
Rangers 1, Motherwell 0 at the moment. Steve, 63 in the clock. Still kind of scrappy affair. Best of this half though was in 57. Cyril Dessers was through on goal. He tried to get the shot away. The flag went up. VAR had to double check to make sure it was offside. But other than that, scrappy affair. Rangers 1, Motherwell 0.
And it is Aberdeen 4, Ross County 0. 2 goals for Majowski, the Aberdeen goal machine in that one. 25 minutes to go. Right, we're just 5 minutes away from kick-off then at Bramall Lane. It's our final Premier League commentary of the day. At half-time, we'll bring you lots more reaction to all the 2 o'clock kick-offs in the Premier League. But let's get our commentary team up and running then. Clinton Morrison is alongside Ali Bruce.
Thank you, Steve. Welcome back to Bramall Lane. A very emotional Bramall Lane, as you just heard. We had well over a minute's applause to honour and celebrate the life of young Maddie Cusack, who we so sadly lost on Wednesday last week. And I look out onto the pitch right now, and you can still see that wreath on its own in the centre circle, the red and white flowers in the colours of Sheffield United, and another lovely tribute from the Sheffield United first team players, all of them in number 8 shirts to remember Maddie Cusack, Sheffield United midfielder. Her name on the back of those shirts as well. All the players today will wear the black armbands as well, and the coaching staff, Paul Heckingbottom and his team, will also wear T-shirts bearing Maddie Cusack's name. She will not be forgotten, and as I say, you could really feel the emotion inside this stadium ahead of kick-off. Sad when you lose anyone of any age, but at the age of 27, and played such a part for this club, not only on the pitch, but part of the club's marketing department as well. And as you can tell, just friends and family and everyone she knew connected to the club are going to miss her desperately. So we will have a minute's silence ahead of kick-off as well. The teams are out. Newcastle United this afternoon will play in change kit. That's a sort of dark blue shirt with banana yellow shorts and yellow socks to match with the dark blue tops. And Sheffield United still all wearing those Maddie Cusack number 8s, giving each other high fives at the moment. They are in the red and white vertical stripes, the black shorts and the black socks. And Clinton, it'll be interesting to see actually in terms of the atmosphere, first 5-10 minutes of the game, following those really emotional scenes we just had, how Sheffield United can potentially cope with that and play off that.
Yeah, it will take time. Obviously, it was a great tribute from Sheffield United and from the Newcastle fans who were applauding as well. Both sets of fans, fantastic tribute. It's difficult at a young age. It's sending thoughts and prayers out to her family, 27 years of age. It is sad times, but yeah, so difficult.
It's impossible to find the words. And Newcastle United, to their credit as well, I saw Amanda Staveley outside the club in the car park today laying a wreath from Newcastle United to pay their tributes. And right now both sets of players will gather on either side of the centre circle, and we prepare for a minute's silence ahead of kick-off here, ahead of Sheffield United against Newcastle on 5 Live and BBC Sounds. But again, we will stand and we will pause and we will remember, we will honour and celebrate the life of young Maddie Cusack.
Begin and end of the referee's whistle.
Beautifully observed minute's silence at Bramall Lane, then bursts into thunderous applause, as you can hear. The Sheffield United players remove their tribute Sheffield United tops to reveal the first team kit, and we are about ready to get underway. 5th Premier League game of the day, final Premier League game of the weekend. 4 2 o'clock kickoffs this afternoon, all of them fascinating games and thrillers to boot. Arsenal 2, Tottenham 2, Brighton coming from behind to beat Bournemouth by 3-1. Aston Villa 1-0 winners at Chelsea, who had Malo Gusto sent off, and Liverpool 3-1 winners against West Ham. We also heard a little while ago from Ian Carter at the Solheim Cup. Let's get straight back there, Ian.
It's all over here. Lexi Thompson closing out victory against Emily Christine Pedersen for the United States on the 17th, Ali, and it means that the Solheim Cup has finished in its first ever draw. But that's enough for Europe. That's why the champagne corks have popped here, and they are spraying champagne all over the place. Europe celebrating, retaining the trophy. The match has finished in its first ever draw, 14 points apiece. If we have something similar this time next week, we're in for a treat at the Ryder Cup.
Yeah, sets us up beautifully for the Ryder Cup next week. 5 Live Golf tomorrow night at 9 o'clock will reflect on Europe's women retaining the Solheim Cup. Looking ahead to the Ryder Cup, that action will start on Friday at the Ryder Cup. Our coverage will start with the breakfast programme from 6 in the morning, and the commentary will be there for you Friday, Saturday and Sunday. Thrilling Solheim Cup, thrilling Premier League football this afternoon, and we are underway at Bramall Lane. This is Sheffield United against Newcastle United. Newcastle United defending the goal in front of the Bramall Lane end away to our left-hand side. Nick Pope, all in blue, slightly miscues his first pass out from the back. Kieran Trippier does him a favour and keeps the ball in play. A welcome to our listeners across the globe as well on the BBC World Service. Welcome to Sheffield, Bramall Lane, the venue for our commentary, the 4:30 kickoff here in the UK. And here's Callum Wilson back into the Newcastle team, looking to get Miguel Almiron away down the right-hand side. Ball up in the air, Trippier runs forward to win a header. Sheffield United play it forward into the Newcastle half. Fabian Schär stretches, wins the ball, and then he's rather clumsily brought down in midfield by the Brazilian Vini Souza, and Newcastle get themselves the free kick. So, Clinton Morrison, we're expecting big things. We're looking forward to this, aren't we?
Yeah, we are. It should be a good game. Sheffield United, obviously, I think if they're going to stay in the Premier League, the home games are going to be crucial to them. The fans here play a big part in them getting a result. As for Newcastle, it's been a slow start for them. But as I said, good result in midweek and a good result last weekend against Brentford.
So Newcastle have possession inside their own half. 4 changes from the 0-0 draw in the San Siro on Tuesday night. 2 changes for Sheffield United from their cruelest of cruel defeats away at Tottenham last Saturday. John Egan is back in their back line. Chris Basham has dropped to the bench. Ollie McBurney sent off in that game, suspended. So Ollie Norwood has come in. He was left out last week in favour of James McAtee, who started again. But McAtee and Norwood both in this Sheffield United midfield, and Cameron Archer is the only recognised striker in the team. Good move building from the home team. Jayden Bogle's first time cross all the way to the far post, chested down, hit well and brilliantly blocked, and Gustavo Hamer, no, it wasn't Hamer, I beg your pardon, it was Luke Thomas with the left-footed strike, had the freedom of Bramall Lane for a second there and couldn't quite find the finish, Clinton.
Yeah, it was one win-back to the other win-back. It was good play down that right-hand side, and McAtee played in Jayden Bogle. He hit a first-time cross and Trippier didn't see Thomas behind him, but it was a good block from Trippier in the end.
Nick Pope, low ball, better ball out to Kieran Trippier in the right back position. Up it goes towards Callum Wilson. Wilson chases but is beaten to it, and Sheffield United play it back to goalkeeper Wes Fotheringham, who's in a very light grey goalkeeping uniform. Left-footed floated ball downfield. Fabian Schär goes down. Claims he was knocked over by Gustavo Hamer. Referee this afternoon is Stuart Atwell. Just told him to get up and get on with it, and the ball is back in Newcastle possession, and Nick Pope again, not the best with the right foot, slices the ball straight out of play. So Sheffield United have Fotheringham in goal, Akmahodzic, Egan and Jack Robinson, the 3 centre-backs, Jayden Bogle and Luke Thomas, the wide men. They just combined for that early chance for the home team. Vini Souza, Ollie Norwood and Gustavo Hamer, James McAtee as well, all in support of Cameron Archer as the lone striker. Long throw down the left, goes straight out of play for a Newcastle goal kick. They have Nick Pope in goal. Eddie Howe hasn't messed about with the back four, so exactly the same as Tuesday night in the Champions League. Trippier, Schär, Botman and Byrne, Longstaff, Guimaraes and 20-year-old Elliot Anderson in midfield. So Anderson comes in for Tonali for this one, and the front 3 changed entirely. Almiron and Barnes in support of Callum Wilson, who I note ahead of this game has scored 14 goals in his last 17 Premier League appearances. Finished the season on fire last season, has continued in the same vein this season. The ball is loose inside the Sheffield United half. Lovely flick from McAtee. Very nearly got Sheffield United away. Cameron Archer goes in to try and win a ball. Sean Longstaff onto it for Newcastle. Forward to Almiron. Just struggled to bring that under control. Sousa makes the tackle. Almiron goes down. Play continues. Longstaff tries to slide one through for Wilson. And it's a very busy start in the early minutes here at Bramall Lane. Sheffield United 0, Newcastle 0. And I've just realised that you can't say United at any point, can you? Because we've got two Uniteds, and so it's full names each time.
You're spot on. And you know what I've seen with a lot of the newly promoted teams? They like to play out from the back, but sometimes you've got to be really careful. Sometimes you've got to play in the right areas, Ali. And just then, Sheffield United nearly got caught. Good defending from Egan, but Almiron nearly slipped Callum Wilson through there.
Aberdeen still leading Ross County by 4 goals to 0. Sunderland Cardiff still goalless in the Championship, and that is where we stand at the moment. Rangers leading Motherwell by 1 to 0 in the Scottish Premiership. Bogle this time, not such a good cross. Guimaraes is there for Newcastle, intercepts. Dan Burn under pressure, just fizzes a ball forward with his left foot. And Sheffield United playing some nice stuff in the early stages, working the ball to the left to Luke Thomas. Luke Thomas on loan from Leicester. Cross to Vinny Sousa, one of the summer signings from Belgian football. Header won by Trippier. Falls to Almiron. Strokes his pass accurately, precisely to Guimaraes. Nice ball forward from him to Longstaff. That ball across to Anderson was just behind him. He couldn't do much with that. Headed away by Botman. Chested down by Thomas. Real pace on that pass. Fizzed into the feet of McAtee, who's got the old school look with the socks rolled down, trying to thread a ball through to Cameron Archer. Trippier read it, slides in, doesn't go out of play. McAtee keeps it in play, and there's a lovely pace to the start of this game. Sousa playing a little 1-2 in midfield, and back it comes to Jack Robinson on the halfway line, and Callum Wilson now starts the chase. The defensive effort high up the field for Newcastle. Egan plays it across to Ahmedhodzic. Back it comes to Fotheringham. Sure first touch from him, clipped away with his left foot. McAtee in absolutely acres of space there. Turns away from Almiron, slows things down, and Sheffield United start to move from inside their own half, and Sousa looking for one straight up the middle of the pitch to Archer. That was intercepted. End to end at the moment. Guimaraes looking for Wilson. Wilson's little step over. Edge of the Sheffield United penalty area, shot driven. Fotheringham gets down, makes the save, and then falls on the rebound. Clinton Morrison.
That's where you have to be careful, Sheffield United. You can have all the possession, but as soon as you lose it and vacate that midfield, Bruno Guimaraes with a good ball, and Callum Wilson's got the beating of the back three. It's a good save from Fotheringham, but he didn't really get enough power on it. But that's where Sheffield United have to be really careful.
Stoke won Hull 3 earlier on in the Championship today to continue Hull's excellent start to this season. Here's Anderson, 20-year-old Anderson, in for Tonali this afternoon for Newcastle. Collects the ball wide on the left, right down by the corner flag. Can't quite beat his man. Ahmedhodzic plays it up the right to Bogle, and Sheffield United, as Clinton was saying, will try and play out, and then John Egan's seen enough of that and decides he's just going to thump it up towards the halfway line. Botman's there for Newcastle, and they win the ball back.
And that's where it's going to be hard, Ali, for Archer, because he's up there by himself, and when you play them long balls, you usually want your centre forward to hold it. That's where they'll miss Matt Burney this afternoon.
Trippier plays the ball into midfield. Sheffield United injury list actually is quite a long one. They're not all first team regulars, but McBurney is certainly a miss for them this afternoon, as Clinton was saying. Anderson goes down, challenged by Ahmedhodzic. Stuart Atwell says that is a free kick because Ahmedhodzic got man, not ball. So chance for Newcastle to attack with an early set piece, and this is another minute's applause for Mady Cusack. We're in the 8th minute of the game. The Sheffield United players, as I said, were wearing those number 8 shirts before the game, and the applause rings around Bramall Lane while the football continues. Bogle clears the bouncing ball. Archer chases, job on his hands to try and win it from the towering figure of Botman, who just leans over him and heads the ball away to his left. Every single person on their feet inside this stadium applauding to remember the life of Mady Cusack. And there's a problem here for Clinton. Who is that?
Harvey Barnes.
Harvey Barnes is down early on for Newcastle, having been given the start this afternoon. Almiron runs a dummy. and allows the ball to run to Wilson.
And
Almiron has it, realises that Barnes is down. I think, well, by the look of it, Clinton, that might be that for Harvey Barnes.
Yeah, because if you just got a knock, you would know and you would get back on. So it must be something muscular. He's been down for 2 or 3 minutes, and none of the players saw it. So it might be someone, Murphy or probably Anthony Gordon time.
Right, Harvey Barnes sat down. A member of the Newcastle United medical staff has come sprinting across to have a word. Only a second start of the season for Harvey Barnes, signed from Leicester in the summer, of course. Made that goal-scoring start on debut, coming off the bench against Aston Villa on the opening weekend of the season. But judging by the look of it and the message he's given to the doctor here, he may not be out there for too much longer. Let's check in on Rangers Motherwell in the Scottish Premiership then. Gavin Wallace.
And I tell you something, well, still 1-0 to Rangers at the moment, Ali, but Ollie Shaw for Motherwell found himself in a great position inside the box. He should have scored. He smacked it towards Butland, who made a great save, and then Rangers cleared. At the moment, though, with 15 to go, Rangers 1, Motherwell 0.
Sunderland Cardiff in the Championship, kicked off at 3 o'clock. Shojo Saka.
Yeah, 12 minutes of the 90 to go. It's still Sunderland 0, Cardiff 0. Sunderland winger Jack Clarke has been the standout player this afternoon. Again, brilliant down the left, setting up Patrick Roberts, who should have scored, and all he could do was put it right to the keeper's hands. Sunderland 0, Cardiff 0.
Aberdeen still leading Ross County by 4 goals to 0. That would be Aberdeen's first win of the season. If Rangers go on to get the win against Motherwell, they'll move to within 4 points of Celtic, with St Mirren in between the two. Harvey Barnes is slowly and dejectedly trudging off the pitch here at Bramall Lane. For a second there, Clinton, I wonder whether he was considering whether he might be able to continue. He looks absolutely disconsolate, and Anthony Gordon, who's been the man getting the nod wide left for Newcastle so far this season, comes on. And that's the point we were also making before kick-off, is Newcastle, having made the signings they've made and the way they've built the squad, particularly up front, Clinton, they have good options.
No, they do have good options, and you're right, Gordon's been really good, but I did think it would be a good signing when they brought Barnes in. I like him, he's an exciting player. I see him at Leicester. It hasn't really got up and going for him at Newcastle, and now he's going to have a setback with an injury, so you feel for him.
Yeah, very disappointing for Harvey Barnes. All of his Newcastle teammates that he goes past on the way off the pitch, just giving him a handshake and a pat on the back of the head. He has a quick word with Eddie Howe. I mean, he's managed to come off the pitch unaided, but clearly doesn't feel he can continue and doesn't want to risk the problem that is there. So he's going to head straight down the tunnel, and Anthony Gordon, not difficult to spot, with the bright blonde hair wide on the left for Newcastle, gets into the game. So 4 changes made before kick-off, and there's disruption to the team right at the start. Sheffield United 0, Newcastle United 0. Coming up to 12 minutes played in the first half. 1 chance in the game if you have just tuned in so far. Luke Thomas's shot saved. Here's Callum Wilson, edge of the Sheffield United box, tries to just tickle one back to Gordon. Cleared by the home team, headed forward by Cher. Ball falls here to Anderson. Anderson across to Guimaraes. They try to play the 1-2. There's Hamer outside of his right foot. Plays a ball into midfield, and Ahmedhodzic turns and plays back to his goalkeeper. Not much pace on that, so Fotheringham really has to give it a thump to get it downfield. Archer does well. Nice 1-2 with Ollie Norwood. And then McAtee pops up in a little bit of space on the right and is up against Dan Byrne. Byrne backs off. McAtee plays the ball back towards the halfway line. Ollie Norwood onto it, strokes the pass across the Newcastle half. And eventually it comes wide left here to Luke Thomas, the left wing back, and Jack Robinson, having received the ball, goes back to Fotheringham again. 13 minutes played. Sheffield United 0, Newcastle United 0. More reaction from the 2 o'clock kickoffs at half-time in this game. Robbie Savage and Chris Sutton taking the calls on 6:06 tonight. They'll only be there for an hour. So get your calls in good time. They'll rattle through them for you, because then we'll be dealing with Wales against Australia, full commentary Rugby Union World Cup. Here's McAtee inside the Newcastle penalty area. Cross to Thomas, who volleys wide at the far post. 2 good chances early in the game. He just sliced that one. Not an easy skill to finish that off, but both times, Clinton Morrison, Luke Thomas has been in a lot of space.
He has, and you know what? Who's running the show, Ali? McAtee is running the show. Absolutely brilliant feet again. Good little 1-2 with Jayden Bogle, and he outside of the boot, the ball to Luke Thomas at the back post. It's a great ball. He goes for too much power. If he just side foots that back where it comes from, it could be 1-0 up, but McAtee at the moment is running the show.
Yeah, enjoyed watching James McAtee play for Sheffield United last season. Watched him here in an FA Cup quarter-final, then wasn't able to play in the semi-final, of course, because it was up against his parent club, Manchester City. But as you'd expect, being a Manchester City footballer, he is a very good player.
Yeah, he can play. I suppose when you're playing with the likes of Kevin De Bruyne, you're going to have to be able to play him, Rodri.
That's right. 9 goals and 3 assists for him in the Championship last season, and here he is again, trying to help Sheffield United dig themselves out of the bottom 3 in the Premier League this afternoon. Elliot Anderson for Newcastle receives the ball from a throw, plays back to Dan Burn, loose pass from Burn, but actually it's overrun by Luke Thomas, so it did run to Almiron, wide on the right for Newcastle, about 35 yards out from the Sheffield United goal. Trippier to Almiron and back to Guimaraes. Guimaraes, who's got that number 39 in bright yellow on the back of his dark Newcastle shirt, the change kit this afternoon. Guimaraes side foots the ball back to Cher. Almiron moves towards him. Cher goes to Trippier. Trippier's closed down quickly by Hamer. And the ball comes off Hamer from the Trippier pass and runs all the way back to Newcastle keeper Nick Pope. Arsenal 2, Tottenham 2, Brighton 3, Bournemouth 1, Chelsea 0, Villa 1, Liverpool 3, West Ham 1. The Premier League scorelines you'll be reacting to on 6:06 this evening. Ball over the top from Cher, important header from Egan, just got enough on that to get it back to Fotheringham, because Callum Wilson was lurking, and Wilson's got himself in some good positions early on here, Clinton.
Yeah, he's different from Isak. I think he'll score more goals than Isak, because Isak's a very good player. He drops deep, he wants to link the play. Callum Wilson just wants to threaten him behind and wants to score goals. So they're two different strikers, and they complement each other ever so well as well.
Yeah, just noticed actually on the Premier League goals tally, Callum Wilson currently on 82, so not a million miles away from reaching the 100 club, which is a big deal in Premier League football. Ball up towards him, headed away. Here's Sean Longstaff, releases Wilson. Wilson in good space on the right. Newcastle players bombing on to try and support Wilson with a little bit of skill. Ollie Norwood's not buying that, runs across and makes the tackle, and Norwood just scoops it away with the outside of his right boot. Chested down in midfield by Sousa. Hamer stretches. Hamer against Trippier. Hamer holds off Trippier, and Sheffield United move into the Newcastle half. Hamer's done well for his team there, and Norwood, good vision, out to the left it goes, and Luke Thomas really has to stretch to keep it in play, but the move keeps going, finds Archer. Archer looking for the 1-2 with McAtee, not enough on the pass, round the corner, and then there's a foul on Guimaraes just outside the Newcastle penalty area, and that'll be a free kick to Newcastle. But that was some lovely build-up play.
Yeah, they're moving it well. You see when Hamer picked the ball up, a good little 1-2. He wants Bogle to be getting forward. Bogle's worrying too much about Gordon. He has to get forward. Thomas is getting forward down this left-hand side, but they started well, Sheffield United, really well.
Reaction as well to Europe retaining the Solheim Cup in a thrilling 3 days of golf. The overall match score finished 14 apiece, so Europe, as holders of the trophy, retain that. So European celebrations, Ryder Cup on the way next week, and Scotland-Tonga, big game for Scotland in the Rugby Union World Cup underway. Commentary over on Sports Extra. McAtee, left-footed ball to Hamer, angles tight, hits the shot, and Cher manages to block it. The ball spins away and runs out towards the left-hand touchline as Sheffield United attacks. Sousa drives one, and Nick Pope makes a relatively comfortable save.
Yes, McAtee again on that left-hand side, and Hamer, them two causing problems. They two are just playing behind Archer, and they're causing a lot of problems. They don't know whether it's Shaw or Botman should pick them up, causing problems, and Sousa has the shot. It's a comfortable save from Nick Pope.
Coming up to 18 minutes play, Clinton Morrison with us at Bramall Lane. Sheffield United 0, Newcastle United 0. Sheffield United so far creating some good opportunities, and the ball has gone out here for a Newcastle throw. No, it's a Sheffield United throw, which is why the Sheffield United fans were applauding. Trippier may be just playing dumb there, just to waste a bit of time, took the throw, but it's a Sheffield United throw, so Jack Robinson strides forward to take that for his team. Looks behind him, Egan is there in support, holds the ball in both hands behind his head, standing now almost shoulder to shoulder with his manager, Paul Heckingbottom, in the black polo shirt, black tracksuit bottoms. Cameron Archer chests one down, holds onto the ball inside the Newcastle half. Good vision from Hamer, wide it goes to Bogle. Bogle plays back into central midfield. This is inside the Newcastle half. Norwood across to Sousa. Sousa wide to Thomas. Almiron will never stop running for Newcastle. Head lolloping backwards and forward as he does so. Newcastle have won it. Great football. And that's Trippier's ball forward to Guimaraes, looking for Wilson. There's a touch on that, important deflection on that, and Sheffield United managed to work it back to Fotheringham. Goal in the game between Sunderland and Cardiff. Shojo Saka.
Totally against the run of play. Sunderland 0, Cardiff 1. It came from a corner right through the Sunderland defence. I think it's Ruben Colwill who got the touch, just waiting for confirmation, but it's Sunderland 0, Cardiff 1.
Sheffield United have conceded a free kick here, much to the dismay of the home fans. Longstaff is down. Hamer challenged him just inside the Sheffield United half, and as you can hear, the Sheffield United fans aren't having it.
It's not a foul. I just seen it on the replay. He just stands his ground, Hamer does, and Longstaff runs into him. He's nothing he can do. It's clever from Hamer, but for me it's not a foul.
So free kick Newcastle. Boos, cheers, whistles continue. Paul Heckingbottom, as we know, very unhappy with the officiating for different reasons, of course, in the game against Tottenham last week. Howard Webb has been in to chat to him and the Sheffield United players this week. This game remains 0-0. Longstaff still getting booed. He's on the ball. Plays to Almiron. Anderson goes down off the ball. Sheffield United fans are telling him to get up. Trippier curls a pass back into his own half. Botman controls it. And there's Anthony Gordon looking for a quick ball forward to Wilson, intercepted. Gordon does well though. Quick off the mark to get there ahead of Bogle. He's then tackled by McAtee. Very even game so far, Clinton.
It is. It's an exciting 0-0. Sometimes you get a 0-0. It's not exciting though, Ali. It is 0-0, and you're thinking there's any minute now there's going to be a goal, because you can see both teams are going for it.
Throwing down the line from Dan Burn. Bogle reads it and heads the ball out of play for another Newcastle United throw. Initial ball goes into the crowd. There's another one just sitting on a little plastic cone there, but Dan Burn has ignored that. Level with the edge of the penalty area. Anthony Gordon makes the run. Bouncing ball. He's followed that. Surely went over the byline. Longstaff scores. Now will it count? At the moment, Newcastle celebrate the goal, and the referee says to Sheffield United, just wait. Just hang on a second. Sheffield United think that ball may have crossed the dead ball line.
Oh, they think it's a foul on Egan. I think it's like, you're right. From where we are, we can't see, but I think they're complaining that maybe there might be a foul, because I'm thinking to myself, it kind of looked like everyone stopped, didn't it, Ali?
Yeah.
It did look like they were stopped, so we'll wait and see. I think you're right though, mate. I think they will be checking.
It's another one of those classic VAR moments where Newcastle United fans are sort of half celebrating the goal away to our left because they're not entirely sure. Let's have a look. Anthony Gordon down by the byline. Tries to get out. No, he's kept it in. Then it hits his hand, the ball, and then it goes out as well,
yeah, I think that's where they're saying it. Has it gone fully out? Good luck trying to see that, Ali, on that. Because it does keep it. Look, here. Oh, look at it there. And referee, if there's a bit of the ball on the line, then the goal will stand.
Referee Stuart Atwell, we're back to the centre circle. The goal will stand.
Yeah. I don't think it's the handball, Ali, because he doesn't know nothing about it. It's if it went over the line, and there's a bit of ball on the line.
Yeah, no, well spotted, Clinton. So, Sheffield United 0, Newcastle United 1. Sean Longstaff gets the goal in the 21st minute. And you have to say, really good work from Anthony Gordon, because that was an awkward ball to try and bring down and do something with. He put pressure on John Egan at the back there, and yes, Clinton's right, the ball bounced up, hit his hand accidentally, he continued, it didn't cross the dead ball line, and Newcastle United fans can now properly celebrate the goal. See it for yourself on Match of the Day 2 tonight, BBC 1 at 10:30, Sheffield United 0, Newcastle United 1. Back underway. Robinson's ball towards Archer, just beyond Archer. Pope quickly off his line to the edge of his penalty area, grabs it with both hands and just rolls it out to Trippier. Trippier side puts the ball into midfield. There's the goal scorer Longstaff. Almiron picks up inside his own half and plays back again to Fabian Schär. Now Schär might have a problem with a contact lens or something here, because he stopped for a second there and was sort of feeling his left eye. Anyway, play continues. Burn up towards Gordon. Gordon back to Guimaraes. Guimaraes, calm ball across the face of the Newcastle penalty area. Sheffield United in the red and white shirts, slowly closing in. And Kieran Trippier plays back to Pope. Newcastle defending that goal in front of the two-tiered Bramall Lane stand away to our left. And Trippier's in just a little clumsily through the back of Luke Thomas as Sheffield United get a free kick. wide on the left. 23 and a half minutes played, first half. Sheffield United 0, Newcastle United 1. We're just going to see what Sheffield United can do with the attacking set piece, and then we'll give you a first update of the Rugby Union World Cup action between Scotland and Tonga. Commentary continues over on Sports Extra, but it's an attacking chance here for the home team Sheffield United, who have started pretty brightly but find themselves behind. McAtee, short sleeve shirt, socks rolled down, hands on hips, stands to the right of the ball, and he could curl it in with his left foot. All the players gathered on the edge of the penalty area, but no, he leaves it for Norwood. Norwood's in-swinger, Byrne heads it up in the air. Nick Pope jumps, can't quite get there, scramble in the box, and then it bounces into Nick Pope's arms, and he immediately bowls it out to Anthony Gordon, and Newcastle might have a chance on the counter. Almiron senses that as well. Here's Gordon getting booed as he makes way down the left. He's tackled. Let's check in on Scotland, Tonga. Claire Thomas.
Scotland need a compelling victory today to keep their World Cup hopes alive, and they are up and running thanks to a converted score within 5 minutes from hooker George Turner. That's their first try of the tournament and showcase just how destructive this forward pack can be. 8 minutes gone in Nice, and it is Scotland 7, Tonga 0.
Yeah, Scotland up against it in their group. If you didn't hear it, I was driving up last night on my way to get here for this game. The commentary last night on Ireland, South Africa from Chris Jones and the team was absolutely compelling. Plenty more Rugby Union World Cup commentaries to come. That one over on Sports Extra at the moment. Wales, Australia. The build-up starts at 7:30 tonight on 5 Live. Always available, all of them on BBC Sounds as well. And the game kicks off at 8 o'clock, and it'll be well worth a listen, because that really is a massive game for both of those nations in their group. Sheffield United 0, Newcastle United 1. McAtee on the ball for the home team. Midway inside the Newcastle half. Strokes a beautiful ball to his left to find Thomas. Thomas tries to just work it back here to Hamer, but he has won Sheffield United a corner. And their response to going behind Clinton Morrison's been good.
They've been the better team in this first half. I think Newcastle score against the run of play, like it has been end to end, but Sheffield United have kept the ball and looked to threat. McAtee and Hamer are causing problems just behind Archer, so they shouldn't be deflated by conceding that early goal.
Aberdeen get their first win of the season in the Scottish Premiership. They've thumped Ross County by 4-0. Remains Rangers 1, Motherwell 0. That'll be heading towards full time as well. Cardiff 1 up at Sunderland in the Championship. Norwood with the corner for Sheffield United. Pope puts out an arm, punches it away, and there's a meaty half volley which is hammered over the crossbar. Hamer taking a chance, and why not, because he's a great striker of the football, but couldn't quite keep that ball down.
No, yeah, but it's good. It's been a good game. I tell you one thing, Gordon's come on and made a difference. What a player he looks this year from when you've seen him on previous seasons. He really does look sharp, and he's causing Sheffield United a lot of problems down that left-hand side.
Nick Pope, just watching the replay of the corner that came in, possibly complaining about being blocked. Couple of instances of that as he was trying to get to balls in the Newcastle penalty. I thought Wilson shoveled that across the floor with his hand. He's saying he got his hand trodden on. Newcastle continue to attack. Diagonal ball from Longstaff wide to the left to the danger man Gordon. Dan Byrne has come thundering down the left to offer support. Oh, and that's an ugly challenge on Gordon. Gordon's gone down in a heap, and that will be a yellow card for the tackle by Ahmedhodzic. So he goes in the book. Full-time Rangers Motherwell. Gavin Wallace.
Rangers 1, Motherwell 0. Cyril Dessers' first league goal of the season. The difference is he stuck a foot out on a Ravi Vitondo shot on 24. Motherwell's player Spittle had 2 shots cleared off the line by Connor Goldson, but Rangers up to third, 4 points behind Celtic. Rangers 1, Motherwell 0.
Thank you, Gavin. I think Ahmedhodzic there, Clinton, was just listening to your words about Gordon being the danger man, and unceremoniously decided to take him out.
Yeah, it was a crowd tackle, because Gordon's going away from goal. He doesn't need to make the tackle, and now he puts his team in danger, especially with Trippier's delivery.
Yeah, Trippier from wide on the left with that trusty right foot, just getting everything just so, wiping his face on his shirt, rolling the top of his right sock down a few deliberate paces back, and then curls the ball in that pace. Great delivery. Oh, and I thought that might end up in the far corner. Wilson stuck a boot out and didn't get a touch, but so often those free kicks, when they don't get a touch, sometimes they go all the way in. That was a fabulous ball.
Yeah, that's what Trippier does. He always puts it on the money. And yeah, Callum Wilson, I think he goes with his left. If he goes with his right, he has a good opportunity there, Ali.
Sheffield United 0, Newcastle United 1, coming up to half an hour played. 5 Live, BBC Sounds and the BBC World Service, and Sheffield United have given the ball to Almiron, who tries to find Gordon, and Egan makes a vital interception, sliding in on the edge of his own box 2 or 3 times in the first half. Sheffield United have caused themselves real trouble, and they cannot afford to concede another goal. Already a goal down against Newcastle. Full time at the Stadium of Light. Shojo Saka.
It's finished Sunderland 0, Cardiff 1. Some of their Sunderland players are on the floor. 41,000 Sunderland fans totally stunned. Their team dominated throughout. 16 goal attempts, not many clear-cut chances. They failed to score. Cardiff had started wasting time before half-time. They hung in there. It was the classic smash and grab. Mark McInnes bundling home a corner in the 87th minute. Sunderland 0, Cardiff 1.
Anthony Gordon causing problems again for Sheffield United here at Bramall Lane. Good run down the left, eventually stopped. The cross is cut out and it goes behind for a corner to Newcastle. So Sunderland, after that defeat against Cardiff, sit 5th in that championship table. Leicester and Ipswich on 21 points, Preston on 20, Hull with their win today on 15, and Sunderland there on 13, and Cardiff joined them on 13 points. Sunderland, Leeds and Cardiff all on 13. The championship as fun and as unpredictable as ever. Corner taken short down the byline to Guimaraes. Back it comes to Trippier. Low ball. Almiron's curling shot hits a body, a Newcastle body inside the penalty area. Behind it goes. Sheffield United say handball, but a corner's been given. The first touch came off a Newcastle player, I think Fabian Schär. Sheffield United say that was an arm and they want a free kick. Then there was a touch of a Sheffield United player, and it's been given as a corner.
Yeah, you're right. It's a well-worked corner. Almiron should do better. It's good from Guimaraes and Trippier, and it does deflect. It deflects off Schär's arm, and Fodrum has to make the save. It does hit his arm, but it's by his side, and he's not flicked it out, has he, Ali?
Two instances in the first half of a Newcastle player in an attacking position handling the ball, but quite rightly not given us handball. Curling corner, Danburn! Diving header at the back post. Brilliantly worked set piece by Newcastle, and it's Sheffield United 0, Newcastle United 2.
Complete mismatch between and John. I think it might be John Egan at the back post. It's a mismatch. Dan Burn's too powerful, but the ball in from Trippier is brilliant. And Wes Fodrum decides to come. Once he comes and he doesn't get there, he's in big trouble. But brilliant header from Dan Burn at the back post.
Champions League, Newcastle flexing their muscles here at Bramall Lane. The corner before that was all short and clever and passes and routine, and that one is all about, as you say, Clinton, Dan Burn making the run, then the delivery has to be on point. Egan just couldn't handle Dan Burn. I mean, do you know what? Had he not headed that in, that could easily have been a penalty for the shirt
right.
pull.
And it's Mahodzic. Sorry, my mistake. Not saying Egan. It did look like Egan, but it was Mahodzic. And he's not. And you know what? It could have been a foul, because you know why, Ali? It's a mismatch, and he's not once looking at the ball. He's just looking at Dan Burn and pulling his shirt.
2 goals for Newcastle United last season. Off the mark this season. Dan Burn always going to be a threat at those set pieces, particularly when you have the delivery from the right boot of Kieran Trippier. So Newcastle well in control, and at the moment Sheffield United staring a 5th defeat in 6 Premier League games at the start of this season right in the face. But so far in all their games they've never been out of it, and they have played some decent stuff in this game.
No, they have, Ali, but you know what? That is the Premier League. It is ruthless, and you start well and you miss a couple of opportunities. I'm thinking about the Thomas one. You will get punished.
Yeah. Callum Wilson penalised for a foul, a shove there on John Egan. Ironic cheers from the Sheffield United fans, but their team has plenty of work to do. Sheffield United 0, Newcastle United 2. Could be some week for Newcastle, actually. Winners against Brentford last weekend, then the 0-0 against AC Milan in the San Siro, which has to be considered a decent result, under the pump in the first half. And now here they are, 2-0 up away to Sheffield United, and it's Manchester City in the League Cup on Wednesday night for Newcastle. That game will be a full commentary on BBC Radio 5 Live and BBC Sound. Sheffield United have the ball inside their own half. Egan, there's not enough on that. Gordon's in for Newcastle. Anthony Gordon finds Wilson. The shot's weak, and Fotheringham gets down and makes the save to his left. That should have been 3-0.
Yeah, that's a bad miss from Callum Wilson. What a tackle.
Meaty tackle. Jack Robinson
yeah, he's going to send him off.
Has gone straight through there on Sean Longstaff. Now, he got ball but he got plenty of Longstaff, and the assistant referee immediately waving the flag furiously. He's talking to the referee. The Sheffield United players are surrounding the referee, Stuart Atwell, and Stuart Atwell sensibly, Clint, is just going to say, I'm going to take my time here, and he's gone yellow card.
Yeah, do you know why? He came running over like it was a red card, and you know what he's done? And you're spot on, Ali. He gave himself time before he makes that decision to send him off. It was a strong tackle. I think Robinson gets the ball, but it is a strong tackle, but it's the follow-through. So I think when we see the replay, he gets the ball. He does get the ball, and he's not high either, Ali. It's just the force of the tackle.
Yeah. And the other thing the referee knows now with VAR is yellow can be upgraded to red. Now, I think that's what happened to Malagusto this afternoon in the Chelsea-Villa game.
Definitely. But is that Ali? He gets the ball.
Yeah.
It's just they're saying because of the force of it, because he goes down Longstaff. For me, that's not even a yellow card. He gets it, but it's the... No, do you know why?
Really?
Because he gets the ball and he's not high.
Yeah.
But it's just because you know what, Al? It's the follow-through.
I think in real time, actually, Clinton, that looked worse, didn't it, than it actually was. And then we see the replay, and you're right. That's a really committed challenge.
Right.
And I think the Sheffield United fans actually thought that the left leg that made contact with the ball had sort of gone straight onto Longstaff's shin, but it didn't, did it?
No, you're right, Ali. Yeah, when we saw the replay, you're spot on. But in real time, it did look like it was a straight red.
Yeah, and the Sheffield United fans are looking for something, some way to try and get back into this game. 10 minutes remaining in the first half. Lots more reaction to the Premier League football played so far today. At half-time here on 5 Live and BBC Sounds and in the Football Daily podcast tomorrow. Here's Trippier, whips it in from the right, headed down and in! Newcastle United have a third here at Bramall Lane. Sven Botman, the man to get up high, heads the ball into the bottom corner. Couple of bottles of water I can see being thrown from the Kop end to our right. One of them caught one of the Newcastle players on the foot. The Sheffield United fans not happy. No excuse for throwing stuff from the stands. But Newcastle United again from the set piece. Brilliant delivery and a fabulous header. Sheffield United 0, Newcastle United 3.
Yeah, they're not happy with that. It shouldn't have been a free kick, but they don't defend the set pieces. That's been their biggest problem. They haven't defended the set pieces this afternoon. 2 set pieces from Newcastle, and it's 3-0, but 2 goals. Good ball in and a free header from Botman. Game over.
3-0 to Newcastle, and we've still got 10 minutes of the first half remaining. Beautifully guided header that by Botman. Just had to get the right contact on it, and Fotheringham watched it all the way into the bottom corner, but just couldn't get there full stretch. Desperate to try and do that. Callum Wilson, I can see, now having a word with Stuart Atwell about what went on after the goal with the stuff that was thrown at the Newcastle players. Obviously the game will continue, but that will be something looked at by the authorities right now, and obviously will continue to be discussed and acted upon after the game. But Sheffield United 0, Newcastle United 3 is the all-important scoreline here on 5 Live and BBC Sounds. And Sheffield United shell-shocked, really. 1 down after 21 minutes. Burns' goal came in the 31st and Botman's goal in the 35th. And we wondered how Newcastle might cope post-Champions League football, Clinton. They seem to be doing all right.
Yeah, they are doing well. But that's the problem with Sheffield United. They go down and they just crumble. And that's why I mean it's a big league, the Premier League. You have to stay in the games, and they've been rattled by everything.
Here come Newcastle again, looking for a fourth before half-time. Longstaff plays it out to Trippier, so 2 assists for Trippier already in the game, and that's a lovely bit of skill to make his way past Archer. Low ball this time, makes its way to Almiron, lays it off to Guimaraes, pace on his curling ball to the edge of the box. Anderson wins a good one, falls to Anthony Gordon, trickery from him, he goes tumbling inside the penalty area. That was Jayden Bogle with the challenge. Sheffield United fans think Gordon has made a meal of that. Stuart Atwell has let play continue, and the ball has gone out for a throw to Sheffield United. And as you can tell from the atmosphere inside the stadium, home fans not happy with anything at the moment.
No, they're not happy. It's a penalty.
Oh, it's a penalty.
It's a penalty. He catches him. VAR will say that.
Yeah,
he catches him.
He's
Look.
him.
He catches him. Look. Oh, it's a penalty.
I think so.
After watching the replay there, it's a penalty.
Jayden Bogle has flicked out a right leg. He did not get the ball. Now, he didn't kick Gordon too hard, but he kicked him.
Yeah, he kicked him before.
He kicked him.
Yeah, it's a penalty.
That is going to be a penalty.
Oh, he's not give it. He's not give it.
How's that not a penalty?
Wow.
Sheffield United 3-0 down. They've given the ball away again. They're at 6s and 7s. Callum Wilson shoots straight at Fotheringham. And now Wilson's gone down, having hit the shot He was tackled. Egan checks he's okay. Sheffield United are all over the place.
They are.
It's
been a bad 5 or 10 minutes for them. They just need to settle down. They don't want this to get out of hand.
Good skills from Hamer. Holds onto the ball for Paul Heckingbottom's team inside his own half. He was fouled. Referee blows the whistle to take the free kick quickly. Souza to Robinson. Robinson under pressure from Guimaraes. Turns away from him inside his own half. Norwood has to stretch. Finds Bogle. Bogle's come a long way infield from the right-hand side, driving through central midfield. Almiron comes sliding in. Sheffield United fans, know that's a foul. They're absolutely baying for a yellow card here for Miguel Almiron, and he's not going to get it. He's not going to get it, which is going to increase the ire of the home support. Sheffield United 0, Newcastle United 3. Lines will open for 6:06 at half-time. Number to dial is 08085 909 693. So much to talk about after today's football, and plenty to talk about from this game already. Free kick, Sheffield United. Norwood takes it 10 yards inside the Newcastle half. Diagonal ball in towards the box, and the volleyed cross is blocked by Longstaff and goes behind for a Sheffield United corner.
It's been an entertaining 39 minutes, Ali, that's for sure.
You said it would be, Clinton.
Yeah.
You actually said we'd have more goals than Arsenal-Tottenham. Now that had 4.
Yeah, we got
3.
Yeah. I think Sheffield United will score and Newcastle will score some more goals. So there'll be lots more goals. That's it.
The ever positive Clinton Morrison. Corner for Sheffield United. Taking it to Scotland. Tonga in just a second at the Rugby Union World Cup. See if Sheffield United can get on the score sheet. Driven corner from the right. Dan Burn heads it away. Headed back into the box by Bogle. Longstaff there with another header. The ball drops just on the halfway line to Luke Thomas. Thomas sees a man in space wide on the right. The ball comes into the edge of the box. Newcastle have enough players there. And then Guimaraes is fouled. Trying the game between Scotland and Tonga. Claire Thomas.
Tonga have struck back in Nice to take the lead through winger Solomone Carter. Both sides have really been fizzing it about, and the build-up play to this one was suitably joué, as they say in these parts. William Havili added a conversion to go with his earlier penalty, and so Scotland trail 7 points to 10 in this must-win match as the first quarter draws to a close.
Commentary continues on Radio 5 Sports Extra. The big one tonight, Wales-Australia. On 5 Live and BBC Sounds. Clinton, are you just looking at the celebrations again?
You can see the bottle hit, I think, Anderson's ankle when he's throwing it at him.
Yeah. No, it's unacceptable. We said it at the time. And, whatever frustration you're feeling. And actually, Newcastle players, I don't feel, were goading the Sheffield United fans. They are shooting towards that end. They were celebrating amongst themselves. It wasn't as if they were sort of cupping a hand to their ear or anything like that. So, just frustration boiling over, but that is dangerous. There was plenty of liquid in that bottle. If that catches someone on the head, then it could do some real damage. 4 minutes remaining in this first half, and Newcastle United in total control. They lead Sheffield United by 3-0. Just going to check the table as it stands. I think I'm right in saying that if Newcastle win the game, they will go above Manchester United into 8th. Cameron Archer chasing through, a nick poke to the edge of his box quickly, slides out, clears with his right foot, and it goes out for a Sheffield United throw. Yeah, Newcastle will go up to 8th above Manchester United on goal difference, and they'd be a point behind West Ham, who were beaten 3-1 at Liverpool today. Manchester City top on 18, Liverpool second on 16, Brighton third on 15, Tottenham and Arsenal both on 14, Villa on 12. That's the top of the Premier League table as it stands. Souza forward to Hamer. Hamer challenged well by Anderson in midfield. Challenges flying in. Norwood's first time ball up towards McAtee. Quickly tackled by Cher. Longstaff's pass to his left finds Guimaraes, and Newcastle are going to be so dangerous on the counter. Here they come again, sweeping forward. Gordon moving at pace, plays it to Wilson, one-on-one. Fotheringham gets out quickly, blocks it. Corner for Newcastle.
They're a threat now because Sheffield United have to come out, Ali. With the pace that Newcastle have, the likes of Gordon, Almiron and Wilson, they'll always get chances. It's a good save from Fotheringham, to be fair. Wilson just trying to dink it over him. He come and spread himself ever so well, but yeah, every time Sheffield United go forward now, Newcastle will break on them.
So another corner for Newcastle. They've scored one from a corner and one from a free kick. Sheffield United will know the danger. Can they do anything about it? Kieran Trippier goes over towards that left-hand side to take it for Newcastle. Again, very carefully, make sure everything is right. Picks the ball up, delicately places it down, right on the edge of the quadrant, as the players like to do. runs up and curls one in right towards that near post. Hits something there. Gordon drives it, hit it really well, high and wide, and behind for a goal kick to Sheffield United. Sheffield United 0, Newcastle United 3. 2 minutes remaining plus added time at the end of this first half, and I can see Stuart McCall and Paul Heckingbottom both sort of stroking chins in conversation and just wondering what on earth they can do about it. I mean, Newcastle, given their squad strength and what they did last season, would go into the game as favourites, Clinton. Sheffield United are going to be up against it against a lot of teams this season.
Most games that they go into, they're not going to be favourites. Sheffield United, they're always going to be the underdogs, especially when you've got 9 players, as you said. Their injury list, they need everyone fit. And I know it's not all regulars, but some of them are regulars. They need everyone fit to compete to stay in this Premier League.
Dan Burn. Ball down the left to Gordon. Gordon well inside his own half. He's looked really dangerous since coming on for Newcastle. Poor old Harvey Barnes going off early with the injury. Longstaff towards Guimaraes. Guimaraes back to Longstaff just inside the Sheffield United half. Floated ball out wide to the left. Neatly brought down, and then infield come Newcastle with Anderson. Guimaraes wants that ball. He's not going to get it. It's played back to Longstaff. Trippier's in a lot of space here on the right, and Cher's seen that. Finds him, low pass, a lot of space again for Anderson, lines up the shot. Might have hit Callum Wilson that actually on the edge of the box, and the ball drops loose, and Sheffield United are able to try and play out. Norwood, diagonal ball up towards Archer. Archer does really well to leap, and I thought he'd done well to control it on his chest. It's actually come off his arm, says Stuart Atwell, and that'll be a free kick to Newcastle.
Yeah, it's been neat and tidy in their midfield areas, but where's the clinical bit? They haven't been neat and tidy in that final third, and that's been the difference. That's where you get punished in the Premier League.
A couple of early chances for Luke Thomas, really good one right at the start of the game as well. Just waiting for Anthony Taylor to put the board up for added time at the end of the first half. Almiron running across the halfway line. Gordon wanted an early release, he didn't get it. 6 minutes of added time at the end of this first half. Injury to Harvey Barnes, the VAR checks for the potential penalty on Anthony Gordon and the first Newcastle goal. It all adds up. Here's Trippier, wide on the right. Steve Crossman with us at half-time, bringing us reaction to Arsenal 2, Tottenham 2, Brighton 3, Bournemouth 1. Villa's win at Chelsea, Liverpool's win against West Ham. Here's Anthony Gordon onto the right foot, edge of the box. Just almost run off the ball there. Lays it off to Guimaraes, to Longstaff. Trippier makes a run on the outside. Longstaff on the edge of the box. Sheffield United desperately trying to plug these gaps. Guimaraes to Almiron's curler. Hits one of the defenders in the chest there. The ball bounces out. Hamer lobs it up in the air. Byrne nods it forward. Just used his strength to muscle McAtee off the ball, but Stuart Atwell says it's actually a foul, and that'll be a free kick for Sheffield United. But I mean, the way it's going, Clinton, you feel the next goal in the game is also going to be scored by Newcastle, the way things are going.
Yeah, you're right. Because they look the most likely at the moment. After conceding, Sheffield United have just completely collapsed, basically.
5 minutes remaining then. Added time at the end of the first half. Goals from Longstaff and Byrne and Botman. Newcastle leading 3-0, but they want more. Wilson wide to Gordon. Gordon, swerving body movement, sliding across the Sheffield United half to Longstaff. Almiron, support from Trippier. Overhit the cross for once. Kieran Trippier gets it wrong with the delivery, and the ball runs out all the way for... in fact, it bent behind for a goal kick. I thought that might be going out for a throw-in. That's going to be a goal kick for Sheffield United, who find themselves 3-0 down in added time at the end of the first half here on 5 Live. What's happening in Scotland? Tonga in the Rugby Union World Cup. Claire Thomas.
Scotland have their second, and if the first was all about power, this one was pure flair. Velvety hands through the midfield to gift Duhan van der Merwe an overlap and a canter home. Finn Russell's conversion might have sailed wide, but Scotland are back in front, leading Tonga 12 points to 10 with 11 minutes left on the half.
Thank you, Claire. Commentary continues on Radio 5 Sports Extra. Fabian Schär heads the ball forward. His centre-back partner Sven Botman. Our producer Lee Blakeman has just pointed out, which you should have noticed, that was his first goal for Newcastle United. 49th appearance, so just managed it before he gets to the half-century. Cool. And took it well. And I know there's plenty of fantasy football managers who will have brought Sven Botman in this weekend, so they will be punching the air.
Yeah, loads had him. I don't have him, so I'm gutted. And when I saw him score, I was like, other people that I'm against have got him, and they've got Trippier, so I'm in big trouble.
Yeah, it's the way it works.
Yeah.
In fact, I'm getting you on the pod this season. I've decided now. Fantasy 606 podcast.
No worries, I'll get on.
Statman Dave, Chris Sutton and I, we want you on. We want you on to chat fantasy football. It comes out every Thursday. If you haven't heard the latest episode, give it a listen. Chesney Hawkes was our guest live in the studio.
Wow.
Yeah, I know, Clinton, big time.
Wow, big time.
Here's Anderson to Gordon. Newcastle United, big time football in the first half, leading Sheffield United by 3-0. Anderson in for Tonali this afternoon. Dan Burn nearly lost that on the left, then tries to stab it to Gordon. Oh, it's a loose back pass. Longstaff slides, keeps the ball in play by the dead ball line, couldn't do anything with it, and eventually it's scrambled behind for a Newcastle United. Well, I thought it was going to be a Newcastle United corner. Maybe was it an offside?
I don't know. I think he thinks the ball's gone out of play. Oh, you know when he's scrambled.
I don't know if he did, you know.
When he scoops it back in, he's saying it gone out of play, but I don't think it did.
I don't think it did, but then this is happening all the time now. Has it crossed the line? Hasn't it? I mean, that didn't lead to a game-changing moment,
exactly.
So they stick with that decision. But there we go. What have we got? 2 minutes of added time remaining at the end of the first half. Lines will be open for 6:06 shortly. Wales, Australia in the Rugby Union World Cup, 8 o'clock kickoff tonight. And if you're an NFL fan, on Sports Extra from 9, the Bears at the Chiefs tonight in the NFL. Right-footed ball from Elliot Anderson across to Dan Burn. Big long stride powers him over the halfway line, but he's decided to slow things down, wants a breather just before half time. Of course, given the 3-0 lead in the football they played in midweek, as and when he wants to, Eddie Howe can make the changes again this afternoon, although he has already lost Harvey Barnes to injury. Wilson's flick on is easily cleared. Missed time clearance from Botman. Ball just hits him, falls to Guimaraes, who then performs a backheel nutmeg on McAtee. That was, wasn't it?
That was outrageous.
He's taking the mick, that is. Taking the mick out of McAtee. Ball is back with Fotheringham, Sheffield United's goalkeeper. Looks up, plays it forward with his left foot over the head of Bogle. Byrne heads it down towards Gordon. He can't control it. Ahmedhodzic back to Sousa. Sousa turns away from Longstaff, comes back to his goalkeeper again. 2 Newcastle players close in quickly, and Fotheringham under pressure. I mean, it did the job there. He's hooked the ball straight out of play for a Newcastle throw wide on their left. Leading 3-0, heading up to 8th in the Premier League, it looks like, in a League Cup tie at home against Manchester City on Wednesday night. League Cup commentaries on 5 Live and BBC Sounds and Radio 5 Sports Extra. Tuesday and Wednesday next week. 7 o'clock Thursday night, the Ryder Cup preview show before it all gets started at the Marco Simone golf course just outside Rome. Early on Friday morning, do not miss a beat on 5 Live and BBC Sounds. Here's Elliot Anderson, Europe's women retaining the Solheim Cup in a thriller this afternoon in Spain. Gordon, good strength, hits the shot, deflected. Fotheringham just gets up in time, tips it over the bar to prevent it being 4-0 at the end of the first half. That'll be a corner to Newcastle. Clinton Morrison.
They can't handle Gordon. Bogle can't handle him on that right-hand side. He's causing him all kinds of problems, and Ahmedhodzic as well. He's trying to come over and help him, and they can't deal with him. He's causing them all kinds of problems. He's had a great impact since he's come on.
11 shots in the first half for Newcastle, and a first half that has just ended. They cannot take another set piece, but they are comfortably in front. The opening goal from Sean Longstaff. Sheffield United thought there was some debate about that, a potential handball. Had the ball crossed the dead ball line, it was all checked and okay. And then a couple of goals from set pieces, Clinton. Dan Burn and Sven Botman. Some nice football from Sheffield United at times, but they're 3-0 down.
Yeah, it's good football, but good football don't keep you in the Premier League. That's the difference. Newcastle have been clinical in that box. Not much to talk about in the build-up play, but they've been outstanding, and they've had a player in Anthony Gordon that's been in fantastic form. So a big team talk for Paul Higginbottom at half-time, but Newcastle have been outstanding.
Boos and jeers for the officials. Stuart Atwell and the 2 assistants. Atwell with the ball in his right hand as he makes his way down the tunnel. And of course those unacceptable scenes of bottles thrown. Plastic bottles, yes, but liquid in them. One of them struck Elliot Anderson as Newcastle celebrated their 3rd goal. Half-time though at Bramall Lane. Home fans not happy, as you can hear. Sheffield United 0, Newcastle United 3.
And if there is any good news for Sheffield United fans, it's that we don't have time to dissect that first half because we've got so much Premier League reaction to squeeze in between now and second half commentary with Ali Bruce Ball and Clinton Morrison. Also, we're keeping you right up to date in the Rugby World Cup with Scotland against Tonga in Nice. Claire Thomas.
Scotland have to win today, and with a bonus point if they want a shot at the playoffs, and they're going about it the right way. World Cup debutant Kyle Steyn has just carved through the Tongan defensive line for their third. The conversion might have ricocheted off the uprights, but what matters is that Gregor Townsend's side are now a try away from the bonus point score, and they lead 17 points to 10.
Mikel Arteta, Jurgen Klopp and more on the way on Premier League Sunday after the news with Dan Maudsley.
Listen on BBC Sounds. This is BBC Radio 5 Live.
The Home Secretary, Suella Braverman, has ordered a review of armed policing after dozens of Metropolitan Police officers stepped back from firearms duties. Staff have been handing in their permits to carry guns, saying they're worried about the impact of a murder charge being faced by a marksman following a shooting in South London. A 9-year-old boy from County Tyrone has died after a hit-and-run incident across the border in Ireland. Ronan Wilson from Kildress was pronounced dead at the scene last night in the County Donegal seaside resort of Bundoran. Police in Kosovo say one officer and 3 gunmen have been killed after about 30 attackers stormed a village before barricading themselves in a monastery. The Kosovan Prime Minister has urged the gunmen in the village, which is near the Serbian border, to surrender. And a space capsule carrying NASA's first asteroid samples has been recovered by helicopter from its landing site in the Utah desert. The capsule touched down this afternoon, carrying about 250 grams of dust on board, which will be distributed to scientists around the world.
This is 5 Live Sport with Steve Crossman.
On 5 Live. Listen on BBC Sounds.
And the lines are open for 606 08085 909 693. You can get your calls in right now to speak to Robbie Savage and Chris Sutton. They'll be with you once we're done at Bramall Lane, and there is a lot to talk about. Here at the Emirates, a thriller of a North London derby. Tottenham coming from behind twice to draw 2-2 with Arsenal, and here's the Arsenal manager Mikel Arteta.
I think we started the game really well. We were really aggressive, regained a lot of balls, created chances, scored the goal. We should have scored the second one, that's for sure, with the chance.
You're talking about Jesus one?
Well, especially that one, and then it's a different game. And we had the best moment, we conceded the goal, and we had to regroup, and we had a period of 5-6 minutes before halftime that we suffered a little bit. Then I think we have to make the changes. Declan was out, and I had to adjust the midfield. And then in the second half, again, we started well, I think, and the right to score the goal, score it, but we gave the advantage away straight away, and that was emotionally, I think, a hard one to take for the team. And it was a period where the game became a little bit basketball. We lacked composure on the ball to keep it better in the right areas, and then we had another go for 15-17 minutes to try to score the winner, but we didn't manage to do it.
You talk about that emotional energy, and that's been built in the stadium, but has the team got to learn to be a bit more controlled in the precise moments of the match?
Especially with the ball in certain moments, to have more composure, more calmness, and get us the time to get in the right structure, because it's a team that is really good in transition moment. I see the desire in the team that doesn't want to be satisfied with the 2-2. We go for it, and it's a shame that we didn't manage to win the game as well for our supporters.
Mikel Arteta speaking to George Cummins. 5 wins from 6 Premier League games this season and 18 unbeaten in all competitions for Liverpool after a 3-1 win over West Ham United. Here's Jurgen Klopp with Mike Maine.
Jurgen, you've got to be happy with that, particularly perhaps after the first half and how hard fought that was as well.
Yeah, absolutely. But I was not unhappy, if that's the right saying, or disappointed with the first half. This is the first half against West Ham that absolutely is normal. So you cannot keep them quiet, in this case now for 50 minutes. So you have to be ready to put a proper shift in. What I love the most about today, 2 things, is how mature it was. It was not just exciting football, easy, bam. It was like really hard fought and well played in moments. And again, impact from the bench is just exceptional. How we can do that in a moment, that gives us a really good feeling for the moment. We all have to stay fit that we can do that, but at the moment most of them are, and that's why we can do it, and that looks really good.
Big games, big goals for Darwin Núñez as well. What a goal that was for your second.
Yeah, unfortunately, I didn't see it back yet, so I only saw it. I saw 30% of it.
Watch it back.
Yeah, I will definitely. I saw the chip at least, the pass, so that was already really good. Yeah, he played well, and it was the right decision to let him go again, like it was with Lucho. Obviously, a super game from him as well. So in both directions, and they worked super hard, like how Mo Salah worked today. We should not forget that. So that makes a difference. If you do that, we are difficult to play. If we are difficult to play, we can win football games. That's how it is.
Jurgen Klopp with Mike Minay, 08085 909 693. You can call now. You can book in to speak to Robbie Savage and Chris Sutton on 606. Afternoon, Rob.
Afternoon, Steve. What an afternoon of sport. That's all I'm. What about that, Steve? What a thrilling end that was. 14-all retained.
Do you know what? I'm here at the
TV.
Emirates, and we were listening in to Ian Carter's updates throughout the second half, and it was swinging the USA's way, then it was swinging Europe's way. It was fantastic. A bit like the game that I've just watched, actually.
Well, I was watching that as well. The 2-2. What a game, son. You know, it was what an entertaining game, but it didn't disappoint, did it? I heard you this morning walking up. Was it Islington Hill? Out of breath. It didn't disappoint. It was worth the journey, Steve. But you know, who will be more pleased? Will it be Mikel Arteta or will it be Big Ange? I think Spurs fans will probably be more pleased with that result. But Liverpool, wow, are they unbeaten now in 17? I think just behind Man City in the table. You know. Strength in depth, the recruitment in the summer's been magnificent. Are Liverpool the biggest contenders to win the Premier League ahead of Arsenal? And listen, I think City will win it, but are Liverpool going to be their biggest challengers ahead of Arsenal and Spurs? And what about Chelsea, Steve? Haven't scored again. How long does the directors, the Todd Bowley, give Mauricio Pochettino? I think he needs time, but not to score in 3 consecutive games, isn't it? And none against Bournemouth, none against Forest, none today against Aston Villa. You know, it's worrying time for Chelsea. I had him in my top 4, Steve.
Well, listen, Robbie, stay with us because we can actually hear from Mauricio Pochettino after that defeat to Aston Villa. Here he is with Henry Moran.
For you personally, you look at your side, you're getting forward, you're getting good opportunities down the flanks, but it just feels like the clear-cut chances are missing. What is missing for your side?
Well, I think it's only about to be more clinical in front of the goal, is to take a little bit, that millisecond of time to be more calm and relaxed. But of course, sometimes we are anxious and we are really rushing the decision because of the situation. But I think we try to relate this, to be calm, because always it's important for the offensive player to stay calm in front of the goal. But we create many chances today. Unlucky that we didn't score, but we need to keep going.
What's your message to Chelsea fans that'll be so desperate to see this turn around?
No, first of all, thank you because of the support, and then we feel disappointed again. But we never give up, and we are going to work hard to try to change as soon as possible the situation.
That's Mauricio Pochettino. We've got more reaction coming in as well to Brighton's 3-1 win over Bournemouth. 9 changes for Brighton after their European debut in the week. No problem for Roberto De Zerbi's team, who won by 3-1.
I think we played one of the worst game in my time, but I knew the reason. We played Thursday, the first one we played after a European game. I changed a lot of players, too many, maybe too many, but I have to change. I don't want to take risk in injury. We lost Pascal Gross and James Miller for much time, and we can't and we couldn't take any risk with other players. And I'm speaking about March, about Mitoma, about Joe Pedro, JP Van Eyck. And for it, I'm happy because we showed strong character, we showed strong passion, and we wanted to win with our best.
Roberto De Zerbi, and before him Mauricio Pochettino. There's got to be, Robbie, surely some understanding from the Chelsea board that the problem is bigger than anything going on in the manager's office.
Yeah, of course, but I'd ask the question, Graham Potter then, why wasn't he given the time? Because have Chelsea improved, even spending all that money this summer in the recruitment? Would Graham Potter have done a worse job? Listen, I would have given Graham Potter more time, as I would give Pochettino more time. And you look at Chelsea compared to Brighton. Wow, 3rd in the Premier League table. De Zerbi, what a team Brighton are. And just before we finish, Steve, watching that first half, Sheffield United against Newcastle, will Paul Heckingbottom, again, be talking about referees? You know, the first goal, listen, I don't think the ball's out of play, but it's surely a handball. By the ball touching Gordon's hand, that's allowed him to keep control of the ball. I know it hasn't led, like, the new law, you know, off the goal scorer, but for me, it's handball, and the referee's got to see that and blow it for handball. So I just don't get it. Listen, and the penalty, Chris, I've seen Chris on social media saying he didn't think it was a penalty for Arsenal. But listen, the letter of the law, that's a handball.
Yeah.
Which the law's wrong, Steve. Nobody knows if handball's given or not. 08085 996 693, Steve.
Thank you very much. Robbie Savage and Chris Sutton with you for 6:06. You can book your calls in right now. Let's just run through all of the other scores this afternoon then. So in the Championship, Hull City 3-1 winners at Stoke City. Liam Rossini doing an amazing job. They're up to 4th in the table, and it was Sunderland 0, Cardiff 1. In the Scottish Premiership, Rangers beat Motherwell by 1-0 but they stay 3rd in the table despite that. And Aberdeen got their first win of the season. What a way to do it. 4-0. Victors over Ross County. Majowski, who scores so many of their goals, got 2 of them. Now, after a sensational 3 days of golf, Europe have retained the Solheim Cup. They drew 14-all with the USA and Spain. Ian Carter, it was a home favourite, holing the putt to keep the cup in European hands.
Yes, it was Carlotta Saganda doing it with birdies at the 16th and then the 17th to beat Nelly Korda 2-1, and that took Europe to the magic number of 14 points. And boy, they celebrated. The closing ceremony going on as we speak. Jubilant scenes have been continuing throughout, albeit for a drawn match. We watched it all with Lydia Hall, a winner on the Ladies European Tour. This is going to be massively celebrated, isn't it, by the whole European golf community?
Yeah, 100%. We'll be jumping on the back of this. There was outstanding performances today by Leona Maguire, who's second out, winning 4 and 3. Followed by Headwall, you know, the questionable pick, but she delivered. She stood up and absolutely delivered.
She came from 3 down on the back 9.
Yeah, incredible golf. And Maya Stark, Carlotta Saganda, I mean, what can I say? The last 2 holes were incredible.
And just a quick word on the level of celebrations, because there was still a match on the course which was ultimately won by Lexi Thompson against Emily Pedersen, but they had to wait for ages. Those celebrations that went on there were as though Europe had won, but it was only a draw.
Yeah, they retained the cup. They were a little premature, I think, with the celebrations, because they could have actually won and got to 14.5 points if Emily Pedersen did half her match going down 18 with Lexi, but it didn't get that far. Ended up Lexi a win on 17th green.
It sets it up beautifully, Steve. It really does, because we've got the Ryder Cup next week, but we only have to wait a year for the next Solheim Cup, and it will be the same captains, Suzanne Petterson for Europe and Stacey Lewis for America. I'm sure the US will be looking for revenge, even though they've not lost here. It feels like a European victory. They're the ones celebrating. They're the ones with their hands still on the Solheim Cup.
Thank you very much, guys. Let's go straight back to Nice, the Rugby World Cup, Scotland and Tonga. Claire Thomas.
Half-time here, where Scotland are very much in the driver's seat in this crunch Pool B match. They lead 24 points to 10 and, crucially, have the bonus point in the bag. Open side Rory Darge barrelled over from short range as though fired from a cannon, and Russell added the extras. Tonga are also down to 14. Their winger, Afusipa Taumau-Pau's high shot on Jamie Ritchie has been referred to the bunker, so we'll find out shortly whether or not he'll return in the second half. But for now, it is 40 played and Scotland lead by 14.
08085 909 693. You can book your call in now for 6:06. Robbie and Chris will be with you the other side of the game at Bramall Lane. Annie's song blasting out in the background. A lot of work for Sheffield United to do. Ali.
Yes, that is an understatement, Steve. Half-time, they're 3-0 down against a rampant Newcastle United. Paul Heckingbottom has made one change. One of the summer signings, the Ivorian, the winger Benny Traore, has come on for Jayden Bogle, who was playing right wing back in the first half. Looking at it, that at the moment, the way they've lined up right at the start of the second half, is to try and give Cameron Archer a little bit of support up top, Clinton Morrison, because they are sort of standing side by side. Newcastle on the ball early in the second half. Callum Wilson looking for a 1-2 with Miguel Almiron. Clearance initially blocked, then Ollie Norwood whacks the ball downfield with his right foot. Fabian Schär controls things comfortably, heads it to Trippier, who created the goals for Burnham Botman with fabulous delivery with his right foot. Anthony Gordon on for Harvey Barnes in this game. Gordon started on the bench, but Barnes went down early with an injury. He's looked dangerous. He created the first goal for Sean Longstaff, and that is why Sheffield United find themselves in the hole they're in, and Newcastle United have started this second half sharply as well. Here's Longstaff on the right, just about level with the penalty spot, thought about a cross, decided against it, plays back down the line towards Trippier. Almiron stretches, pokes the ball in the direction of Gordon, but Sheffield United intercept, and that's not a great pass out. Cameron Archer can't control that, and the ball goes out for a Newcastle throw. So Traore on to help Archer, you think?
Yeah, as a 2, but he ain't that big target man. I think he likes to work the channels, and they've gone to a back 4, so it's not a 3 now. I think it's a back 4 with El Mahadji coming out to right back.
Okay.
Luke Thomas and Johnny, John Egan and Robinson as the 2. Yeah, you can see it set as a 4.
Centre backs and Luke Thomas at left back. Okay, yeah, got that. Sheffield United 0, Newcastle United 3, and the stadium, the home fans a little silent at the start of the second half. Newcastle in total control of the ball at the moment as well. Botman, score of that third goal, plays it across to Cher curls a pass across his own half, which can be a risky thing to do, but it found its target in Elliot Anderson to Guimaraes, and back it comes to Botman. Longstaff being closed down by a couple of players in the red and white striped shirt. Sheffield United in those colours, black shorts with the red trim across the bottom and the black socks with the red tops, playing towards the Kop in this second half. Nick Pope now under pressure, just chips the ball with his left foot to the right and finds Cher, and Cher has a route out there because he plays on to Trippier, and Trippier goes long, looks for the speeding run of Almiron, couldn't quite find him, and Fotheringham wants to get Sheffield United on the front foot, so he bowls it out. So they've gone to the back 4. Mahodzic wide on the right, Luke Thomas wide on the left, and Egan and Robinson as the 2 centre backs. Vinny Souza, Ollie Norwood, Gustavo Hamer in midfield, and then Benny Traore and Cameron Archer as the front 2. And Newcastle have Pope in goal, Trippier, Cher, Botman and Byrne, Longstaff, Guimaraes and Anderson as their midfield 3. Anthony Gordon on for the injured Harvey Barnes early in the first half. He is wide on the left, Almiron on the right, and Callum Wilson, who's had chances to score himself in this game, he is playing through the middle. The ball is at Kieran Trippier's feet. 3.5 minutes into the second half. Line's already open for 6:06. Trippier with the diagonal. Wilson, good lead, flick onto Gordon, chests it down, corner of the box, onto his right foot, rolls the pass here, looking for the 1-2 with Longstaff, intercepted, but Newcastle will come again with Anderson. Longstaff, edge of the area, Gordon again looks for the 1-2, Longstaff goes down, no free kick, and the ball is brought away by Souza. Souza plays it down the right here to Traore. First touch of the second half for him, tries to go past his man but just pokes it too far, and it goes out for a throw into Newcastle on the left. Sheffield United 0, Newcastle 3. They may not win this game, Sheffield United, Clinton, but there's still a real job to be done in this second half, because a heavy defeat at home would be a hammer blow to morale, wouldn't it?
You're right, Al, you're spot on. And can they get a goal as well?
Yeah, here's McAtee looking for that. Down the right, chased by Newcastle defenders, still going, flicks that ball into the near post, and Newcastle were just patient there, let him run out of space, and then Traore through the back of Elliot Anderson concedes the free kick, so Newcastle will have a chance to clear their lines.
Yeah, Sosa gets proper frustrated, I understand that, but throwing on the hands and that, it's not always good. You need to stick together. I've seen it 2 or 3 times. He is a passionate player, but it's not good. Can't tell the whole fan that you're frustrated with an individual. It's not good, but it's good play again from McAtee. He's very good. He's a very good player.
Oh, lovely player to watch. Nick Pope, Newcastle's keeper, all in light blue. Short sleeve goalkeeping jersey, one of those pushing Jordan Pickford for his place in that England team come the Euros next summer. Aaron Ramsdale would be another, but he's got a slight problem on his hands. David Raya starting for the 3rd game in a row for Arsenal today in their 2-2 draw against Tottenham. John Murray was commentating on that game. Declan Rice came off at half-time with discomfort in his back.
Yeah, I wondered why they made a change. I think it couldn't be for his performance. It must have been an injury. Yeah.
So that'll be one to watch for Arsenal. Here's Dan Burn. Half volley cross with the left foot, really well caught. Guimaraes jumps athletically to try and win a header. This is on the edge of the Sheffield United penalty area. McAtee tries to bring it away, runs round Longstaff, and he's clattered by Trippier. Longstaff went down, McAtee went down, and no free kick given for either challenge. Longstaff back on his feet, chasing the ball from Trippier. Norwood read it, runs in and intercepts. And Luke Thomas, now there wasn't much in that, but Almiron did make contact from behind. Free kick for Sheffield United.
He should know better, Almiron, because when you're in that position as a centre forward, you want to go and press. But Luke Thomas has got nowhere to go. He's waiting for the contact. And you give away the free kick.
So free kick, Sheffield United sitting in that bottom 3, 1 point from the first 5 games going into today, and things looking pretty forlorn here in terms of their fixtures. West Ham away next weekend, Fulham away before the next international break. Ahmedhodzic back to Norwood, foul on the halfway line. Vinny Souza is down holding his face, holding his mouth and his nose, which is masked by his cupped right hand. And Stuart Atwell says that's going to be a free kick to Sheffield United. So I think the funny thing is, though, Clinton, with this Newcastle team and the way they played last season under Eddie Howe, obviously if Sheffield United get a goal, the home fans get into it. They don't necessarily strike me as a team that are going to wobble Newcastle.
No.
I mean, I think it already looks like they are absolutely determined second half to do this job, not concede a goal.
Yeah, and be professional. And they've got leaders and characters in that team, in particular Trippier, who will organise all of that. So it's going to be hard for Sheffield United, but they have to keep believing, Ali.
Yeah. Hamer deep inside his own half to Egan. Egan back from injury for this game, having missed the defeat at Tottenham Forest last week. Norwood plays back to Fotheringham. Fotheringham out wide to the left. Ball laid into the path of McAtee. Gave it back to Thomas. Back it comes to Robinson. So again, nice passing, but that's all done inside the Sheffield United half, so no threat at the moment. There's Hamer. Gets away from Elliot Anderson. Now he plays one through the lines. Brilliantly picked up by McAtee. And Traore's going to try and run onto the ball. It was meant for Archer. Hit Archer. Almost ran to Traore. And it's cleared for a Sheffield United throw on the right.
Yeah, that's what they're trying to do. Get into little pockets. Hamer, a good ball to McAtee. And he's in that number 10 causing problems.
It was pretty close to a foul throw, that, from Ahmedhodzic. But assistant referee was right there, and he'd know better than me. So Sheffield United...
I'm not sure about that, Ali. Don't do yourself a disservice there, mate.
Well, you've never seen me run the line for my lads team, Clinton. It's
I've seen him run it this afternoon.
Egan up towards Ahmedhodzic. Back it comes to Norwood. Floated ball down the right. Good lead. Oh, and Sven Botman's gone down, and he's hurt. He's holding sort of lower back at the moment. He's stayed down. Play continues, though. Newcastle with defending to do. Cameron Archer tackled on the edge of the penalty area. Newcastle with Botman down, continue to attack down the right, and then Trippier's tackled. It will be a Sheffield United throw. They'll keep going, actually. Or will the referee say we've got to stop the game now? Botman leapt, landed awkwardly. It's just the way he's holding, sort of lower back, top of right buttock. Just looks like he's sort of overstretched slightly there.
I think he's... Oh yes, so it's the way he's come down. So he's gone to win the header and he's come down. He hasn't landed on his back. It's his landing on his foot, and it just jars something in the back of his back.
Giving himself a rub at the moment. No one else showing too much sympathy. Dan Burn is saying, "Come on, fella, up you get. We've got a game to win here." Jason Tyndall, Eddie Howe's right-hand man, having some detailed instructions he's passing on there to Anthony Gordon, who takes a big slurp of drink from the blue water bottle. And Sheffield United restart the game with the throw. So 10 minutes gone in the second half. Lines open for 6:06, an hour of 6:06. Rat-a-tat-tat tonight with Chris Sutton and Robbie Savage. 08085 909 693 is the number to call. And then from half 7, build up towards our full commentary of Wales against Australia in the Rugby Union World Cup. Massive game for both. Australia have already lost to Fiji. Wales, of course, beat Fiji, and they've won 2 out of 2. So were Wales to win the game, they'd be looking really good for a spot in the knockout stages, and Australia would be on the brink of an exit in the group stages for the first time in their history of the competition. So real jeopardy on that game tonight. Well worth a listen on 5 Live and BBC Sounds. Here's Gordon on the left. He's overrun it for once. Ahmedhodzic takes it off him. Gordon continues the chase. Dan Burn steps in. beats Archer to the ball. Newcastle recycle it quickly. Wide it goes to Anderson. Byrne in the mood today, attacking down the left. Little dink cross into the near post, headed away by Egan. Anderson dummies a volley, flicks it back to Byrne. Byrne to Anderson, edge of the area. Gordon has just wandered dangerously into space there, but they couldn't find him. Guimaraes, surrounded by red and white shirts, deals with that. Across it comes to Fabian Schär, who'll sometimes hit them from there. Trippier's cross. Callum Wilson heads in from close range, and Newcastle United have a fourth. Wilson celebrates with the Newcastle fans. It was brilliantly worked from left to right. Callum Wilson has his goal, and Kieran Trippier has a third assist of the afternoon. What a player. Sheffield United 0, Newcastle United 4.
Yeah, it's brilliant play. Credit Fabian Schär. He steps out. I think the fans are telling him to shoot. Picks a good ball to Trippier, and he's got so much great vision, and the stand-up is brilliant. And this is where Callum Wilson, he scores goal. He's in the 6-yard box, and he wants to score goals. That's why he scored so many goals in his career. But brilliant stand-up from Trippier. Brilliant.
So Newcastle United now lead by 4-0. Some afternoon for them. You can hear their fans singing loud and proud away to our left. Bottom tier of that Bramall Lane stand. Newcastle fans, get your calls in tonight. 08085 909 693. Same goes for Sheffield United fans as well. What have you made of this afternoon and the start to the season? 4-0, and Sheffield United get us underway again, and the ball is played back to Fotheringham, the goalkeeper, beaten 4 times, and not much he could have done about any of the goals. And in fact, I can see Sheffield United fans making their way out of the Kop. They're heading home, Clinton.
Yeah, some are leaving just in front of us as well. Yeah, I think they've seen enough, but they still got to stick behind their team.
Longstaff looking to find Wilson in the middle. Wilson does get the ball now from Almiron. Almiron's hungry for a goal. Wilson tries to get it back to him. Might run to Wilson again. No, it doesn't inside the penalty area. Norwood there just in time for Sheffield United. That's a loose touch from Hamer. He's given the ball away. Newcastle are looking ruthless actually this afternoon. They know it's there for the taking, and they're going for more. Dan Byrne motoring again down the left. Gordon doesn't use him. Plays it here to Anderson. Eddie Howe. You'll never know it. Judging by his face, you never do. He doesn't give much away. He must be very, very satisfied with the performance his team has put in so far this afternoon. Trippier back to Schär. Schär's curling ball with his right foot out wide to Anderson. Sheffield United there for the taking. Pretty grim for them so far. 3 step overs from Elliot Anderson. Gordon almost gets in his way. Then the little scoop cross to the far post. That's really good defending there from Robinson. Wilson there making a nuisance of himself. Robinson again just scoops a clearance high up in the air. Trippier underneath it. Heads it to his left. Volleyed away up towards the halfway line. Intercepted by Schär. Controls it on the volley. Then cushions a little pass to Trippier. And back it comes to Sven Botman. Everything going Newcastle's way.
It is, and Sheffield United can't let them go and make it 5 or 6. They're dented. Their confidence is dented already, but it's been brilliant from Newcastle.
Anthony Gordon towards Wilson, central position just outside the box. Just a little confused between him and Longstaff. I wonder whether Wilson was trying to tee himself up for a right-footed shot, and Longstaff possibly thought the pass was for him. But there's more goals in this.
Oh, definitely. You're centre forward. You want to stay on that pitch and score goals. Even Isak, I'd be warming up if I was him. You want to get on the pitch, wouldn't you?
Showing the manager.
Yeah. I want to get on the pitch. I want to get some goals.
Yeah. Scotland 24, Tonga 10, half-time score in the Rugby Union World Cup. Commentary over on Radio 5 Sports Extra. If you're not already subscribed to the Rugby Union Daily podcast on BBC Sounds, I can highly recommend that as another one of our pod offerings. Dan Burns, floated ball to the back post. Wilson delicately tries to bring it down in mid-air. He's tackled, and at the moment for Sheffield United, anywhere will do. It's just thumped out and goes out for a throw-in to Newcastle, who lead by 4-0. 15 in 18 Premier League games for Callum Wilson. That sort of form, Clinton, that is lovely as a striker, isn't it?
So he's just scoring goals, and he's not starting a lot of games either.
No.
They're kind of rotating him and Isak, but he's a goal scorer. That's what he's there. He's born to score goals, and that's what he does.
He's on 42 Premier League goals for Newcastle now. Shola Ramiobi next in the list on 43 alongside Andy Cole. Then you've got Beardsley on 46, so they're all in range. And there's a fella called Shearer. He's got 148, so he's got a little bit of a way.
I think he'll have to go somewhere. I'm not sure if he'll catch him. But
I don't think he'll have time. Guimaraes forward to Longstaff. Longstaff plays in Gordon. Must be 5. Poor finish. That'll be offside. Yeah, Almiron sticks it away. I mean, I can see that from here. I'm not a great lino.
I told you you're a good lino. You can see that from there. He's miles offside, Almiron. Gordon should be putting the ball in the back of the net. It's a good save from Fodrum.
Yeah.
But this could get out of hand for Sheffield United.
Yeah, it looks like it's going that way. That's a weak finish from Anthony Gordon. They're just going to check the offside, but he's well offside, Almiron, when the ball comes from the Fotheringham save. I think Tom Davis is about to come on for Sheffield United just to try and get something into this performance, because Sheffield United are being absolutely overrun at the moment, and they've still got half an hour of the game to go. Fotheringham clears with his left foot.
You know what, from Newcastle,
yes.
I'm bringing on the youngsters like Hall and Livramento in a game like that, because you played in the midweek, so you can give them some minutes.
Great shout, Clinton. Yes, here's Gordon. Could that be a better finish? Yes, it can. Right-footed curler into the bottom corner. Nightmare afternoon for Sheffield United, but Newcastle have a fifth. Anthony Gordon with a peach. Sheffield United 0, Newcastle United 5.
Yeah, and look, you can see this place is clearing now. It's clearing massively. Everyone's going disappearing. They've had enough. To be fair, it's brilliant from Gordon. Probably been the best player on the pitch this afternoon. He wants to come in on his right foot. Mahodzic should be showing him down the line. Once he comes in there, it's a fantastic finish. Why didn't he do that 30 seconds ago, though, Al?
that is a much harder goal to score.
Thank you, Ali.
Yeah.
You're spot on, mate. But it's a fantastic finish from Gordon.
But do you think that's almost, Clinton, he's expected to finish the first one, and that's kind of in his head, right, I must stick this away, whereas that one, it's just natural.
You know what?
There it is, whip.
You're spot on now. The first one, he's expected to score, so he's not he's thinking about it too much. That one, he's not thinking about it, and he's ice cool, and he just whips it into the bottom corner. Brilliant goal. Best player on the pitch for me this afternoon.
Right, Tom, and he wasn't meant to be starting. Well, I mean,
he wasn't.
He didn't start. Harvey Barnes got injured, and Anthony Gordon came on. So 5-0.
Maybe second best player. I forgot about Trippier's 3 assists.
Yeah.
It's a hard one, isn't it?
5 different goal scorers. Statman Dave's going to be on to me about Trippier as well. We're actually running a joint team, an FPL fantasy football team on the podcast this season. So me, Chris and Dave are basically doing our best to beat everyone in the world at this game. And Dave did say Kieran Trippier. I said, yeah, I know, but he's very expensive and he's not really been delivering the assists so far this season. So let's go Botman instead, which is fine.
No, it's fine. He's got you some points, maybe a clean sheet and a goal today.
But Trippier
3 assists. Both of them would have been brilliant.
I'm going to be in trouble. I'm going to be in trouble with Chris and Dave. Ball wide left with Elliot Anderson. Horrible afternoon for Sheffield United, this one. Oh, Guimaraes clever, round Hamer. Could be any number this, because Newcastle keep pouring forward. Trippier wide to Almiron. Guimaraes tries to find him again. Sheffield United have stemmed that attack for now. Back it comes to Robinson, and Robinson just clears it with his left foot. Scotland, Tonga, second half Rugby Union World Cup. Claire Thomas.
14, Tonga needed to find something, and upset all 148 kilos of their skipper, Ben Taimefuna. Predictably, he was unstoppable from short range, and Havili maintained his immaculate record from the tee. The gap has shrunk to 7 in Nice. It is Scotland 24, Tonga 17.
Commentary continues on Radio 5 Sports Extra. Wales, Australia on 5 Live and BBC Sounds tonight. Kicks off at 8 o'clock. Gordon goes down in the penalty area, and the referee had a really good view of that. Mahodzic with the challenge, and immediately Stuart Atwell said no penalty. Botman clears. Gordon still hobbling, so Anderson can't use him. Tries to dance his way past Mahodzic and Davis. Both of them attempt the tackle. Anderson still holds onto it for Newcastle. Guimaraes lets the ball run across his body. Hamer gives him a barge out of frustration, but the ball's already with Trippier. Back to Guimaraes. Newcastle in change kick this afternoon. The sort of dark blue or dark grey tops. Difficult to tell from up here. Matched with the yellow shorts, yellow socks and yellow numbers on the back. And they're leading Sheffield United by 5-0. Longstaff, Byrne, Botman, Wilson, Gordon, the goal scorers. Here is Gordon. Plays in field to Elliot Anderson, the 20-year-old. Guimaraes floats one across the halfway line. Trippier kills it stone dead on his right boot. Guimaraes again making the run forward. Inside right channel, 40 yards from goal. Almiron pops up from behind him. Not the best first touch from Anderson, made it awkward. Sheffield United finally have the ball. Here's Benny Traore. He's going to have to try and do it on his own, and Anderson chases and slides in and makes a good clean tackle. Traore didn't really have an option. That'll be a throw into Sheffield United, and they're going to make another change. Anis Slimane will come on, the Tunisian. Another one of the summer signings, but it's it's a bit of a lost cause at the moment, trailing 5-0, and Hamer is the man to come off, and he's going to be saved for another day. He's made a good start to his Sheffield United career, but they are just being outplayed and overrun.
Yeah, you're getting overrun. The game's over as a contest. You might as well rest him and get him wrapped up for next week.
Clinton Morrison with us on 5 Live at BBC Sounds. Monday Night Club as ever. Tomorrow night at 7 o'clock for a couple of hours, and then 5 Live Golf will be well worth a listen from 9. Mark Chapman and the team, as the ball is played through by Guimaraes, and he couldn't quite find Callum Wilson. Reflections on the thrilling 3 days of golf in Spain in the Solheim Cup. The match eventually finished 14 points apiece, so Europe retained the trophy, having been 4-0 down after the opening session. Some comeback, that build up towards the Ryder Cup. We are there for all of it. Preview show on Thursday night from 7 o'clock, and then it all starts Friday morning. From 6, breakfast will be there. Gordon's ball into that Sheffield United penalty area. It's loose in there. Oh my goodness me, Wilson went for it. Strong challenge on him. It was a clean challenge, and it had to be as well. Otherwise that would have been a penalty. Sheffield United bring it out, and the pass forward is inaccurate, and Newcastle have possession again. Yeah, you can see by the body language of players, they wish it was the end of the game. They've still got 20-something minutes left of this, so it's going to be, they have to just stay in it together, be more compact, because it's not worth, you're not going to come back after this scoreline, but you don't want to concede any more goals. If it gets 6-7 out, it's outrageous result. 23 minutes plus added time to be played, and Newcastle are showing absolutely no signs of letting up here. And as you say, Clinton, there'll be players coming off the bench who want to make an impression. So Sheffield United have really got to switch on. 5-0 down. Sounds a slightly ridiculous thing to say, doesn't it? Here's Cher inside his own half, all the time in the world, just to curl a ball to Elliot Anderson, who's unmarked. Driving run forward. Again, he almost runs into Gordon. They've not quite been on the same wavelength for the last few minutes or so. Back to Longstaff. Guimaraes plays back to Botman, who seems to be okay, having pulled up after landing awkwardly. Tonali and Isak is coming in. Isak's coming on. Jacob Murphy might be coming on. Almiron plays it to Guimaraes. Almiron makes a run. Good run. Almiron's in. 6-0. Slicing through the Sheffield United defence. That is fabulous football. But Sheffield United have gone walkabout this afternoon. 6 goals, 6 different scorers. Sheffield United hit for 6. Sheffield United 0, Newcastle United 6.
There's more to come in this hour. It's brilliant. Newcastle kept the ball for about 20 passes. Not one Sheffield United player's gone, you know what, I'm going to make a strong tackle. And just to know that you're in a game. It's not a game, it's not even a contest at the moment, but once Almiron gets into that position, fantastic finish. This could be 7, 8 or 9. I'm out, because at the moment you just look at them, they look dejected. Someone that's out there in that Sheffield United team has to keep them going, and I'm looking at it, I can't see it, maybe apart from John Egan.
Stadium continues to empty, so every time a goal goes in, more seats flip up and people disappear. Sheffield United need their fans, and you can see, out on the pitch, they're gathering in groups, these Sheffield United players, and someone, as you say, Clint, has got to get in there and say, this stops now. So Premier League record is 9-0.
They need to be more solid. They're way too open at the moment, and you've got someone like Isak coming on who want goals, so you just have to be more solid. They must be really frustrated.
Manchester United did it to Ipswich, Leicester did it to Southampton. I think Manchester United did it to Southampton as well. We'll look that one up. Just want to be absolutely sure I've got that right, but I'm pretty sure I am. 9-0 is record Premier League scoreline, and I'm not saying that disrespectfully to Sheffield United, but you're right, Clinton, the way this second half has gone, that is definitely feasible. Wilson, Trippier, Almiron off. So Almiron's last act on the pitch, and he was desperate to get himself a goal. He did exactly that and got his goal.
Yeah, he was desperate. He was really desperate, and them other players are desperate to get on the pitch and make something happen.
So Tonali and Livramento and Isak are on. And again, that just shows you the squad strength. Desperate afternoon for Sheffield United. 6-0 down at home to Newcastle, and still 20 minutes or so to play. It's going to be a big talking point tonight on 606. Lines are open, 08 085 909 693. Robbie and Chris taking the calls for an hour tonight, and then we're over to France for Wales against Australia. Scotland Tonga at the moment continues over on Radio 5 Sports Extra. Newcastle go hunting the ball hungrily. Sheffield United have barely had any possession at all in this second half. Such a morale sapping afternoon for them in terms of attempted Premier League survival. Here they come. Possible chance. Ahmedhodzic shoots high over the bar. Well, that was better football. That was half a chance. But he's knocked it over and it's gone behind for a goal kick.
It's good play. He's got to hit the target though. Once he gets into that position, good 1-2 with Traore. He really should be working Nick Pope. He blazes it over. Great opportunity for Sheffield United.
Goal kick Newcastle. They lead 6-0. Sheffield United have tumbled all the way to the bottom of the Premier League table due to the goal difference now. Basically stands at -10. So coming into today, they'd lost 4 of the first 5 games, but they'd only been beaten in each of those defeats by a single goal, and loads of those late goals. Today they have been absolutely walloped. Luton, Burnley and Sheffield United all on 1 point apiece. Bournemouth sit on 3. They lost at Brighton today. You've got Wolves and Everton on 4. Elliot Anderson, Maisie Daisy run through the heart of the Sheffield United midfield. It's amazing to look out across the stadium. So many blocks of empty seats, apart from the black and white striped end, lower tier, away to our left, which is still absolutely jam-packed. I'm sure the Olays will start soon. Sheffield United 0, Newcastle United 6. If you are just tuning in, yes, 6 different scorers for Newcastle in this romp at Bramall Lane. Guimaraes to Tonali, toying with Sheffield United, making them chase. Byrne plays back to Pope. Has had nothing to do in the second half, was called into action early on in the game, and Sheffield United actually started quite brightly. Share up to Gordon. Gordon slightly overrun that inside his own half, gets away with it. Tonali with his outside of his right foot finds Guimaraes across to Dan Byrne. Dan Byrne comes chugging forward. Souza sort of jogging alongside him. Back it comes to Guimaraes. Guimaraes running across the face of the Sheffield United penalty area to Gordon. Little flick. Longstaff. Isak. Isak inside the penalty area. Cross comes in from the right from Livramento. And that's intercepted, and McAtee on the ball for Sheffield United, but chased by Tonali, who will be full of running. Takes him to the byline, to the edge of the pitch. Doesn't go out for a throw, but then Gordon's there with the challenge, and it does go out for a throw to Sheffield United. 18 minutes to play, plus added time. Sheffield United 0. Newcastle United 6, with Chris Basham about to come onto the field. I was talking about Sheffield United quite optimistically at the start of the afternoon, Clinton, in terms of, you know, only 1 point on the board, but the performances, and it had only been late goals. But this really sets them back badly today.
Yeah, it does, because some of the games they've been in the games, but not today. They've capitulated today. It's been really sloppy.
Giving the ball away again, that is sloppy, to Alexander Isak, speeding into the Sheffield United penalty area. 2 defenders on him, can't quite keep it. Might come back to Longstaff. Deflected shot, Guimaraes! 7-0! Like an arrow into the top corner. Newcastle absolutely rampant at Bramall Lane. Every shot they hit goes in. Sheffield United 0, Newcastle United 7.
This place is empty and so quick as well. And you know what? They give the ball away, then they get back. And you know when it's not your day, you make a tackle, it deflects to Bruno Guimaraes. He's 6 yards out, and he just puts it into an empty net. But yeah, wow, I cannot believe what I'm watching this afternoon. They've completely gone Sheffield United.
Well, it is time to start looking through the record books at record wins and record defeats for both clubs and that kind of thing. Sheffield United 0, Newcastle United 7. Yes, of course, Newcastle beat Sheffield Wednesday 8-0. So the other Sheffield team on 19th of September 1999. That was an 8-0 win. This is 7-0. Tell you the other one as well, if the goals do keep going in. That is 7 different scorers as well, Clinton, which is quite unusual.
Very unusual. Very, very unusual.
Yeah.
They just got... I don't get it. They still got 2 strikers. Just being nice and compact, and hard to break down. They're still trying to go to try and get goals. And you're just leaving yourself wide open.
Well, Clinton did say at the start of the afternoon we get more goals than the North London derby, which was our first commentary of the afternoon, which was some game, by the way.
I didn't know it was going to be this much out for one team either.
No, that's right. That one finished 2-2. All the highlights well worth watching tonight. Match of the day 2, BBC 1 at 10:30, and this one 8 over. Tom Davis floated ball into the Newcastle box. Byrne leaps and heads it away. Elliot Anderson heads the ball, and then he runs into Souza, and that was unfortunate. Souza was just in the way. Well, hang on. Who's getting yellow carded? Souza.
No, I think Slimani got a yellow card because he's running over to the referee to complain. Okay, so right. He booked him.
Yeah.
Not Souza, because he's run into him. I don't even think it was a foul.
So Lee Blakeman, our producer, I think is showing us this Newcastle United's record club win in Division 2 this game back in 1946 was 13-0 against Newport County. Okay. Scotland, Tonga, what's going on in the Rugby Union World Cup? Claire Thomas.
Well, Tonga absolutely flew out of the blocks at the start of this second passage of play, but Scotland have finally broken the stalemate through replacement scrum half George Horn. George Horn is over. Conversion to come, but Scotland back up and running. That's their 5th try of the afternoon. They lead 29 points to 17.
Yeah, no problem, Claire. I feel like that a little bit this afternoon as well, trying to keep across all these goal scorers. 7 of them for Newcastle. Longstaff, Byrne, Botman, Wilson, Gordon, Almiron and Guimaraes. And the cameraman, or camera woman, has just done a very clever job. I'm sure you're going to see this on Match of the Day 2 tonight. Just picked up a Sheffield United fan clad in the replica kit, and Clinton, eyes not on the football. What was she doing?
She was reading a book. That's how interested she was.
She's
when
given
she was
up.
reading a book. She'd given up.
Reading a book here with her team trailing by 7 goals to 0. 6:06 on the way. We're into the last 15 minutes of the game. Bramall Lane continues to empty, and here's Longstaff on the ball across to Guimaraes. Guimaraes slices a pass badly there. Mahodzic intercepts. Man on shout a few Sheffield United fans. And here's Basham, one of the substitutes, charging down the right. Can Sheffield United at least get themselves a goal? Tackle made by Guimaraes. Newcastle won't give up a goal easily. They will try and defend the clean sheet proudly. But here they come, Sheffield United. Basham in space on the right, slice cross, stretching, and it lands on the roof of Nick Pope's net. Some statement from Newcastle as well, actually, Clinton. And I've been quite impressed with their ruthlessness and their desire just to go on and on and on, and realise this is a team there for the taking. They're going to absolutely crush them.
Yeah, because that 3-0 is the game over, and they could just sit there and just say, let's keep it in second gear. But they've gone to 3rd, to 4th and to 5th gear. They've been outstanding in the second half. They've been ruthless. And as I said, you want to make a statement, and this is a big statement from Newcastle.
More stats coming from Lee Blakeman on all the goals Newcastle are scoring. I tell you what, though, they might be on their way for an 8, so we'll come back to it in a second. It's actually going to render that stat irrelevant. Here's Gordon inside the penalty area. Livramento in support, wide on the right, and Gordon goes bustling away back to Tonali. Tonali inside right channel, 25 yards from goal, plays it back to Fabian Schär. Newcastle last one 7-0 not so long ago at Morecambe, September 2020, in the League Cup 3rd round. League Cup commentaries on the way. Midweek on 5 Live Sports Extra and BBC Sounds. Tuesday night we've got Salford City against Burnley on 5 Live. Manchester United against Clinton Morrison's former club Crystal Palace on Sports Extra. And Wednesday night it's Newcastle. This Newcastle team up against Manchester City, which will be an interesting one. That's going to be a much changed Manchester City team. Pep Guardiola has already said that with all the injuries they've got. That'll be 5 Live on Wednesday night. Lincoln against West Ham will be your commentary on Sports Extra. Ryder Cup on the way next week as well. Oh yes, starts early Friday morning, and 5 Live will be there right from the start of the week, in fact. But in terms of the commentary, breakfast show will come live from the Marco Simone Golf Course, 6 o'clock Friday morning, and commentary all the way through from 9 in the morning and across the weekend. Sheffield United 0, Newcastle United 7. Lots of Newcastle United possession. Guimaraes caught late, advantage play. Newcastle continue to pour forward. Anthony Gordon holds on to the ball. He's got 4 players ahead of him. He's just running across the Sheffield United half. Look at Dan Burn busting a gut there to get forward from left back. Anderson to Longstaff, half tackled, might run to Tonali. Anderson says no, takes it off him. Anderson dummies the shot, out it comes to Livramento, cross is blocked, and behind it goes for a corner. Anderson hasn't scored yet, but that showed a bit of confidence as well, Clinton. Tonali's about to take the ball, and Anderson goes, no, out my way.
Yeah, it takes it off him. If it was me, he won't be taking that off me. I'll be having a shot. Tonali should have said, no, I'm having it. But yeah, Hall's coming on now, isn't it, Al? So that'll be good for him.
Will make a debut.
That's his debut. I was going to say that.
Will make a debut, yes. Played a bit of football, particularly towards the end of last season for Chelsea, as an attacking left wing back under Frank Lampard. Number 20 on. Corner in for Newcastle. There's the header. Tipped over the bar. I think that was Anderson. He's desperate to get himself on the score sheet. Wants to get the 8th. Sheffield United 0, Newcastle United 7. 08085 909 693 to get your calls in straight after the game to speak to Chris Sutton and Robbie Savage. And then after 6:06, taking you back to the Rugby Union World Cup 8 o'clock kick-off tonight, Wales against Australia. Into the last 10 minutes, corner comes in, an away swing, it's headed away, controlled beautifully by Livramento. Wide it goes again to Tonali. Time to cross in. Byrne tries to get another goal by throwing himself at it. Fabian Schär curls one over the bar. And that was neither one nor t'other. It wasn't really a cross. It wasn't really a shot. There was no power. It was just sort of a loop chip over the bar.
Yeah, he got excited. He got very excited. He thought he could bend that into the far corner. He thought everyone else is scoring. I fancy my chances.
Yeah. Well, he normally gives it a hammer though. Schär can really hit them, doesn't he? But he went a bit sort of messy with that one, didn't he?
Yeah, he did. Yeah, he tried to go right into that top corner, a little bender.
Yeah, getting ideas above his station. So Lewis Hall comes on for Bruno Guimaraes, who gets himself a rest. Newcastle against Manchester City Wednesday, then at home to Burnley, then at home to Paris Saint-Germain in the Champions League, which will be some night at St James's Park. Champions League nights back at St James's Park for the first time in a couple of decades. 5 Live will be there, of course, and West Ham away before the next international break. So last 10 minutes of the game, away end still packed, joyous Newcastle fans. Sheffield United on the ball inside their own half. Tom Davies plays it to his left. Newcastle United chasing. Luke Thomas wriggles out of a tight spot. It's good football. Here comes Egan, who served this club proudly for many years, and this will be one of his worst afternoons in the red and white of Sheffield United. Traore, that's a nice ball edge of the penalty area, couldn't quite take it in stride. Tom Davies, well tackled by Livramento. Here's Gordon. Gordon plays it up to Isak. Gordon continues his run. Isak couldn't get the pass away, comes back to Anderson. Tackled from behind heavily by Tom Davies, and that will be a free kick to Newcastle.
Yeah, to be fair, Anderson should have released that straight away to Hall. Hall was in, he having too many touches, and Davies had to make that tackle, to be fair.
Sheffield United 0, Newcastle United 7. Last 10 minutes at Bramall Lane. 5 Live and BBC Sounds. Benny Traore makes a run, screams in frustration as the ball doesn't get played down the right. Basham's in a spot of bother, turns, fires it forward, and it's headed away by Anderson. And some of those Newcastle players who've been out there from the start do look a little jaded, unsurprisingly, but I mean, what a shift they put in, front foot and back foot, and what a win this is going to be. After a sticky start to the season, of course, because they won their first game handsomely against Villa, then lost away to Manchester City, beaten by the 10 men of Liverpool, Darwin Núñez off the bench with those 2 fabulous finishes, and lost 3-1 away to Brighton. They've bounced back brilliantly since then. Here's Traore, tackled by Byrne, 7 minutes plus added time remaining at the end of this game. Stuart McCall still barking out the instructions for Sheffield United. Akmahodzic across to Sousa. Sousa's floated ball across the halfway line. Livramento is sucked into challenging for that, and the ball breaks nicely on the left. What can Sheffield United do with this? They can find Tom Davies in central midfield. Playing across the park here to Sousa. Akmahodzic is there. Poor first touch from him. Longstaff in to win it. Lewis Hall runs into trouble. Tackled by Basham, still Basham, plays the ball just outside the penalty area. Basham's back onto it again, chance possibly to get a shot away, they can't this time. Comes back to Tom Davies, shoots some of the Sheffield United fans in faint desperation. Akmahodzic, back to Sousa. Sousa rolls the ball under the studs of his right boot. Cross it comes to Tom Davies, 25 yards out. Newcastle still holding that defensive line. Davies again, edge of the box, driving to his left, hits it high, over the bar. Goal kick, 7-0 to Newcastle.
Yeah, they just lack quality. Defensively, they've been nowhere near good enough this season defensively. Conceding far too many goals. You come to the Premier League, you can't concede that much goals, and they just look like they're lacking a cutting edge up front. Archer will score goals. Yeah. He needs support around him.
Yeah, not really at a sniff this afternoon. Clinton Morrison with us on 5 Live and BBC Sounds. Sven Botman at walking pace inside the Newcastle penalty area, trying to draw Sheffield United players in. Unsurprisingly, their hearts don't look massively in it. Trailing by 7-0. Thoughts of Paul Heckingbottom and Eddie Howe live, hopefully, for you during 6:06 before we start the build-up to Wales-Australia from 7:30. Kick-off at 8 o'clock in that massive game in the Rugby Union World Cup tonight. Schär plays it forward. Isak tries to control on the run. Ball skids away from him. Egan plays back to his goalkeeper, Fodderingham. floats one down the middle of the pitch, headed forward by Longstaff. Tom Davis nods it down to Traore. Traore controls to Sousa, to Davis. Nice ball with the outside of his right foot. Slimane tries to slide one through, and Dan Burn reads it. Well, he's been good, actually, Dan Burn.
Yeah, he's been very good, very good. They didn't bring him in as a left back. They brought him in as a centre half when he was playing at Brighton, but he's been outstanding at left back. Really, really good.
Ball is back with Fotheringham, and the pain is almost over for Sheffield United fans still inside this stadium. 5 minutes plus added time remaining. Newcastle leading by 7 goals to 0. There's one for Archer to chase. Pope sees the danger, comes across and takes absolutely no chances on his left foot, just side puts it straight out of play for a throw into Sheffield United on the right. Basham comes sprinting forward to pick up the replacement ball off the white plastic cone, holds it high above his head, looks for an option. Who's still making themselves available at this late stage? Well, Traore tries to. Lewis Hall does well to win it for Newcastle, slightly overruns it. Sliding challenge from Sousa. Slimane with Tonali at his back. Sousa's there again. Ball runs away to Livramento, jogging forward inside his own half, and finds Longstaff. Longstaff to Tonali, wide to Livramento. Can Newcastle find an eighth? Isak stretches. Davis is there, heads it back, but only as far as Isak. Lovely skill. It is an eighth. Alexander Isak, the 8th different scorer on the day, gifted a goal this time by the header from Tom Davis, and Sheffield United do not know what's hit them. Sheffield United 0, Newcastle United 8.
I can't see where Tom Davis is trying to head that ball. He's just played Isak in on goal. Surely he's got to be hooking that away. No time to be trying to play pretty football or head it back to a defender. Clear your lines, but credit to Isak. Once he gets into that position, he's ice cool, Ali. The finish is fantastic. He sits the defender down and coolly just passes it past Fotheringham into the empty net. Brilliant finish.
Sheffield United could have scored first in this game, and the first 20 minutes actually were fairly even. They were creating chances. Newcastle then got their goal, and they have just been on the rampage ever since. And Sheffield United, this could be so damaging for the entire season. A defeat like this, and Stuart McCall, the coach, just had his head in his hands.
What can you do? Well, it's not. You can't blame the management. The players they say it up. They cross that white line. It's up to them now to see it out. And the managers can say, and the coaches can say as much as they want on the touchline. They've just folded like a pack of cards in the second half. It's been nowhere near good enough.
Joint best ever Premier League victory for Newcastle. That one we talked about against Sheffield Wednesday. So they've done it against Sheffield Wednesday back in '99. This is time to try and equal that Premier League record if they can get a 9th. 8 different goal scorers as well. Chris Sutton and Robbie Savage take the calls. What a ball forward to Elliot Anderson. They might just get 9, you know. Here's Anderson running away from Sousa. Did well for Sheffield United. Made sure that he won that tackle. Tom Davis goes hurtling into a challenge. Dan Burn deals with Traore. Burn flicks it over the head of Basham. Tries to get onto it. The ball runs here to Gordon, the danger man. Gordon surrounded by red and white shirts. Goes to try and win that ball back. Sheffield United will play out from the back at right back, but it only goes out for a throw-in to Newcastle wide on the left. Not long left in this game. We're in the 89th minute, in fact. Another picture up on the screen, the replay monitor in front of us, of a young Sheffield United fan in a replica shirt with the glummest of glum faces, those cheeks all puffed out with her face just cupped in her hands, as Newcastle continue to play with the ball. 90th minute of the game, and they lead Sheffield United by 8 goals to 0. And it's one of those where Eddie Howe at the end will come over almost apologetically, I think, to Paul Heckingbottom, because he'll know just how awful that feels for an opposition manager.
Yeah, it's not good. It's not good. Obviously, his team have done a thorough professional job, have been outstanding. But yeah, he'll be feeling it for Paul Heckingbottom, most definitely. No manager likes to lose that much.
Don't get many wins of this magnitude in the Premier League. Right up there. 8 goals to 0. 30 seconds plus added time remaining, and Newcastle cruelly just making Sheffield United chase and chase and chase. Botman up towards Anderson, trying to turn it round the corner, flicked on by Longstaff, who started the rout with the first goal this afternoon. Tonali heads it to his right, Slimane onto it. Can Sheffield United at the very least find themselves a goal. 08085 909 693 to get those calls into 606. 6 minutes of added time.
The officials could have been a bit
poor.
You know, they didn't really need to put up the 6 minutes, did they?
6 minutes of added time. Sheffield United got to be careful here. They don't want to be on the end of a record equalling or even a record setting Premier League defeat. 8-0 down. Dan Burn on the ball, floated with his left foot just beyond Gordon. Gordon turns and chases, and Egan, that's a tired swing of the right boot, slices it out for a throw-in to Newcastle on the left. It will take a lot of coming back from, this will, for Sheffield United. Rock bottom of the Premier League table. Goal difference has taken an absolute hammering. 1 point from the first 6 games. Burn back here to Botman. Botman just outside his own penalty area into added time now at the end of this game. Chris and Robbie on the way, then World Cup rugby tonight. Football Daily for all the reaction to today's football. Subscribe to that via the BBC Sounds app, and while you're at it, get yourself onto the Rugby Union Daily as well. 5 Live Golf tomorrow night will be a good listen from 9 o'clock. Here come Newcastle again. Isak looks for Gordon. Gordon just stopped in his tracks by Akmahodzic. Fotheringham clears with his left foot. Traore controls it on his thigh. Still Newcastle players. That's good skill buzzing around him. Manages to get it back in the end to Basham back to Fotheringham. Newcastle fans giving it the woo as Gordon goes chasing, and the ball's played up the middle to Archer. Archer lays it off into midfield. Tonali stretches. It does feel like the whole game now actually is slowing down to a bit of a jog. Sheffield United's biggest league defeat, I'm reading, was 10-3 at Middlesbrough in November 33. So this will be their biggest ever league defeat in the history of the football club, an 8-goal margin. A sorry day for Sheffield United, who trail Newcastle by 8-0. But the other thing I'd say, Clinton, taking us right back to the start of the day and remembering the life of young Maddie Cusack, who tragically passed away in the week, is it just reminds you that, you know, we love our football teams and we think it's the be-all and end-all. It is absolutely not, is it? Far more important things go on.
Oh yeah, than losing 8-0. Yeah, there's far more important things in life. It will hurt, but as you said, far much more important things.
Yeah, Sheffield United fans waiting for the full-time whistle. Newcastle possibly will go looking for a 9th. Clock is ticking down. 3.5 minutes to play. Can Newcastle find the 9th? How desperately do they want the 9th? Would those players out there be aware that the Premier League record is 9-0? Let's see, here's Livramento on the right. Livramento comes in field. Gordon, left-footed ball. Isak stretches one of those long legs out and controls it beautifully on his left foot. Pass out to the right. I think that's Longstaff out there. Good challenge on him by Slimani. Slimani gets it away. Tonali's there to stop Archer in his tracks. Fabian Schär applauds the defensive effort from his midfielder. And we're into the last 3 minutes of the game. And as we look across the pitch to the John Street stand, look to the right to the Kop stand, there are more empty seats than there are Sheffield United fans. If you want your say with Chris and Robbie, Sheffield United fans, do it tonight on 606. Here's Traore. On the right, chased again by loads of Newcastle players, desperate still to keep the clean sheet. Here's Tom Davies 40 yards out, finds Slimani, right-footed ball to the edge of the box, too easy to intercept. Could almost be a 2-on-2 this. Gordon will fancy this. Anthony Gordon gets the ball at his feet, one-on-one with Egan. Look at the run from Lewis Hall. Egan trips Gordon, and that does stop the attacking opportunity for Newcastle, because they were bombing forward again, and Egan gets the booking.
Yeah, Gordon should have rode it to young Hall though. I don't know why he had to come inside. He's had a brilliant day, but give it to the youngster. It's because he's enjoying his game, but the youngster Hall was making a great overlapping run, but maybe he's thinking, I don't want it to be 9.
It's going to be a record defeat this, a record defeat in the club's history, league defeat for Sheffield United. These players will not want that on their records. Schär is up there to try and win a header from the set piece. Ball drops loose on the edge of the penalty area, 90 seconds to play, and Schär barges in to try and win the ball back as he was on his way back to his position.
You know what it looks like, Al? It looks like they've got 10 men, Sheffield United at times, as in the second half, and it's hard, and now it's going to be a big job for Paul Heckingbottom to get his players up for the next game, but they'll be wanting the next game to come thick and fast, to be fair, because you don't want to be, you always have this at the back of your mind. When you put your head on the pillow tonight, you'll be thinking about this.
West Ham away, next weekend for Sheffield United. Slimani plays it forward to Archer. Sheffield United still coming. Cher backpedaling. What can Archer do? Inside the Newcastle box, back to the edge of the box. Tom Davies hits the shot, deflects, and Basham just lays it back here into the path of Sousa. 50 seconds to play offside. Well, that sums it up for Sheffield United. Slight bit of attacking threat towards the end of the game, and the offside flag is up. We are handing to 6:06 shortly. 8-0 to Newcastle. I'll do it now so it doesn't take up any more time. Your 8 goal scorers this afternoon: Longstaff, Byrne, Botman, Wilson, Gordon, Almiron, Guimaraes and Isak. Trippier with 3 assists. I haven't got the rest of the assists written down. It's a day that the
Gordon
Are you going to try and work it out?
I couldn't even remember all the goal scorers.
I know.
Fair play to you for remembering them.
Yeah,
I lost.
Well, I've written them down.
5.
I've written them down, Clinton.
Right.
Match of the day 2, 10:30 BBC One. Possibly not for Sheffield United fans tonight. A day to be forgotten. 6:06 is on the way. Tonali driving forward. 10 seconds to go. Oh, his pass into the back of the legs of Longstaff, and the full-time whistle blows here at Bramall Lane. A sorry day for Sheffield United. They have been absolutely thumped by Newcastle by 8-0. The Newcastle fans joyously sing and celebrate away to our left. An afternoon that they will long remember, and an afternoon really, Clinton, that we won't forget in a long time, because first 20 minutes was pretty even, and then once Newcastle got the first, Sheffield United absolutely fell apart.
Yeah, it was outstanding. Sheffield United started the game ever so well, but you're right, they capitulated after they went 1 and then 2, 3. Every player that was coming onto the pitch felt like they were going to score, and it was disappointing for the Sheffield United fans and the Sheffield United players. But outstanding from Newcastle. They've had a long week and a fantastic result.
Well, credit to these Sheffield United players staying out there and applauding the fans who've stuck it out. And to be fair to them, the fans that have stayed, they are applauding them back. There has to be a response from Sheffield United. 6:06 on the way. Robbie and Chris will want your thoughts. Scotland-Tonga in the Rugby Union World Cup continues on Radio 5 Sports Extra. Quick update from Claire Thomas.
Scotland have their 6th. That is surely the game. A quickly taken penalty in the Tongan 22 was followed by patient, repeated efforts from the forwards, and eventually the dam burst, with a beaming Blair Kinghorn gliding over the whitewash for his first World Cup try. Russell made it a 7-pointer, growing the gap to 21 in a game that Scotland had to win in order to keep their hopes of a quarter-final alive. Safe to say, the Tartan Army in the stands absolutely loved it. 8 minutes left in this one, and it's 38 plays 17 in Nice.
Newcastle players still out here at Bramall Lane. The field is theirs, the celebrations are theirs. They slowly march towards those Newcastle United fans who are singing their praises, and we know what's coming on social media later. That team shot, the entire team, the club, all together in the dressing room, which is what they do after all their games, particularly though on a day like today. So Scotland-Tonga continues. Scotland going well. Tonight on 5 Live and BBC Sounds, full commentary of Wales-Australia live from Lyon at 8 o'clock. Gareth Lewis will be our man at this one.
Yeah, simple for Wales, Ali. If they win, they're through to the quarterfinals with a game to spare. It's a tried and tested look for Warren Gatland's team. A replay of a thriller in Tokyo in 2019, which Wales just about held on to win. Not the best of build-ups to Australia. The Australian Rugby Union have had to deny reports that Eddie Jones held secret talks to take over with Japan a few weeks ago. A kick-off here in Lyon in an hour and a half's time.
Thank you, Gareth. Looking forward to that one. Nearly a smile creeping across Eddie Howe's face. What a performance from his team this afternoon. Arsenal 2, Tottenham 2 in the North London derby. Brighton 3, Bournemouth 1, Chelsea 0, Villa 1, Liverpool 3, West Ham 1, and Sheffield United 0, Newcastle United 8. Sheffield United's biggest league defeat in their history, and the Newcastle United players still out here, and they'll be out here for a while on the pitch at Bramall Lane. What a win for them, what a week for them. The win against Brentford, the draw in the San Siro, and a walloping 8-0 win at Bramall Lane. 6:06 on the way with Chris and Robbie after the 5 Live News.
Listen on BBC Sounds. This is BBC Radio 5 Live.
And with the 5 Live News on at 6:30, I'm Dan Maudsley. The Army is offering support to the Met Police after dozens of officers step back from firearms duties. Staff have been handing in their permits to carry guns in response to an officer being charged with the murder of Chris Cubber in South London last year. Irish police are appealing for witnesses after a 9-year-old boy from County Tyrone died in a hit-and-run incident across the border in County Donegal. Ronan Wilson from Kildress was pronounced dead at the scene last night in the seaside resort of Bundoran. It's understood an announcement on HS2 could be made this week after a senior government minister said it would be crazy not to review plans for the high-speed line. The former Transport Secretary, Grant Shapps, made the comments as pressure mounts on Number 10 to say whether it will commit to keeping the Birmingham to Manchester leg. And NASA helicopters have transported a capsule containing asteroid dust to a military base in the US state of Utah. The probe landed safely on Earth earlier after a 7-year mission to collect the sample.
It takes just one day to overcome your opponents. One day to fill your nation with pride. One day to become a hero.
Runs in easily and bowls him. That's a length, and he heaves it away into the leg side. That's going to go for 6.
I don't think I've ever seen a game of cricket like it in my life.
The ICC Men's Cricket World Cup 2023 coming soon on 5 Sports Extra. Are you ready to have your say? In the UK's biggest football debate, your teams, your views. Get ready. This is 606 with Chris Sutton and Robbie Savage on 5 Live.
Hello and welcome to 606. Chris Sutton and I are here till 7:30pm taking all your calls on the weekend's football. Early on, it was on as even in a thrilling North London derby.
Right down the middle, high into the net, and Arsenal are back in front. Maddison to Son. Son rolls it in, right-footed. Instant response, Tottenham. It's Son again, and now it's 2-2.
This is BBC Radio 5 Live. Call free 08085 909 693. Text 85058. Text will be charged at your standard message rate. Plus, see our privacy notice. bbc.co.uk/5 Live.
Christopher, another big game, another controversial decision. Did you think the referee got it right on the Romero handball?
Oh, I thought it was harsh. What I liked about it, Rob, is the referee went to the monitor to view it himself. But do you know what, Rob? I mean, we've both played the game. The shot from Ben White, instinctive block from Romero, wasn't it? It seemed harsh. How could he sort of move his arm out of the way of that? The distance the ball travelled, I thought it was harsh. Do you know what? I thought the Udogie one in injury time, they didn't even look at that. I thought that was a penalty. But bottom line here, Rob, if I'm an Arsenal fan, I'm looking over my shoulder at Tottenham, and I'm a bit concerned now. They are closing the gap, aren't they?
Arsenal and Tottenham fans, we want to hear from you. 08085 909 693. Earlier, 10-men Chelsea lost 1-0 at home to Villa. They are currently 14th with just 5 points, Christopher. How long do you think it will be until Mauricio Pochettino becomes under some massive pressure, Christopher?
I think he's under a bit of pressure now, not from the hierarchy at Chelsea, but from the Chelsea fans. I think they expected a quicker start, but we want to hear from Chelsea fans. They just can't score goals, Rob, can they?
08085 909 693. Elsewhere, Newcastle thrashed Sheffield United 8-0. Liverpool beat West Ham to go 17 games unbeaten, and Brighton beat Bournemouth. In the Championship, high-flying Sunderland lost to Cardiff, and in Scotland there were wins for Rangers and Aberdeen. Who else do you need from tonight, Christopher?
I want to hear from Sheffield United fans. Can Paul Heckingbottom last the evening? I mean, 8-0, was that some sort of record defeat? I've got massive sympathy for Paul Heckingbottom, Rob, because I thought he overachieved.
Just ask, can he last the evening?
Yeah, but just hear me out quickly. He got Sheffield United up. I think they had an embargo, Sheffield United, last season. Got them up, which was an incredible achievement, and yet we're a few games into the season. No doubt there'll be Sheffield United fans out there who think, do you know what, we need a new manager in place. Is that fair? Get a team promoted? I think he's going to struggle to last. I do.
Wow. What about Newcastle? What a win that was. AC Milan in Europe, clean sheet, another clean sheet today, scoring 8 goals. Newcastle, Chris, you didn't fancy Eddie Howe for the job, did you, when he got it? Go on.
Well, that's absolutely not true. Does Eddie Howe know his strongest team though, Rob? I mean, great strength and depth within the squad, but he started with Gordon, Isak and Murphy against Milan, Barnes, Wilson and Almiron.
Strength and depth,
today.
that's good,
That's fantastic, isn't it? But does Eddie know his strongest team?
Well, you can say the same about Brighton. Was it 9 changes?
Yeah, we're talking about Newcastle here, Rob. Let's hear from Newcastle fans. Must be happy today.
Man United back on track. Christopher, Everton fans, has yesterday given you the belief in Sean Dyche? Christopher, have you got belief in Dyche, your mate?
Yeah, absolutely. I love Sean Dyche.
I thought you would.
We're great friends we are.
Give us a call. We're here taking all your calls on the weekend football until 7:30 p.m. And the number to call is 08085 909 693.
It is Sheffield United versus Newcastle United, our secondary commentary game here on BBC Radio Newcastle. It's worth explaining though what is going to happen at the end of half time. We will split our frequencies for second half commentary of Sunderland versus Cardiff at the Stadium of Light. You'll need to be listening on DAB Digital Radio Freeview Channel 719. And for build-up plus full match commentary of Sheffield United versus Newcastle, you'll have to be listening on our FM frequency. With the tech details done, let's talk to our commentary team at Bramall Lane, Matthew Raisbeck and John Anderson. Good afternoon, gents.
Hey, Dom. Hi, Tom. Afternoon.
Razor, do you want to remind us of the team news? Newcastle's team news, would say.
Certainly, yes. 4 changes made by Eddie Howe, and it's probably 4 changes that you might have been able to guess before you saw the lineup. Like for like, all of them. It's Anderson for Tonali, Barnes for Gordon, Almiron for Murphy, and Wilson for Isak. The rest of the team is the same. There was a rumour on social media. People put these things out there, and they can gather pace and become a concern for some fans about Sven Botman not travelling, but he's here and he's playing. So nothing in that one. The team in full: Pope, Trippier, Cher, Botman, Byrne, Bruno in the middle, Longstaff, Anderson either side, Barnes on the left, Almiron on the right, Wilson up front, and a bench of Dubravka, who missed the match in Milan because of illness, Lascelles, Tonali, Gordon, Target, Isak, Hall, Livramento and Murphy. That's how Newcastle look. 4 changes from the other night.
In Ando, I guess there's no real surprise. You didn't think they would change the back four at all, and Eddie Howe has opted to stick with that same back four for today.
Yeah, no, that doesn't come as a surprise to me at all, Dom. You know, I think he likes to keep a solid back four. They know each other's games. You know, that was the one area I didn't think he would change. Thought he'd made changes elsewhere. All the changes he's made are just like for like, though. You know, there's no real positional changes or tactical changes there. It's just like for like. The players that are coming in. We always felt that he was going to make changes today. You know, it was a tough game in Milan. It took a lot out of the legs. So to see the changes that he's made hasn't come as a surprise at all.
And Andy, do you think they've still got enough firepower in that front three in Almiron, Wilson and Barnes to cause Sheffield some problems?
Look, we know that if you get the right ammunition to Wilson, will score goals. You know, all you've got to do is look at his record. You know, you put the ball in the right areas, he will score you goals. So Almiron, he hits purple patches, doesn't he? You know, he goes on a spree. We've seen it last season where he went on a run of consecutive games scoring goals. Harvey Barnes, as we've seen in pre-season and against Aston Villa, that he's capable of putting the ball in the back of the net. He's capable of creating goals as well. So, you know, big opportunity for him today as well. Almiron coming back in, as I say, doesn't surprise us. But as I said earlier to you, if you put the ball in the right area, Wilson will put the ball in the back of the net.
And one player, and people will be looking forward to see, is Elliot Anderson, who starts today's game. He's came on and made a difference in the past few, in from the start today.
Yeah, I thought he came on the other night and did well. I thought he was he looked assured, didn't look overawed by it at all. Thought he adapted well, so no surprise to see him being given a chance. You know, he probably feels that this chance is overdue, to be fair, considering the pre-season that he had. You know, he scored goals in pre-season, his performances were good, and probably felt that he deserved a chance before now, but he gets it today. You know, and wish him well. You know, he's a confident boy. He's filled out, and as I say, I thought he'd done well the other night when he came on in Milan.
And Reza, just to finally, a lot of motion around Bramall Lane today after the news in midweek that Maddie Cusack, Sheffield United women's player, died in midweek on Wednesday. And they'll be paying tribute to her before kick-off today, won't they?
That's right, Tom. Maddie Cusack, as you say, was a player for Sheffield United's women's team. She also worked for the football club behind the scenes, in addition to her duties as a player. And her death at the age of 27 was announced a few days ago. The Newcastle United women's team match today against Burnley at Kingston Park was postponed as a mark of respect, but also because Newcastle United say a number of players in their team and in Burnley's side knew Maddie, and they wanted to give both of them time to process what had happened. Sheffield United will be paying tribute to her before the match inside the stadium. There's also an area outside the ground where there is a tribute, and the Newcastle director and co-owner Amanda Stabley has been to visit that on her way into the ground. Sheffield United are asking fans to be in their seats at 4:15, a quarter of an hour before kick-off, so that everyone can be here to take part in the tribute to Maddie Cusack, their player who died a few days ago.
Matthew and John, thank you very much for now. Build-up will start at the end of half-time, so in about 7 minutes' time on our FM frequency. Let's remind you what happened yesterday, non-league-wise for our sides. Gateshead beat Maidenhead 3-0 at the International Stadium. They are up to 4th in the table, unbeaten in 6 as well. Here's the Gateshead player manager, Mike Williamson.
Yeah, I thought it was a difficult one for us. I thought our play was really good in patches. I thought our intensity could have been better. Obviously, it's just very difficult when an opposition come up to slow things down and to kill the momentum, which we need to expect. But yeah, I thought the patience and persistence was there. We deserved the 3 points. The boys deserved it. But yeah, like I say, it was frustrating, and we just had to make sure that we didn't allow that to get the better of us and focus on what we needed to do. Moving to National League North, Blythe Spartans lost 3-1 at Croft Park, Alfreton winning 3-1 there. Better news for South Shields, so they beat Peterborough Sports 4-2 away from home to move into second in the table. Their head coach is Juliaka, and he spoke to the club's website after the match.
Yeah, fantastic result, first win away. Great to that. The first half, we did some good stuff. We played some football, great chances. Just disappointed to concede that kind of goal, that we spoke with the lads about it. The reaction in the second half was great, the intensity we pressing them, especially at the beginning of the second half. That gives us obviously the confidence to keep attacking them, and obviously Blackie scored a great goal. His touch was excellent, and then the game more or less opened up. We played some good football. Obviously, in the end, got a bit scrappy, expecting them to put a lot of balls in the box and trying to get something out of that. But look, the main thing was the reaction of the team in the second half.
Julio Arca speaking after South Shields' 4-2 win over Peterborough Sports yesterday. In the Northern Premier League Premier Division, Morpeth Town drew 3-3 with Bamber Bridge. Morpeth were 3-1 up at one stage. The FA Trophy second round qualifying, Dunstan lost 2-1 away to Nantwich Town. In the Northern Premier League East Division, Concert losing 2-0 at home to Pontefract Collieries. And in the Scottish Cup first round, Berwick Rangers lost 5-1 away to Brora Rangers there. No women's games for Sunderland or Durham this weekend because of the international break. Of course, the Stadium of Light played host to England versus Scotland in the Nations League on Friday evening. The Lionesses winning 2-1, and the former Sunderland player Lucy Bronze opened the scoring.
Lauren James down the left-hand side. She is stopped by a plethora of navy shirts, so goes to Zelim, and Bronze is in there. Oh, that's brilliant! Flag stays down. The header from Lucy Bronze, beautifully picked out inside the penalty area, and England have the breakthrough against Scotland. Their Nations League campaign is off and underway in the northeast at the Stadium of Light. It's England 1, it's Scotland 0, and what about that run from Lucy Bronze? What a header!
And her manager, Serena Wiegman, says it was quite fitting for bronze to get on the score sheet.
Of course, it's incredible to play in this stadium. It's sold out. The fans are so enthusiastic. It's so exciting for us too, but also the pitch. The pitch was incredible. What a quality. So it was such a joy to play here. And so she loved it, and we really enjoyed her goal. For her, it's really nice, but as a team, we enjoyed it too.
Moving to rugby union then, and today in the World Cup in Pool B, Scotland take on Tonga at 4:45. Pool C, Wales against Australia, that's at 8 o'clock. And yesterday in Pool D, England thumped Chile 71-0. Henry Ornfield scoring 5 tries, and the England head coach Steve Borthwick was full of praise for the winger.
He played really well, and I think he took those opportunities. But he's a fantastic finisher, and the message to him is bring his point of difference onto the pitch, back himself, and he certainly did that in those opportunities. I think we have to credit as well is the people playing on the inside who helped create those opportunities. And I thought today you saw a great blend. The team played in a few different ways at different times through that game, led by Owen, and managed through what was a challenging spell at the start of the game. And I think it's important that we credit Chile, who I thought played in a real courageous and committed manner, and the players worked their way through that period and then took their opportunities very well.
England head coach Steve Borthwick speaking there after England's 71-0 win over Chile yesterday. Also yesterday, Ireland beating South Africa 13-18, and in Pool C, Georgia, Portugal finished 18 points each. In the Premiership Cup on Friday, the Newcastle Falcons beat Sale Sharks 23 points to 10 at Kingston Park Rugby League, and it was the final game of the season for already relegated Newcastle Thunder in the Championship yesterday. They lost 32 points to 18 away to Batley. In basketball on Friday, the Newcastle Eagles beat the Bristol Flyers 81 points to 74 in the BBL Championship. And just finally in golf in the Solheim Cup, it's the final day, and we're heading down to the last 2 holes in there. The USA, though, leading 13-12. So it's going to go right down to that final game. We'll keep you up to date here on BBC Radio Newcastle. It's time, though, for us to split our frequencies. For second half commentary of Sunderland versus Cardiff at the Stadium Light, you'll need to be listening on DAB Digital Radio Freeview Channel 719. And for build-up plus full match commentary of Sheffield United versus Newcastle at Bramall Lane, you'll have to be listening on our FM frequencies. It's time to choose. Our respective commentary teams will be with you after this.
Total Sport Northeast.
BBC Radio Newcastle.
Barnes beats one now on a run, then hangs up a cross, but there's nobody there. Hickey back to the keeper. Oh, Gordon's gone down over the top of the keeper. They want a penalty. Byrne, Bruno and Wilson go to the referee. Gordon is down off the pitch. What do you think? Gordon surely was caught. He's given it. He's given the penalty. Craig Pawson has pointed to the spot. 63 minutes. They've not been at their best, but they have a chance to go in front through Callum Wilson from 12 yards. Wilson at the Gallagher end comes forwards and does what he does best. Buries the ball into the back of the net. It's a really good penalty, and it's Newcastle United 1, Brentford 0.
It's a quality penalty. I'd like to see the challenge again, mate.
This game on Sunday is so important for us. We know that we're still very early in the season. The league is forming, opinions are forming, momentum's forming, and we want to be on the right end of that. We knew the season was a very difficult start for us. We knew it was always going to be. So this period now with the Carabao Cup game coming up and the games we have before the next international break is actually a crucial period, and that's why this game on Sunday, we know the importance of it.
The run of defeats ended by beating Brentford, followed up in midweek by the draw in Milan in the Champions League, and now from the San Siro to Sheffield, where they take on one of the Premier League sides without a victory this season, looking to continue their climb, Newcastle, up the table. A very good afternoon to you from Bramall Lane, from Matthew Raisbeck and John Anderson. 25 minutes to go until this one gets underway, and Newcastle, if they are successful today, will go from 12th up to 8th in the Premier League standings. Eddie Howe has made 4 changes from the team that played in Italy. It's Pope in goal, Trippier, Schär, Botman, Byrne, Bruno, Longstaff and Anderson in midfield. Almiron, Barnes and Wilson are the front 3. So the 4 changes are Anderson for Tonali, Barnes for Gordon, Almiron for Murphy and Wilson for Isak, all like for like swaps. On the bench, Dubravka, who is over illness. That's what kept him out of the squad in Milan. Lascelles, Tonali, Gordon, Target, Hall, Livramento and Murphy. The 4 boys who drop out of the 11 are all named as substitutes as Newcastle warm up in the half away to our left, in front of the away end at Bramall Lane, that is once again sold out by the Newcastle United travelling support, and they're going to be wearing yellow and blue this afternoon against the red and white stripes of the hosts. John Anderson, it was a great result in Milan, no doubt about that, and a second clean sheet in a row, which was important against Brentford, and perhaps a bit unlikely at times in the Champions League. But this one today is going to be a different kind of test, because they're coming to it having been in Europe, having travelled, having had some travel difficulties on the way out to Italy. And there's been a bit of squad rotation from Eddie Howe today, probably to try and manage the workload of some of his players. So there's quite a bit going on, but it is also a game that they have to win, and they'll be expected to win.
Yeah, I need to get back to winning ways. It'll be interesting to see the reaction today, you know, playing in Europe, the travelling. It was a tough game on Wednesday night. A lot of work was put into it, a lot of defending. Defended really well, taught our shape, and everything about us was good. But this is a different test today. You know, Sheffield United, newly promoted side. They'll be well up for it. I mean, be a good crowd in here, good atmosphere. He's made the changes, he's freshened it up a little bit, but it's all like for like. But really looking forward to see what the reaction's going to be after the game on Wednesday night in Milan.
This is BBC Radio Newcastle, and we'll bring you every Newcastle United match live and exclusive. And thinking about their opposition today, Ando, Sheffield United, promoted in the summer, having finished second behind Burnley in the Championship last season. All 3 of the promoted teams are yet to win, and they occupy the bottom 3 places. Normally you expect the sides who come up to perhaps not set the Premier League alight, but they found it a real struggle. What do you think about the type of opposition that Sheffield United will be? Because there'll be pressure on them because they need to win, but you would think that they would probably be maybe a bit more physical than, say, a Burnley, who now like to get the ball down and play it and get it on the floor. But I think they'll be a dangerous opponent because it's a big game for them, and they might feel like they can capitalise on perhaps some fatigue in the Newcastle team.
Yeah, I think that's what they'll be looking to try and do, Steve, if there is any fatigue, and take advantage of that. I know that a lot of people like their stats and one thing and another. I think I'm right in saying that they've faced the most shots than any side in the Premier League so far this season, and I think they've got the least amounts of shots for in the Premier League this season. So I think that tells you the way their games have gone. You know, they've had to defend a lot, and they've given away a lot of shooting opportunities, as that stat would suggest, and at the other end they don't seem to have had too many of their own. So we'll see how this one goes today.
Yeah. And coming back from Europe is not something that these players, this Newcastle squad, the club as it is now, will be used to. There are players there who have played in Europe in midweek and then performed at the weekend for previous clubs. Plenty have Champions League experience, but back in the day when they used to do it regularly, I mean, there was a spell, I think the last time they were in the Champions League, where they always came back and won. And it's quite an achievement, isn't it, after the travelling and the the change back to a different type of football to go and get a result. That's what top teams do. That's what Manchester City and others will do regularly. But for Newcastle, this is something new, and it's something Eddie Howe talked about yesterday or Friday at his press conference to preview the match, how their schedule's just been a bit different and they're trying to find a new way of working because they have less time now on the training pitch compared to last season when they would have a full week for every game.
Yeah, but you can't use the fact that we had a game in Europe on Wednesday night as an excuse if it doesn't go well. You know, it's something that you've got to adapt it. This is what happens when you get a little bit of success, when you qualify for these European competitions. It's where you want to be, of course it is, but you've got to adapt to it. You've got to find a way to adapt. Now look, last season was different because they didn't have European football. They trained the way they played, which was at a high intensity, and they took that intensity onto the pitch at the weekend. Now they can't. You're right, and Eddie Howe was right, because you can't do that this season. You know, you're away, you're travelling back, you're restricted to your training regime. You've got to curtail the exertions of those training sessions as well because of the amount of games that we're having to play. So you've got to find a different way around it, and you've got to adjust accordingly.
It's quite a nice day here in Sheffield. It's cloudy at the moment, but almost 20 degrees, so no need for a coat. And Newcastle fans in the away section in the bottom tier of the stand behind the goal to the left, just applauding the players as they finish their warm-up and get ready to head back inside. Lots of black and white on show, quite a few in the green away kit as well. And we're a 4:30 kickoff. Also on BBC Radio Newcastle right now, the second half of Sunderland's 3 o'clock kickoff against Cardiff in the Championship. If you are listening to us building up to the match at Bramall Lane and wondering what the heck we've done with Sunderland's game, then you'll find Nick Barnes and Gary Bennett's commentary on DAB and Freeview channel 719. That's where the Sunderland match is. DAB from BBC Radio Newcastle and Freeview channel 719. The match today is going to be refereed by Stuart Atwell from Warwickshire. A quick return to Newcastle duty for him, having been the man in the middle at Brighton 3 weeks ago. Darren England has got the VAR responsibility this afternoon. We're going to hear from both managers in a moment or two. Here's the Sheffield United team firstly. 2 changes. John Egan, the Irish international centre-half, comes back in to their 3-man defence in place of the Tyneside and Sunderland fan Chris Basham. And Oliver Norwood, experienced midfield player, former Northern Ireland international, is back into the centre in place of the suspended striker Oliver McBurney. So Sheffield United, Wes Fotheringham in goal, Anel Ahmedhodzic, John Egan and Jack Robinson are their 3 centre-halves. 2 wing-backs. It's a 3-5-1-1 or a 3-5-2 if you prefer. Jayden Bogle on the right, and then Luke Thomas, who's on loan from Leicester, is on the left-hand side with Oliver Norwood. Gustavo Harmer, who has 2 goals, is their top scorer. The summer signing from Coventry for about 15 million. And then Vinicius Souza, Brazilian midfielder that was signed from Belgian club Lommel last month. He was a replacement for Sander Berger, who moved to Burnley in the close season. On loan from Manchester City, the 20-year-old attacker James McAtee, who was at Sheffield United last year in the Championship and rejoined for another campaign this summer. He'll play behind Cameron Archer, the forward they signed from Aston Villa in the summer and who faced Newcastle in pre-season in America in July. And on the bench for the home team, the goalkeeper Adam Davies, Austin Trusty, a defender they brought in from Arsenal, Chris Basham, and Ivorian forward Benny Traore, Tom Davies, the former Everton midfielder that came to Sheffield on a free transfer in the summer, Anis Ben Slimane, Yasser Larouci, Andre Brooks and Femi Seriki. Newcastle 4 changes: Anderson, Almiron, Wilson and Barnes for Tonali, Murphy, Isak and Gordon. Paul Heckingbottom is in charge of Sheffield United, and this is what he thinks of the team they are facing today, Newcastle United.
Different to Spurs, different to City and how they're set up. Yeah, good physicality about them and an energy, and I think that's probably the standout quality I see in them. Certainly how they'll look to start the game against us. They'll not be afraid to then turn us as well if we do things right against the ball, and they'll try and impose their physicality and energy onto us, which is slightly different. And that's not to say they're not very good with the ball, which they are, but it's a different challenge for us. Yeah, a different one, and one that we're looking forward to.
Might sound odd to suggest that Newcastle have shown some vulnerability away from home this season. It's all relative, isn't it?
Yeah.
But what have you seen in their away performances that might give you some optimism you can exploit any weaknesses?
I think, listen, they've got a good result away in Milan, and obviously Milan and their setup and the challenge of the Champions League is different to us. But we're approaching the game with the intention of creating chances, causing problems. I think from Newcastle's point of view, what I've seen, and I don't know if Eddie said this, and I've seen the majority of their games, I'd probably say, I might be simplifying this, but I'd probably say there's only the Brighton game what he's been unhappy with, generally, where he would have been disappointed with what he's seen. Yeah, so I don't think they're much different to last season in personnel or style and how they want to play. So I think from that respect, we know what to expect. We know what type of team's going to be in front of us. You could have a guess at the personnel, the 11 he'll put out, but I think the structure of the team will be similar.
Total Sport North East.
On the station with Newcastle and Sunderland commentary exclusively live.
BBC Radio Newcastle.
Paul Heckingbottom with his thoughts on what Newcastle will bring to Bramall Lane. One thing that you always get here, Ando, is a good atmosphere. The home fans are noisy. They stick with their team. It's a proper stadium. I like the atmosphere that they generate, and that could be important to Sheffield United depending on how the game goes, assuming from their point of view that Newcastle don't start well.
Yeah, look, it's a tidy stadium. It's compact. Always a good atmosphere here. They'll get behind the side, of course they will. We've got to try and quieten that noise down, though. You know, we've got to hopefully get on the front foot from the off, take control of the game, quieten the crowd down, and hopefully then go on and win the game.
Well, Newcastle with the 1-0 win last weekend, thanks to the Callum Wilson penalty, his third of the season. Now their top scorer outright, ahead of Isak, who has 2 goals. And then the big night on Tuesday in Milan in the Champions League. Newcastle United back at the very top for the first time in 2 decades, and they started their European campaign well with a goalless draw, a point on the board. And Eddie Howe has been telling BBC Radio Newcastle he's delighted with how things went in Italy.
I thought it was a great result. I felt that afterwards. I still feel that now. I don't think it's underestimated by us internally how good that result was. Really tough place to go. Champions League semi-finalists last year, Milan. So a hostile atmosphere. I thought their supporters were very good for them. Really backed them and made it difficult for us. But the lads showed great mental strength, resilience, resolute display. Delighted with another clean sheet. So lots of positives.
You've had plenty of midweek football yourself as a player and as a manager, but European midweek football is obviously different, and it's the first such fixture for you this season. So maybe it's hard to judge, but how have you managed the schedule? What sort of changes have you had to make this week to fit it in between 2 big Premier League fixtures?
Yeah, I don't think it's been dramatically different. Of course, the travelling was. But I think in terms of how we prepared, definitely a little bit more delegation from my respect to my staff. Apart from that, I don't think too much changes. We're trying to be smart with our time in between games. I think we have to be clever, especially the demand on the players is so big, mentally and physically. We've got to get that balance right for them, really.
Looking ahead to Sunday and Sheffield United, what sort of match are you expecting from them?
A difficult game. I think Bramall Lane is a very tough place to go any time of the year. A good team, a direct team. Will ask us questions physically. Got good athleticism in their team. Counter-attacking team as well. So set plays, they're very strong. So they've got lots of areas of their team that can hurt us if we're not right. So I think the big challenge for us is to mentally approach the game as we did the Brentford match, where we were spot on in our mindset. We were spot on with the importance of the game, and we responded really well with maybe not a magnificent display, but we did enough to get the job done, and we're going to have to get all the basics right if we're going to compete in this game.
That's Eddie Howe on BBC Radio Newcastle, and here at Bramall Lane, Sheffield United and Newcastle United are about to pay tribute to Maddie Cusack, the Sheffield United women's team player who died earlier this week at the young age of 27. Bramall Lane paying tribute to Sheffield United player Maddie Cusack, who died during the week, aged just 27. Members of her family have laid a wreath on the centre spot. The flag on top of the stadium is at half-mast, and spectators in the home and away areas joining in with a minute's applause in her memory, as a video of some of her moments in a red and white shirt was shown on one of the giant screens at the stadium. It's BBC Radio Newcastle at Bramall Lane for Newcastle United's match against Sheffield United. The teams are in the tunnel, and we will continue our build-up to kick-off next.
Matt Bailey at breakfast.
BBC Radio Newcastle.
On the show, we're talking delivery disasters. Stephen's on the phone.
My daughter Ella, her and their friends have been on one of their Friday night sessions. Next morning, they're ringing McDonald's breakfast in. Guy comes down the drive, tiny little blonde, 5'2", answers the door, takes breakfast for 6 people. He can only see one person. 2 hours later, they then order their lunch for 6 people. Same driver comes down the drive, same tiny little blonde girl opens the door. He's like, "The hell, are you hungry?"
Matt Bailey at breakfast.
Weekdays from 6. BBC Radio Newcastle.
Total Sport Northeast.
The sound of
Newcastle United.
There really is nowhere else like it. Back through for Miguel, Almiron, big chance, goal! Oh, what a goal! On the volley, brilliant goal! Alan San-Maxima right at the end of the 90. Plays in Wilson, takes a touch, Callum has scored!
Great Sport kicks off here.
BBC Radio Newcastle.
The two teams high-fiving, shaking hands, and now with the officials. Referee Stuart Atwell, his assistants Konstantin Hatzidakis and James Mannering. Anthony Taylor is the fourth official in between the two benches, and Darren England assisted by Neil Davies on VAR duty for this one. Newcastle with the navy and luminous yellow away shirts, yellow shorts and socks, and Pope all in light blue. Sheffield United outfield players red and white stripes with black numbers on the back, black shorts with a bit of red trim, and black socks. And now the two teams gather around the centre circle. Newcastle with Bruno and Longstaff just taking a drink from a water bottle pitch side. And some photographs with the two captains there are going to be taken. Trippier standing alongside the referee, and John Egan of Sheffield United there as well, as they go to contest the coin toss. Newcastle 4 changes: Pope in goal, Trippier, Schär, Botman, Byrne, the usual back four. Bruno, Longstaff, Anderson in midfield. Almiron, Barnes and Wilson are the front three. Anderson, Barnes, Wilson and Almiron, the four who come in. And we are once again going to pay tribute to Maddie Cusack with a minute's silence. Sheffield United players were all wearing red and white tops over their match jerseys with Cusack and number 8 on, as was the goalkeeper Wes Fotheringham. As the Blades paid tribute to one of their own. Now the home players go into a huddle. It's Fotheringham, the goalkeeper, Ahmed Hodzic, Egan and Robinson, the back three. Bogle on the right, Thomas on the left, the wing backs. Norwood, Harmer and Souza in the middle, with McAtee behind Archer. Sheffield United bench: Davies, the goalkeeper, Trusty, Basham, Traore, Tom Davies. Adam Davies is the goalkeeper. Tom Davies also on the bench, the midfielder. Ben Slimani, Larouci, Brooks and Seriki. And Newcastle: Dubravka, Lascelles, Tonali, Gordon, Target, Isak, Hall, Livramento and Murphy are the subs. We're underway on BBC Radio Newcastle and NUFC TV, with Sheffield United kicking off and Newcastle defending the goal to the left, attacking the one to the right. And the ball on the floor with Sheffield United defender Jack Robinson. Back to John Egan, forwards, Schär stretching, heads it out to the wing. Trippier keeps it in and plays it to Schär in the corner. And a header down from Longstaff in the middle to Bruno, moved over to Byrne. They have 6 points, Newcastle, the same as they had after 5 matches last season. This time 2 wins, 3 defeats. Last time it was a win, 3 draws and a defeat. Trippier keeping the ball in on the line, receiving it from Cher. They're in the corner. It's a ball played into the box for Bruno to help on into midfield. Anderson rises to try and flick it on to Wilson. Forwards from the home side, away by Cher. Wilson takes it down. This is promising. Lifted out towards Almiron, but hooked up into the air by Sheffield United. And then Norwood stabbing it forwards, intercepted by Cher, who rides a couple of challenges and then gets tripped next to the halfway line. Free kick for Newcastle. Stuart Atwell, the referee. Not a difficult call to make, and Bruno now preparing to take the free kick. Cher to Trippier. Seen a lot of the ball, those two, in the opening couple of minutes. He's thinking about a diagonal ball, Cher, but he's now taken off on a run, and it's a good run. And then the pass didn't match what came before. It's out of play. It was too far ahead of Anderson. And a throw on the far side for the home team.
It opened up for him, didn't it? You know, they backed off from Sheffield United, and he likes to get into those spaces. Unfortunately, the ball, I think he was trying to pick Barnes out. It was just overhit.
Now down the right wing, Sheffield United. Bogle with a cross that's reached Thomas in the area, on his chest, blocked shot that Nick Pope eventually gathers. That could have been a lot worse for Newcastle United, because Luke Thomas was completely free as the ball was floated over from right to left.
It just wouldn't come down from him, did it? Trippier did well. I mean, he got sucked in. Trippier left Thomas all on his own back post, but he recovered well. Got out and got the block on it.
Ball up towards Wilson. Egan to Bogle, who had tucked in and then played it back to the keeper. Cher goes down, challenging with Gustavo Harmer. No foul. Newcastle have the ball with Trippier to Bruno. Back to Trippier. Pressure's on. It's given to Nick Pope, who slices it out of play.
Yeah, not his strength, is it? Ball's knocked back to him. All of a sudden, he's put under a little bit of pressure. Just skies it straight out of play.
Robinson will take it. Middle of Newcastle's half on the near left side. It's still 0-0. And it's gone behind, and it's United's ball.
Very sedate start, isn't it? It's been a real quiet start to the game. No tempo to it at all at the moment.
Nick Pope not in a hurry to take the goal kick. His defenders leave the box, and then it's over halfway. It beats Almiron, and then given back to Almiron by Wilson. Almiron trying to take it forwards and slip the ball through. It's dealt with by the Sheffield United defence. Then Newcastle getting in a bit of a tangle in midfield, and Bruno and Longstaff tidy up eventually. Almiron now takes it inside, gets tackled, no foul, and then lost by Sheffield United, and Longstaff's ball towards Wilson cut out. Had it reached him, he would have been away. Then Wilson charges down a short back pass, and it spins away for a it's a throw, isn't it?
Yeah, I think
next to the corner flag. Sheffield United throw right next to the corner flag.
Almost played themselves into trouble.
That was all a bit scrappy and messy for 30 seconds there, wasn't it?
Yeah, played themselves into trouble.
Throw down the line. Headed on by Trippier. Anderson with another header. Barnes trying to make himself useful. But it's Sheffield United. Ahmed Hodzic plays it forwards, and Bogle is away down the right, 30 yards from goal. It's passed it straight to Bruno Guimaraes. And Dan Burn with a clearance that's collected in midfield by Norwood. Thomas inside to Vinicius Souza. Norwood in the centre circle, clipping it out to this Newcastle right. Trippier has won the header. Almiron into Bruno, and there's space in the middle, and there are options up ahead. One of them Longstaff onto Anderson.
Poor ball.
Cleared. Botman with a header on halfway, brought down by Thomas, and now James McAtee carried it down the left. Cher sliding, intercepts. That's kept in by McAtee, the Manchester City lone player. And now with Vinicius Souza, he's a giant in midfield. It's played back to Egan, and it's out to Ahmed Hodzic. He's born in Sweden but represents Bosnia at international level. Fotheringham with a kick into space. There's plenty of it for McAtee, who turns. Almiron gets back into position. Sheffield United with the ball on the floor. And Vinicius Souza passes it straight to Sven Botman. Longstaff onto Anderson. That's a good ball. Bruno trying to get it through for Wilson, edge of the area. Looking for space for the shot, Wilson. And he got an effort away. And Fotheringham gathers at the second attempt.
Yeah, he nearly made a mess of it, the keeper. Yet again, to give it away. It's been sloppy this opening couple of minutes. Either side really able to keep the ball. Wilson's got away, he's got the snapshot away.
Botman with an interception, and then another.
Dear oh dear.
Sheffield United very wasteful when they've had the ball. Here's Harvey Barnes for the first time, getting it from Anderson and helping it on for Anderson's run into the corner. Ball's just stayed in. It's good defending by Sheffield United. And it's Norwood and Ahmed Hodzic, and into Egan in the penalty area. Big clearance, easy win for Botman up against Cameron Archer. Quite a size difference. Botman, one of Newcastle's big lads at the back.
Not the biggest Archer, is he?
But he is quick. But maybe not one for the physical stuff from a ball up like that. Newcastle with possession on the floor, left side. BBC Radio Newcastle, 0-0. Anderson wins a throw. And here in the 8th minute, Bramall Lane rises to applaud Maddie Cusack. Number 8 was her squad number. Newcastle into the box with a cross from Byrne, which is cleared, and then a bigger clearance upfield from Sheffield United. Botman again beats Archer to the ball with a header. And Cher in the middle of Newcastle's half, back to Botman. And they're saying put the ball out because there's a player down for United. It's Harvey Barnes, is sitting down, but they're going to carry on, playing it across midfield. Trippier up to Almiron's, let it run for Wilson. Barnes needs treatment. Newcastle still want to attack, but Almiron's now seen it, and Jason Tyndall, the assistant manager, tells him to stick the ball out of play, and he does.
It doesn't look good, does it?
He looks concerned, Harvey Barnes. Anthony Gordon and Jacob Murphy sprinting up the touchline towards the away end to our left. And there's Gordon's song. They were singing it all week in Milan. He would be the obvious one to come on the left side if Barnes can't continue. Most of the players have come across to speak to Eddie Howe and grab a water bottle. Gordon comes back to the bench. He's got a yellow bib on. Physio Sean Beach is on the pitch with Harvey Barnes. Referee in blue and black standing next to them. And now they sing towards Jacob Murphy. He's one of our own. Murphy acknowledges the fans. Barnes still receiving treatment. 0-0 on BBC Radio Newcastle. 10 minutes played. Barnes is on his feet. Doesn't look happy. And I think they're going to have to make the change, aren't they? Yeah. The referee is signalling to Newcastle, make the change. Here comes Anthony Gordon on for Harvey Barnes. The yellow bib is coming off to reveal his navy jersey. And that's a blow for Barnes and a blow for Newcastle. And though 11 minutes now on the clock, no goals, but a substitution enforced through injury.
Yeah, we don't know what it was. I mean, he just seemed to sit down. It's obviously a muscle problem, but it hasn't lasted long for him. And yet again, the change is like for like.
Well, Gordon gave them a good hour at San Siro. And comes on early in this game. Harvey Barnes talking to Eddie Howe and Jason Tindall on his way off. He's gone onto the left side, like for like change. 0-0 on BBC Radio Newcastle. Over on DAB and Freeview Channel 719. It's the second half of Sunderland against Cardiff in the Championship, and that one is also 0-0. Anderson picking it up on the half turn in midfield, and then with a pass out to Gordon on the left wing. He comes inside, off the touchline, Anthony Gordon. And a good ball over to Trippier on the near side. Almiron down the line, Trippier to Longstaff, edge of the area, Wilson in the D. Tried to play it to the left to Gordon, but it's away by Sheffield United. A good header on by Cher, and now Anderson on the 18-yard line to Bruno. Went for the through ball, it's deflected and then brought away, and then played back to the goalkeeper by Ahmed Hodzic, the big defender. And Fotheringham's clearance. Botman winning it again. But the second ball picked up by Sheffield United, and Archer over halfway to McAtee, with Byrne to take on, and now plenty of Newcastle's bodies back as the ball goes into midfield to Norwood. Vinicius Souza and Thomas on the left, on halfway. Robinson for Sheffield United, back to the goalkeeper, who's a couple of yards outside the penalty area. Played back to him by Norwood. And Fotheringham, who's wearing light grey and white boots with orange gloves, sends a left-footed kick up to halfway. Newcastle header on, but it's Sheffield United who've got the ball back, and it's McAtee up to the penalty area. Back through for McAtee. It's good play. It's dangerous for Newcastle. It's Thomas, and that's the second big opportunity that he's had, and the second time that he's failed to test Nick Pope, and that one was off target from about 10 yards.
That's the second time that Trippier's lost him again. Back post. They get in behind Dan Bourne yet again down that side. Ball's played in. Drops over Trippier's head. Doesn't know he's there, and he totally miskicks it. It's a chance.
It's a lovely ball over the outside of the left boot by McAtee. But Newcastle managed to survive with Thomas missing the target. Played regularly for Leicester over the last couple of seasons. He'll know Harvey Barnes well. Saw his old teammate leave the field a few moments ago with an injury. 15 on the clock, 0-0. Newcastle throw with 25 yards to the Sheffield United goal. Byrne to Anderson. It's ball on the floor. Anderson back to halfway to Botman. Shares inside, and then they've got Trippier on the right and Almiron as well. It's between the pair, but Almiron's got there and kept it in. Short ball to Longstaff. Trippier to Almiron. Bruno's available, right side of central midfield. Wants to take it across towards the left, and he does. Drops it off at Botman in the centre circle. Forwards to Bruno. Takes a touch, back to Cher. Patient from Newcastle. Trippier.
They don't put a great deal of pressure on the ball, do they, Sheffield United? Give you time.
Well, the manager, Paul Heckingbottom, like Eddie Howe and Jason Tindall, all in black, really animated, getting into the players there when Newcastle had the ball. Howe and Tindall not observing really the one-person pitch side rule, as Cher clips it forwards, and it's headed back towards Fotheringham by Egan, with Wilson on his shoulder.
Got lucky.
Both out there, Howe and Tindall, giving instructions. The clearance from Sheffield United onto the head of Dan Byrne. Bruno to Byrne. they've got into a couple of positions and they've had 2 opportunities, but from balls forward from the back, they don't half give it away.
No, they don't.
Trippier, long ball, aimed towards Wilson. A Sheffield United header. Longstaff's got it, and then Wilson makes the run. It's a good ball from Longstaff, and Wilson's onto it, into the area. Gordon back stick, but he didn't get the chance to cross it or shoot because it's good defending by Norwood. He got his body in the way. And now Trippier in a battle there with Harmer, who brings it over the halfway line. And it's worked out to the left to Thomas, kept in just, played inside to Archer, 5 yards outside the area, through to McAtee, tried to flick it onto Archer, intercepted by Newcastle, and then Bruno fouled. So the whistle has gone for a free kick.
It's all very scrappy, isn't it?
Good noise coming from the away end as Bruno gets it started with a short ball to Anderson. It's only his 8th start for the club in all competitions. Longstaff on to Wilson, challenge from behind, and then forwards it goes for Sheffield United. And then they have to play it back to their goalkeeper from halfway. Fodderingham, big left-footed kick. Cher heads it on, could have left it, could have let it go through to Pope. It's picked up by McAtee, into the area to Harmer. Well, it was a fairly tame shot if it was a shot, and it was blocked by Newcastle. Harmer's kept it in the left corner. Now Vinicius Souza drives a right-footed attempt that Nick Pope gets behind and saves comfortably.
Comfortable save, wasn't it? Decent height, straight at him.
Botman. Almiron, he's picked up loads of space near the centre spot. Recovery challenge from Vinicius Souza. And it's actually gone the way of Sheffield United, the throw, rather than Newcastle's ball. Kieran Trippier has taken the throw and been told belatedly that it's not his to take. But Almiron got into a great position, should have got away.
Yeah, it was unbelievable because he's just drifted into that hole and there wasn't a red and white shirt anywhere near him. The 3 centre-backs had dropped and he's just gone into that hole. No midfield player had picked them up. It was real poor defending.
Archer challenging for the ball with Cher. It's with Gustavo Harmer. And on the right wing, Sheffield United with Jayden Bogle. Back into midfield. 0-0 on BBC Radio Newcastle at Bramall Lane. Sunderland 1-0 down to Cardiff at the Stadium of Light. That commentary's on DAB and Freeview Channel 719 as Trippier and Almiron combine brilliantly, and Bruno trying to get it through to Wilson. Could that be handball? It took a nick off the defender on its way towards Wilson, who was free in the centre. Longstaff down now off the ball, and Newcastle, with the whistle being blown by Stuart Atwell, have stopped the game. Plenty happening. It looked like Wilson was going to be played through one-on-one by Bruno's pass, but it touched the defender and the deflection took it back through towards the goalkeeper. As Longstaff there got caught. Nothing in that really.
No.
That's
just a coming together.
Gustavo Harmer
does that too often. Just goes down.
They've got a free kick.
He didn't give it straight away.
No.
As the game went on.
It's on the right, just past halfway. Cher to Botman and out to Trippier. But there was more space again for Newcastle there with that attack when Bruno played the ball. It didn't reach Wilson. Anderson's gone down now from a challenge. Nothing given. Newcastle still have it. Botman. Gordon comes in off the left touchline. First time ball on, cut out. Then Gordon has won it straight back and got Newcastle a throw.
Sheffield United are so sloppy on the ball.
It's 30 yards out. There's
going to be opportunities here.
And also because they leave space.
Oh, they loads of space. I mean, the gaps between midfield and the back four is unbelievable. Somebody's just got to drift in there, go and play in that hole between the back four and their midfield players. because there's a huge amount of space there.
The throw for Gordon, who's tried to keep it in on the line, cut it back for Longstaff, who scores. Sean Longstaff, left-footed from Anthony Gordon's cutback, has given them an early lead at Bramall Lane. Sheffield United protest and think the ball had gone out of play, but from the throw, Gordon did well, rolled it back, and arriving was Longstaff, who hit the back of the net. 21 minutes played, Sheffield United 0, Newcastle United 1.
Oh, it's awful defending again, isn't it? You know, we've been speaking about the defensively, they're all over the place. They just don't deal with the ball. I mean, they're asking if that ball's out, don't know. No doubt they'll look at it. I mean, but this defending's awful.
It's not out, but it's come back. Gordon's chopped it inside and it's hit his hand before he's played it back. Now, we saw one of these yesterday for a penalty for for Luton against Wolves, where the ball hit one part of a body and then hit the hand. He hasn't intentionally handled it, but it has touched his hand.
They're not even looking at it.
They were looking at the handball, not the handball, the ball going out, but the goal stands, and it's 1-0 to Newcastle. Longstaff, the scorer, missed a big chance in Milan right at the death, which would have given us all a glorious moment and a victory in the Champions League, but there he hit the back of the net. Left-footed finish, and despite a Sheffield United complaint about the ball being out and the handball, it's 1-0.
Well taken, took it well. But yet again, calamitous defending.
Here's a ball over the top. Pope comes to the side of the penalty area to catch it. Archer,
more goals here.
You want to see them play with confidence, and the lead has given them a chance to establish control. Fabian Schär has an issue. He's just received a pass. Seems to be gesturing towards the bench. Don't know whether there's blood. We're playing on, Newcastle with it through Bruno, and then Schär in front of the penalty area. 1-0 up on BBC Radio Newcastle. Trippier. Back it goes to Pope. And then Almiron. He's given it to a red and white shirt. That's a foul. Trippier through the back of Luke Thomas. And out on the left wing. Norwood will take the free kick. One Newcastle player behind the line of vanishing spray. It's Almiron. And they are in a line across the edge of the D. Gordon is in the middle of Almiron and the rest of the defensive line. As Norwood curls it in right-footed, it's headed up. Pope is coming, didn't quite get there, and then did at the second attempt. And there's a quick chance of a break here with Pope with an overarm throw to Gordon, over halfway down the far side, being pursued by a Sheffield United defender. It's Harmer who's recovered the ball well, and then Gordon chases a back pass to Fotheringham, who lifts it out straight to Bruno. The cross comes in looking for Almiron. He's not going to get there. It's gone behind.
They're all over the place, Sheffield United. It's shocking. You go and win this, you win it well.
You feel that they're not in control when they have the ball. There may be some nerves. It's disjointed, and there's just so much space. Longstaff giving United the lead. Botman on his 50th appearance for the club with a header there. Anderson on in midfield, over halfway. Went down under a challenge, didn't get anything. And we're playing on. Anderson tries to make another challenge on the far side. It's still with Sheffield United, down the line, and then an angled ball inside to McAtee. Got a couple of runners up ahead. Thomas, left corner of the penalty area. Plays it against Almiron. Gets his team a corner.
everything they seem to do looks like it's just off the cuff. Doesn't seem to be a structure to the way this Sheffield United side play. As I say, the gap between midfield and the back four is absolutely huge.
Everybody in Newcastle navy and yellow is in the box defending. They haven't left anybody up. It's a right-footed corner. Pope gets a glove to it, and then it's smashed back at goal, and it's ended up in the top tier. Gustavo Harmer with the effort on the half volley. It's a powerful corner kick, smashed in there. Pope pushed it across the box, and Harmer, well, went for the glory goal with the half volley, but it's well off target. Wilson might have been fouled. Play on, says Stuart Atwell. Anderson over halfway. Longstaff clipping it towards Gordon, trying to get it away from Ahmed Hodzic. Gordon's let it run towards the corner. Burns up there with him. Gordon takes it back, and that's a bad challenge from Ahmed Hodzic. He's going to get a yellow card from Atwell, the referee. And
well, he was to blame for the goal because he didn't defend. He didn't defend it well at all. I mean, it was awful defending, and I mean, he just jumps in. It's an awful tackle. Can have no complaints at all.
Gordon eventually picks himself up. Fabian Schär's receiving treatment on the touchline. It's that earlier problem that we talked about, but we haven't seen any close-up pictures of him, so we're not quite sure what it is. But he's coming back on Schär now, going into the box for the free kick. It's just about a yard in from the left wing, and probably 22 yards from the goal line. An opportunity for Trippier to put a quality ball into the middle, and for Newcastle to double their lead. There it is!
Oh, what a ball that is!
Wilson went for it, Botman went for it, neither got a touch.
Fotheringham's rooted to his line, afraid of his life to come for it. Just needed the slightest touch.
They play it out short from the back and have it on the left, Sheffield United. Now Robinson at the edge of the penalty area, to Harmer, given away to Almiron. It's on to the left, Gordon, but it's intercepted by Egan.
Dear, oh dear.
It's a Newcastle throw on halfway, far side, leading 1-0.
There'll be plenty more chances in this. The way this lot are playing, they'll give you every chance.
I mean, you wonder if they can change it, Sheffield United. I mean, because a lot of this is individual mistakes, isn't it? This is Anderson now with help from Wilson away down the left wing. Feeds Gordon. Almiron, the only player in the box. Gordon goes on the outside. Great run, and a cutback that sees Newcastle win a corner. Skinned his man again.
Oh, he's got him on toast. He's got him on toast. And of course, with him already being booked, he can't go near him anymore. But every time he gets it, he's running them ragged.
Sean Longstaff's given Newcastle the lead here. We've had half an hour at Bramall Lane. News from Wearside in our other commentary match on BBC Radio Newcastle. Sunderland have lost 1-0 to Cardiff. A United corner. Right-footed from the left. Bruno's on the goal line. He's made a run to the front post and then gets it short from Trippier. Gives it back to him. Rolled into Almiron. Oh, a deflection. They want handball. It's going to be another corner because Fotheringham made the save. Both teams are appealing. And Newcastle get the decision. Everyone just stuck their hand in the air and went to the referee. But a clever corner. Almiron peeled off, made a good run. I think it hit Schär, didn't it?
Yeah.
Not the defender next to him. It hit Schär on the knee, bounced up, and then almost looped into the corner. Fotheringham with a good save. Another chance for Newcastle. Whipped in this time. Dan Burn! Dan Burn! Diving header at the back stick. And the big man is there to make it number 2. Trippier's set-piece delivery has been on point this afternoon. and Dan Burn with a dart around the back, diving header into the back of the net. Sheffield United 0, Newcastle United 2 on the 31st minute.
Very straightforward, just peels around the back. Fodringham gets himself in no man's land. Just goes straight over the top of his head. He comes in back post. It's awful marking again, isn't it? Oh, it's that man again, isn't it?
Ahmed Hodzic.
Yeah.
And he's fouling Burn. Yeah. He's all over him. It would have been a penalty.
He's had an absolute nightmare.
And what a din the away fans are making. All on their feet and very much enjoying this. It's 2-0 and it's a very comfortable 2-0 as well.
Hey, could end up being anything. This could end up being anything. And we it's not that we have to be great and that we are being great. These are just all over the place.
And we welcome you if you're listening to BBC Radio Newcastle on DAB and Freeview. Newcastle 2-0 up at Sheffield United. Foul by Wilson on Egan from a long ball forwards. Geordie Joy in front of goal for Longstaff and Burn. And Newcastle, John Anderson, completely on top. It's comfortable.
Hey.
Sheffield United have had a bit of a nightmare, really.
I think that's an understatement.
What's worse than a nightmare? I don't know what you could... Well, they're having a disaster in football terms on the pitch, aren't they? Because they have given the ball away so many times. There's so much space. And Newcastle, who now through Gordon might intercept a back pass, and they have. Gordon's in, and Wilson's in, and the keeper makes a save. And that should have been number 3. And now they've almost given it away again from the pass out from the back. Longstaff down from a challenge that Newcastle didn't like, and there's some afters here involving Robinson, some proper argy-bargy going on. Anderson getting involved, Gordon is there. It was a proper thunderous challenge from Robinson. He took the ball, but probably went through Longstaff as well. He's going to get yellow carded from the referee. Longstaff scored Newcastle's goal, but not popular with the home fans, having hit the deck from an earlier incident involving Gustavo Harmer that saw him get booed for a couple of minutes. But Sheffield United making their own mistakes.
He just missed the ball.
He just giving the ball away. And prior to that incident, Ando, as everything starts to calm down, Gordon intercepted a square pass.
They need to get the right back off. He's having an absolute mare, the right back.
Maybe Gordon could have gone himself, but he squared it to Wilson, and it's not a finish that Callum Wilson will have been happy with, because he probably should have scored.
Yeah, should have scored.
Stuart Atwell, the referee, not a friend of Sheffield United so far. They had complaints about Newcastle's first goal. 2-0 the score, 35 played. Free kick on the right, 20 yards from goal. Trippier looking to put in another dangerous ball from the set piece. Header into the net! Into the net! And for the first time in his Newcastle United career, on his 50th appearance for the club, Sven Botman has scored. And it is such a simple header and a simple goal, as some missiles are launched from the home sections towards the Newcastle players. Water bottles and plastic cups thrown onto the field of play. Stewards get involved with fans behind the goal and in the corner. But 3 goals for United, who are completely in control and heading towards 3 points. Trippier with a ball in, and Botman from about 12 yards, a downward header across goal, and it's Sheffield United 0, Newcastle United 3.
they're all over the place. If they're not careful, this could be absolutely anything. I mean, little ball played in. He just gets a bit ahead of his marker, just flicks the header. No challenge on him at all.
And it's 3-0, and it could be more. Sheffield United did have a couple of chances at 0-0, both through the on-loan Leicester wing-back Luke Thomas. One that took 2 deflections and was saved by Nick Pope, and then another that was put wide on the volley from a cross from the right. But this is...
It's far too easy, isn't it? It really is.
We said before the match, Ando, as Newcastle take a throw, Burn from left back, and Almiron trying to get there, and Longstaff's got there in the centre circle, and they could be given the opportunity to break again. It's a square ball to Trippier along halfway. The three promote Trippier has just completely done Cameron Archer down the right wing. Up to Almiron, Bruno with a ball looking for Gordon. It's taken down by a defender, then Anderson to Gordon. Gordon down in the box. No appeals from Newcastle, and Sheffield United play forwards, and Byrne puts it out for a throw. Anderson had a shout for a free kick, and he might need treatment here. He's holding his right shin. Oh well, Gordon, I mean, Bogle has caught him, and the game has stopped, and VAR I think are having a look at this. Stuart Atwell the referee, Darren England the VAR. The challenge from Jayden Bogle, his boot has caught Gordon's shin and then he's gone down, and this could be a penalty, and it could be about to get significantly worse for Sheffield United, but it's not. But they've lost the ball in midfield, and Wilson's away. Almiron with him, Wilson takes it on himself, and he's hit it straight at the keeper.
Hey, honestly, this lot this could be absolutely anything. They just keep giving it away.
Newcastle are 3-0 up here on BBC Radio Newcastle. Callum Wilson will be livid because he's had chances to score, and he keeps hitting the goalkeeper.
Great chances. Great chances. Chances you'd expect them to put away.
I thought that was going to be given, that penalty, when they looked at it. At first I thought, like you, there was no contact, but there was. Almiron with a foul in midfield. Home fans want a yellow card. Referee doesn't dish out any further punishment. Longstaff, Byrne and Botman. And it is 3-0. 39 minutes on the clock. Norwood with the free kick to the left of the centre circle, good 40 yards from the goal, and it's behind for a corner. Cross sent back over by Egan, and Longstaff got the touch.
Everybody back, haven't left anybody up at all.
It's a right-footed, out-swinging corner kick that we expect, though there is a player there that they could go short to. It's driven into the box, Byrne with a header. Gordon chases the ball out to the right, the Sheffield United right, and then away by Longstaff. Then good ball down the wing. And Bogle slips at the edge of the area. Bruno fouled in front of the assistant referee. And a free kick for Eddie Howe's team. 3-0 up. What I was saying earlier, and referring to our discussion pre-match, was that the three promoted teams have all struggled. They haven't won yet. I think they've all got a point. Burnley, Luton and Sheffield United. Now, we haven't seen the other two yet. Burnley come to St James's Park next weekend. But
I hope they like these.
Yeah, but they're really finding it tough this season.
Oh, hey, if you don't do the basics right, if you don't run around, if you don't chase, it is going to be tough. No one in red and white has run around.
Just seen a replay of the celebrations of Newcastle's third goal when the missiles were launched from the home sections, and Elliot Anderson was struck by one of them on the leg. That might have been why he had a problem a few minutes ago, but he's continuing to play and hasn't received treatment. It's 3-0 to Newcastle in the 42nd minute. And remember, Total Sport every weekday evening on BBC Radio Newcastle, 6 until 8. You can have your say on Newcastle and Sunderland, hear the latest from both clubs. The North East's only football phone-in. Through ball for Sheffield United, Archer chasing, Pope comes to the edge of the area.
Offside.
Makes the clearance, but it wouldn't have mattered anyway.
No.
Because the flag is up. Do join us for Total Sport tomorrow.
I mean, it's 3-0, and we haven't had to do a great deal. You know, we haven't. You wouldn't say, "Oh, we've been brilliant. We've done this. We've done that. We've done the basics." The one thing that Sheffield United haven't done.
A couple of challenges on Anderson on halfway, no foul. Then he makes a good recovery with a sliding tackle in midfield. Sheffield United have a player down. Newcastle have got the ball. The man down is Ahmed Hodzic. He's back up, and Newcastle are back on their way to goal with Gordon charging forwards down the left through for Callum Wilson. No, it's saved again. Well, their top scorer will really be frustrated because the opportunities have been there. Goalkeeper came out and narrowed the angle, and it's a corner. But he could have had a hat-trick and ought to have had at least one goal, Wilson. An hour as a sub in Milan. Callum Wilson, Eddie Howe rotating, Isak on the bench today, Wilson starting. Might get another chance from this corner on the far left side. Newcastle have packed the 6-yard box. Trippier goes to the near post, hit it away, it's come out to Gordon. First time, and it's off the outside of his right boot and a long way from the posts.
Yeah, it was there to be hit. Again, wasn't defended great, was it? Come out edge of the box, coming onto it, just lashed at it.
We might have time for your messages at half-time at BBC Newcastle on Twitter or on WhatsApp 08000 321 333. 08000 321 333. Put BBC at the start. Newcastle have it back from the goal kick. Trippier over to Byrne, nodded down to Bruno. Longstaff back to the Brazilian. Reports over the weekend, but not confirmation that he's agreed a new contract. Something we might ask Eddie Howe about after the game. Gordon bringing it into the centre from the left.
Look at the space he's got again.
Almiron to Trippier on halfway. Inside to Longstaff, who got the first goal. They are 3-0 up. Bruno back to Longstaff. And looking for another navy shirt on the left wing.
Go on, get at him.
Elliot Anderson comes in to centre midfield. Plays it short to Sean Longstaff. We'll get the numbers board soon. Trippier. Anderson's made a run. He's got space, and he's got Gordon in space, but he's going to take it on himself, Anderson, and it's hit Callum Wilson, which probably sums up Wilson's half, unfortunately. Certainly in the final third. Free kick given the way of Newcastle.
On ball.
Stuart Atwell, the referee, is
not popular, is he?
He's going to get booed off at half-time, I predict. Botman to Longstaff, got a man on, quickly to Bruno, then Almiron, moving it to Anderson, a minimum of 6 additional minutes at the end of the first half on BBC Radio Newcastle.
Time for another one.
I quite agree. Bruno to share, in full command of this Newcastle. Just taking their time, being precise with the passing.
Look at this, that
Anderson,
space again.
Oh, he's got a load of room in the middle of the pitch. Gordon on the edge of the area, arms up in the air, wanting it played across to the far right side. Bruno to Longstaff. Trippier goes beyond. Longstaff drags it back, moves it to Bruno. onto Almiron. Try to curler, it's blocked. McAtee backing into Byrne. Byrne wins the header.
He's pulling them.
Free kick for the Blades, who will want the half-time whistle. They were 1-up at Spurs last weekend, 7 minutes into additional time at the end of the game, and lost 2-1. And Newcastle have come here and gone into a 3-0 lead, which perhaps ought to have been more. Anderson, lovely spin, and helping the ball forwards to Wilson, who sprays it out to the left side to Gordon, coming back over to the right now, dropped off to Longstaff. Almiron, Trippier down the line. Trippier gets it, but for the first time this afternoon, his delivery just wasn't quite right. They've given an offside.
No, goal kick.
Ball went out square for a throw, but it must have come back in. We've got another 4 minutes of additional time at the end of the first half. Wilson battling with Ahmedhodzic. Robinson lifts it away. Trippier heading forwards. Robinson on his chest. Longstaff with him. Left-footed hooked clearance. Archer trying to get it under control. And they paid £18.5 million to Villa to sign Cameron Archer in the summer. Sheffield United. Ollie McBurney. Other main centre forward is suspended. Iliman Njai in the summer, who was one of their stars last season as they were promoted. Wilson laying it off to Bruno and helping it over to Byrne and Gordon. And what have they got? The ball and lots of space. Gordon to Anderson, just outside the area. 3-0 up Newcastle. Midway through the additional period. Gordon to Anderson and Byrne. Didn't quite get it right there. Oh, a short back pass. Longstaff's beaten the keeper to the ball and tried to play it back to Gordon. It's going to be, what is it going to be?
Goal kick.
Goal kick. Almost a corner.
Hey, these are an absolute shambles.
Do you know? Oh, it didn't even go out either from Longstaff.
I tell you what, the goal that was given looked more out than that.
If you joined us after Newcastle scored their first goal, Gordon kept the ball in just, though some of it was out, not all of it, clearly.
And that wasn't out.
And Sheffield United complained. It also hit his hand after his first touch, but the goal stood after Longstaff finished left-footed from inside the box. There, Longstaff slid in front of the keeper with a second touch, kept the ball in, played it back, and they gave goal kick.
Oh, the amount of space we're getting is... Dear, oh dear.
It's 3-0 on BBC Radio Newcastle. Share. Trippier. Almiron could have it. Trippier's gone.
Look at the space he's got.
Wilson, who's flicked it on towards Gordon. There was no defender near him. Botman and Bruno keep the ball back for Newcastle, and Bruno, lovely, dragged it through the legs of McAtee, then kept hold of it, and then Newcastle lost it in midfield. Vinicius Souza for Sheffield United, back to centre-half John Egan, and now goalkeeper Fotheringham. Header forwards from Byrne. Vinicius Souza with a turn, edge of the area, far side. Longstaff closing down. Fotheringham away. And it's gone for a throw. Kieran Trippier applauds I was going to say the pressing and the pressure, but they're not having to charge down and sprint, are they? I mean, they're
jogging.
They're doing their job, but they're not having to be at full pelt. Share. Up to Trippier, into Bruno. 30 seconds left. We might find that they go in at half-time, only 3-0 up.
Only.
And I say only because it ought to have been more, but there's time for one last attack maybe. And it's Anderson with a ball in between defenders for Gordon. Gordon's got it, cuts inside, deflected, and tipped over. Good save by Wes Fotheringham. It's a corner kick on the left. Anthony Gordy's had his shirt ripped around the collar from an earlier challenge. Deflection on the effort, looped up, Fotheringham got a hand, palmed it over.
He's just random ragged, and all he's doing is just running at them.
And not going to get the chance to take the corner, unfortunately. There are the boos from the home fans and cheers from the away end. Nick Pope, as he goes to pick up his towel and water bottle, applauds the United fans because they've been making a lot of noise and having a bit of a party really behind that goal, as at the other end their team have put the ball in the Sheffield United net 3 times, John Anderson, on what has been one of the most one-sided and most comfortable halves of football that we can remember.
It should be more. They're 3 up, but it could be 5, could be 6. And if it was, Sheffield United could have no complaints whatsoever, because we've done the basics right. They've been in absolute shambles. They've been shocking. They're not defending properly. The gaps between the defence and midfield, there's pockets where we're just walking into. They're not marking people, they're not tackling. It's been so comfortable. It really has. It's been. I don't think Eddie Howe could have asked for a better game after a European trip away than this, because they've been in absolute shambles.
They did have a couple of chances at the start of the match at 0-0 through Luke Thomas, but Newcastle, the only thing that you could say that could be perceived as criticism is that they haven't scored more goals because they've had chances. Gordon there has been involved. They've been block shots.
Wilson's had two real chances that you'd have put your house on him scoring. You know, comfortable saves for the keeper when you would have expected somebody of his quality to have put the ball in the back of the net. And if you are going to be critical, the fact that they're only 3 up, that would be it. You know, they should be more. I mean, it's home and hosed as it is at 3-0, but it should be 5, should be 6.
Well, we'll bring you the second half, and Newcastle, if they're in the mood they were in the first, and if Sheffield United play like they did, we could well have more goals. But they look set for their first away win of the season anyway, and could make it a really good week on the pitch in terms of results. At half-time in South Yorkshire at Bramall Lane, goals from Longstaff, Byrne and Botman. It's Sheffield United 0, Newcastle United 3.
There's that feeling you get when you find your keys down the back of the sofa.
Oh, yeah.
There's that feeling you get when you find a £5 in your coat pocket.
Yes.
And there's that feeling you get when you win a pair of tickets to see Newcastle and Sunderland play at home.
Get in! Get in! I'm out with the moon! I'm out with the moon! I'm out with the moon! Get in!
To win, listen out for the referee's whistle during weekday breakfast with me, Matt Bailey.
Brilliant, thank you very much.
BBC Radio Newcastle, making a difference in the North East.
What a blower.
Dominic James back in the BBC Radio Newcastle studio. Half-time at Bramall Lane. Sheffield United 0, Newcastle United 3. Sean Longstaff, Dan Byrne and Sven Botman all grabbing goals for the Magpies in the first half. We're here after the match as well, so you can send in your messages and I'll put them to John Anderson after the game. WhatsApp 08000 321 333. Text 81333. Start your messages with the letters BBC. We'll head back to Bramall Lane shortly for second half commentary. 4 other games in the Premier League today that kicked off at 2 o'clock in the North London derby. It finished Arsenal 2, Tottenham 2. On the South Coast, Brighton beat Bournemouth 3-1. Aston Villa went to Stamford Bridge and beat Chelsea 1-0. And at Anfield, Liverpool beat West Ham 3-1. 2 games in the Championship today. One of them, our commentary game, Sunderland losing at home to Cardiff 1-0 there. Mark McGuinness scoring for the visitors in the 87th minute. We'll bring you Tony Mowbray's post-match reaction after Newcastle's game. Here, though, is Nick Barnes and Gary Bennett's summary and analysis of the game at the Stadium of Light.
Cardiff win by 1-0. The late goal, 87th minute, from a corner on the left. Mark McGuinness wasn't picked out and he nodded home from 6 yards. It was a stalemate through the first half. A triple substitution made, bringing on Roberts, Hemir and now Sheesh. It seemed to open things up. It looked more promising for Sunderland. They did start to engineer a few better chances. A block from Roberts from 6 yards by Jack Anik. Now Sheesh threw shot straight at Anik, but then that mistake by Trey Hume that allowed the corner, which led to the winning goal.
That's right. And you know, you look at the game, you know, have we done enough to win the game? Yes, the goalkeeper's made 2 or 3 very, very good saves, but at the other end, you know, we said it before a ball was kicked, Nick. You know, if we can keep a clean sheet, defend, then you fancy us to go and win the game. But you've got to concentrate at the back. It's okay going forward, you know, attacking, and you know, we talk a lot about your Jack Clarks and your Patrick Roberts and your Dan Neils, but you know, defensively, you've got to concentrate for 90 minutes.
It's a first away win for Cardiff, but we did say at the beginning of the afternoon, this is a much improved Cardiff City team. This is not the same Cardiff that we watched last season that finished 21st in the Championship. They started the day mid-table, but only a few points behind Sunderland. And you can see why. They're very, very well organised.
They're well organised. They've come here for a point. Let's not get away from it. You know, Sunderland had so much percentage off the play, but you're just asking the question, did we do enough? Did we work the goalkeeper enough? Yes, he's made, I would say, 2 or 3 good saves, but at times I think maybe we could have moved the ball a little bit quicker. You know, we talk about being ruthless in there. A couple of times I think, you know, we could have pulled the trigger. You know, and again, you cannot afford to be relying on your Jack Clarks and your Patrick Roberts every week. You know, somebody else has got to come up and make things happen, because if your Jack Clarks are unfortunately 2 defenders or 2 people playing against Jack Clark and he's struggling, we've got to find another avenue. Somebody else is going to make things happen.
It's difficult to get back-to-back wins in the Championship. They've managed 3 on the bounce, but 4 was just a bridge too far for Sunderland this afternoon. 41,581 at the Stadium of Light. Next up, it's Sheffield Wednesday at Hillsborough on Friday night. We'll be there, of course, on BBC Radio Newcastle. But here, this afternoon, it's ended Sunderland 0, Cardiff City 1.
Nick Barnes and Gary Bennett there. Only one other game in the Championship today, Stoke against Hull. Hull beating Stoke 3-1. Let's remind you of some of what happened non-league wise yesterday for some of our local sides. Gateshead beating Maidenhead 3-0, Gateshead up to 4th in the National League, unbeaten in 6. Here's the Gateshead player manager, Mike Williamson.
Yeah, I thought it was a difficult one for us. I thought our play was really good in patches. I thought our intensity could have been better. Obviously, it's just very difficult when an opposition come up to slow things down and to kill the momentum, which we need to expect. But yeah, I thought the patience and persistence was there. We deserved the 3 points. The boys deserved it. But yeah, it was frustrating, and we just had to make sure that we didn't allow that to get the better of us and focus on what we needed to do.
Mike Williamson there. Gateshead then flying towards the top of the National League and National League North. Blythe Spartans at Croft Park lost 3-1 to Alfreton. Better news though for South Shields. They beat Peterborough Sports 4-2. That means they go up to 2nd in the table. Head coach Julio Arca spoke to the club's website after the game.
Yeah, fantastic result, first win away. Great to that. The first half we did some good stuff. We played some few great chances. Just disappointed to concede that kind of goal. You know, that we spoke with the lads about it. The reaction in the second half was great. You know, the intensity we pressing them, especially at the beginning of the second half. That gives us obviously the confidence to keep attacking them, and obviously Blackie scored a great goal. His touch was excellent. And then the game more or less opened up. We played some good football. Obviously, in the end, got a bit scrappy. Expecting them to put a lot of balls in the box, and you know, trying to get something out of that. But look, the main thing was the reaction of the team in the second half.
South Shields manager Julio Arca there speaking after their win over Peterborough Sports yesterday. 4-2 means they go up to second in National League North in the Northern Premier League Premier Division. Morpeth drew 3-3 away to Bamber Bridge. Morpeth, though, were 3-1 up at one stage. In the FA Trophy second round qualifying, Dunstan lost 2-1 away to Nantwich there. In the Northern Premier League East Division, Concert losing 2-0 at home to Pontefract Collieries. In the Scottish Cup first round, Berwick Rangers lost 5-1 away to Brora Rangers. No women's games for Sunderland or Durham this weekend because of the international break. Of course, the Stadium of Light played host to England versus Scotland in the Nations League on Friday evening. The Lionesses winning 2-1, and the former Sunderland player Lucy Bronze opened the scoring.
Lauren James down the left-hand side. To Zellum, and Bronze is in there. Oh, that's brilliant. Flag stays down. The header from Lucy Bronze.
And her manager Serena Wiegman says it was quite fitting for Bronze to get on the score sheet.
Of course, it's incredible to play in this stadium. It's sold out. The fans are so enthusiastic. It's so exciting for us too, but also the pitch. The pitch was incredible. What a quality. So it was such a joy to play here. And so she loved it, and we really enjoyed her goal. For her, it's really nice, but as a team, we enjoyed it too.
Serena Wiegman there speaking after England's 2-1 win over Scotland in the Nations League on Friday. To Rugby Union in the World Cup today, Scotland are taking on Tonga, and Scotland are leading 17-10 in that match there. Later on tonight in Pool C, Wales take on Australia at 8 o'clock. Yesterday in Pool D, England absolutely thumped Chile 71 points to nothing, and Henry Ola scored 5 tries. Head coach Steve Borthwick was full of praise for the winger.
He played really well, and I think he took those opportunities. He's a fantastic finisher, and the message to him is bring his point of difference onto the pitch. Back himself, and he certainly did that in those opportunities. I think we have to credit as well is the people playing on the inside who helped create those opportunities. And I thought today you saw a great blend. The team played in a few different ways at different times through that game, led by Owen, and managed through what was a challenging spell at the start of the game. And I think it's important that we credit Chile, who I thought played in a real courageous and committed manner. And the players worked their way through that period and then took their opportunities very well.
That is England's head coach Steve Borthwick there speaking after England's 71 point to nothing victory over Chile yesterday. Also yesterday, Ando will be happy, Ireland beat South Africa 13 points to 8. And in Pool C, the game between Georgia and Portugal finished 18-18. In the Rugby Union's Premiership Cup on Friday, the Newcastle Falcons beat Sale Sharks 23 points to 10 at Kingston Park in Rugby League. It was the final game of the season for already relegated Newcastle Thunder in the Championship. Yesterday, they lost 32 points to 18 away to Batley. In basketball on Friday, the Newcastle Eagles beat the Bristol Flyers 81 points to 74 in the BBL Championship. And just finally, in golf, Europe have retained the Solheim Cup. It went down to the very final game. All the reaction to that one is on the BBC Sport website. Here, though, on BBC Radio Newcastle, it's time to head back to Bramall Lane for second half commentary of Sheffield United versus Newcastle United in the company of Matthew Racebeck and John Anderson.
Half-time highlights.
Total Sport Northeast.
BBC Radio Newcastle.
The throw for Gordon, who's tried to keep it in on the line, cut it back for Longstaff, who scores. Sean Longstaff, left-footed from Anthony Gordon's cutback, has given them an early lead at Bramall Lane. Sheffield United protest and think the ball had gone out of play, but from the throw, Gordon did well, rolled it back, and arriving was Longstaff, who hit the back of the net. 21 minutes played, Sheffield United 0, Newcastle United 1. Another chance for Newcastle, whipped in this time, Dan Burn! Dan Burn! Diving header at the back stick, and the big man is there to make it number 2. Trippier's set-piece delivery has been on point this afternoon, and Dan Burn with a dart around the back, diving header into the back of the net. Sheffield United 0, Newcastle United 2 on the 31st minute. Dangerous ball from the set piece. Header into the net! Into the net! And for the first time in his Newcastle United career, on his 50th appearance for the club, Sven Botman has scored.
Total Sport Northeast.
Matthew Raisbeck and black and white legend John Anderson.
BBC Radio Newcastle.
Second half about to begin here on BBC Radio Newcastle. No changes for Newcastle United. Leading by 3 goals to 0. However, the home team have brought on Benny Traore. They haven't told us who's gone off. Looks like it's Jayden Bogle. Thank you, Ando. Newcastle kick off for the second half, shooting towards the left, towards the away fans. 3-0 up, and they have the ball on the right-hand side. We'll go through the 2 11s in a moment. There's Almiron, edge of the area to Wilson. Back through for Almiron, but just blocked. And then the clearance from one Sheffield United defender onto another, and it took a second attempt to finally get rid. This is Cher to Botman, closed down by Traore. It's Pope in goal, Trippier, Cher, Botman and Byrne on the ball here. Anderson on the left of central midfield, Bruno in the middle, then Longstaff and Almiron on the right, Wilson at centre forward, Gordon on the left. Came on for the injured Barnes on 11 minutes. Longstaff right wing. They're looking to start the second half with another attack, Newcastle. Played inside towards Almiron, helped on but cut out by Sheffield United player Vinicius Souza. And the ball runs away. It's a throw for Kieran Trippier to take. On the bench, Newcastle, Dubravka, Lascelles, Tonali, Target, Isak, Hall, Livramento, Murphy. Second minute of the second half. They're wearing the navy away shirt, yellow shorts and socks, Pope in blue. Sheffield United red and white stripes, black shorts and black socks. Goalkeeper Fotheringham, who's made a few saves and a couple of decent ones, is in light grey. According to a statistic that was shown around at half-time, Ando, 8 shots on target in the first half for Newcastle, the most they've had in the Premier League in a first half, which
it was all far too easy. But it goes back to the stat that we were talking about before the game. Sheffield United have had the most shots against them in the Premier League than any other side, and on the evidence of the opening 45 minutes you can understand why.
Elliot Anderson, left side of Newcastle's half, back to Botman on the corner of the area, into the box to Byrne, closed down by Harmer. He's lifted it away to Cher. The home team, Fotheringham in goal. Looks like they've gone to a 4 at the back now. Ahmed Hodzic, Egan, Robinson. Long ball forwards for Almiron to chase, picked up by the keeper. Thomas at left back. And then they have Souza, Norwood, Harmer, McAtee and Traore and Archer up front. They obviously feel that the change, and it does look like a 4, doesn't it? These early stages of the second half will make them more solid.
Well, it doesn't matter what shape you play, and if you don't do the basics right, it's not going to make a great deal of difference. And there you go, they've given it away again.
They've just smacked the ball across the pitch, and it's fallen nicely for Kieran Trippier, who carries it into Sheffield United territory, looking for Wilson. Flicks it on to Gordon, corner of the area, on the near side, shifts it. Longstaff back through to Gordon, but cleared just in the nick of time by Egan. Anderson to Longstaff, on to Gordon. Longstaff hits the floor at the edge of the area. Newcastle not happy that they didn't get a decision there. And Sheffield United come forwards. Benny Traore started to run, but ran the ball out of play. Traore there, the top scorer in the Swedish league this season for Häcken. They signed him for £4 million in the summer. He's yet to score in the Premier League. Burns giving it away. after the throw. McAtee into the area, could be trouble. It's a good run, but it's stopped by Cher in the box, and then Anderson caught by Traore. Assistant referee flags. Stuart Atwell blows his whistle. And now we have a free kick. Pope in no great hurry. Sheffield United's bench, Adam Davies, the goalkeeper, Austin Trusty, Chris Basham, Tom Davies, Anis Ben Slimani, Yasser Larouci, Andre Brooks, Femi Seriki. Newcastle throw on the left wing in the final third. Gordon leaves it for Byrne. Paul Heckingbottom, Sheffield United manager, is out of his technical area. It's a lively presence on the touchline. Byrne gets it back and sends over a half volley cross. Edge of the area, a couple of headers. One from Almiron, who's almost lost it. Longstaff thought he was fouled. Trippier then wins it back from McAtee. Play on. And then rolled through for Longstaff, but they've got a covering player, Norwood, to cut the ball out. Thomas. Almiron made the challenge in front of the linesman. And a free kick in the corner for the home side.
Well, I thought we might see a reaction from Sheffield United. I thought that they got a flea in their ear at half-time. But it's just the same as the first half was.
Cher onto Longstaff, then Anderson involved. And then a misplaced back pass, but it's brought back for a foul on halfway on Vinicius Souza. Holding his face. Referee having a chat with Sheffield United midfielder Oliver Norwood. Now the free kick can be taken. It's Jack Robinson, the fullback. They've got a runner down the line, but they don't use him, Thomas. And it's actually Harmer who plays it short to Robinson.
No movement.
Yeah, I was going to say there's nothing up ahead really for him. He's gone out wide to Thomas and then gets it back. 53rd minute. BBC Radio Newcastle. Egan. Back to goalkeeper Fotheringham. To midfield to Norwood, back to the keeper, takes a touch. Bruno closes down. He's played the pass out wide, and then they go back with it, keeping the ball, but it's not really the progressive stuff that the home fans would want to see. Harmer with a nice turn in the middle away from Anderson. McAtee taking it on, and then flick through towards Archer, and Botman does the necessary defending. Puts it out for a throw on this near side of the pitch. Didn't take any chances. Newcastle can reset. Ahmed Hodzic. Norwood to Souza. And Egan along the halfway line. Forwards to Ahmed Hodzic. Clipped down the right by Norwood. Botman with a header, and he's hurt there in the challenge. Byrne helping it on. Referee needs to stop the game. You know, Sheffield United are playing on. He's letting it go. He had a look. He put his whistle to his lips. Stuart Atwell. Botman is still down. Newcastle have won it back, and play will continue. United on the attack. Trippier challenged. It's a Sheffield United throw. Now he blows the whistle with Botman down. He had a good look at it. Maybe he realised it wasn't a head injury.
No, he's hurt his back, hasn't he?
Let it go.
I think he's landed on his back. It's just the way he landed. Yeah.
You can see it's an awkward landing.
Yeah. It's not a head injury. As I say, it's just the way he landed on his back. It's all right.
Sheffield United throw on the left side. Bramall Lane, which is one of those old-fashioned style grounds where you have 4 separate stands rather than a bowl. All around the same height. So it does retain the noise. From the home fans, it's been mostly booing and groaning. So far, Newcastle 3-0 up. Back to Fotheringham, edge of his penalty area. 4 Newcastle players up there. The high press, ball slipped through into midfield.
Oh, they've given
and
it away
Bruno
again.
has won it back, and Almiron from Trippier. And they can go forwards. Anderson, left of centre, onto Gordon, tackled by Ahmedhodzic. And Byrne wins it back, and Longstaff.
Archer's been anonymous, hasn't he?
To Anderson, and Burns carried on his run into the box and clipped the cross in, but it's headed away. Then Anderson brings it down and finds Byrne again, who takes a touch. Back to Anderson, still in the penalty area. Going to be forced possibly over to the far side. It's instead to Bruno in the middle. Across to Cher.
Hit it! Hit it!
With a space for Cher. He slipped it through. Trippier's in, and Callum Wilson, here he is! And this time, Wilson hits the back of the net. He had chances in the first half and was unsuccessful in front of goal. But when Trippier was played in by Cher, the cross was perfect for Wilson to head it past Fotheringham in front of the away fans. And it's Sheffield United 0, Newcastle United 4, and Wilson's 4th of the season.
Like shedding peas, isn't it? Nobody marks him. There's nobody anywhere near him. It's just so simple. Good header.
Just nodded it down, centre of the goal, around 6 yards out. Runs to Trippier, big hug, big smile from both. And
a lot of empty seats starting to appear here.
And Wilson's got his goal, he'll be delighted. And Eddie Howe, if he wants, could maybe change things around, manage the player's schedule and workload like he spoke about before the game. Probably wouldn't have expected to be 4-0 up on 57 minutes. It's Almiron to Longstaff, cut out, then Almiron again, on for Wilson, could play it through, cut out. And then Wilson's won it back, and then they've lost it again at the edge of the box. It's Sheffield United have given it away in midfield. In some ways it's hard to keep track of, because every time you think they've got the ball under control, the home team, they lose it. Gordon threatening, looking for number 5, Anderson. Forced away from goal. Bruno clipping it to Trippier. Back to halfway, Fabian Cher sweeps it out to Anderson. Look at the room.
The space in the room.
Ahmedhodzic stands between him and the box. Anderson with step overs. Gordon's rather got in the way. Anderson still going, lifts it to the back stick, headed away from underneath the crossbar by a defender. I think it was Egan. The cross might have been dropping in. They just got it away. Trippier nods it forwards. Vinicius Souza on. Cher to Trippier, who lets it run and turns and comes back to Botman. It's 4-0.
It's counter.
And it's so easy.
Yeah.
Wilson gets it at the edge of the area. Longstaff took it on after Wilson had the initial touch.
But see the space he got again. They've gone to a 4, but neither the centre-backs want to mark Wilson. He had the space again, ball's rolled into him under no pressure. It's just turned late, a little ball off. Longstaff on this occasion just overruns it.
Well, I hope it's coming through clearly through our microphones, the noise from the away fans. They're on the attack again with Gordon, and it's Byrne. Chance to deliver first time, hangs it up towards Wilson, who's taken it down, and then it's slammed out by Robinson for a throw, level with the penalty spot. Do wonder Sheffield United's fans must be feeling. It's really been a tough start to the season after promotion back to the Premier League, following a couple of years away. Their only point came here in a 2-all draw with Everton. They've also lost at home to Palace and Man City, and Newcastle are 4-0 in front. And Anderson,
they've given it away again.
Have won it back, and Bruno to Anderson, might take it on himself. Here's Anthony Gordon for number 5. It's saved.
Offside.
And Almiron is offside as he puts the ball into the net.
Yet again, they give it away, edge of the penalty area, get opened up. They're all over the place.
Gordon, right-footed. And Almiron definitely offside. Opened his body up, Gordon, went for the far bottom corner.
Should have scored.
Yeah,
should have scored. Decent save, but he should have scored.
Fotheringham, driven kick through the middle. Bruno on his chest. And then Bruno still going. And move to Anderson. It's Gordon, left corner of the area, cuts inside. He's going to hit it this time. Oh, Anthony Gordon! That is a lovely goal. And having just missed a chance, one-on-one, he's cut inside and bent one into the bottom corner. Grabs hold of the club crest on his Newcastle shirt and lets out a huge roar. Gordon, his second goal of the season, and it's a fantastic finish, cutting in and finding the bottom corner. 62 minutes played, it's 5-0, and it really could be anything.
Oh, it's a quality finish. Yet again, they stand off and cut inside. Nobody goes out to him, gives them all the room, uses the defender to bend it around. The keeper's got no chance. Quality goal. But if you give these type of players, good players, that amount of room and that amount of space, they're going to hurt you. Sheffield United this could get really, really embarrassing for them.
They've just made another change. They brought on Tom Davies into midfield.
Need to bring half a dozen on.
I think Oliver Norwood is the player who's gone off. The Newcastle subs, there's 4 of them warming up. The home fans respond in defiance with noise. Tonali, Isak, Murphy, Livramento, I mean, they'll all want to come on. We can only make another 4 changes because Gordon replaced Barnes through injury at the start of the game, just after 10 minutes. But everyone will want a piece of the action. Bruno to Anderson. Gordon's on the move up ahead. Anderson taking on Davies. Into Bruno. Oh, around Harmer. So easy.
Too easy.
Longstaff to Trippier. Almiron, who's had one ruled out, trying to get a return ball from Bruno at the edge of the box. Sheffield United with an interception and then an eventual clearance. Tonali's come back to the bench. The other 3 aforementioned players continue to warm up. We might see the likes of Livramento and Hall in the Cup on Wednesday, but it would be an opportune time maybe for Eddie Howe to get some of those boys on. Share with
the space again. Oh dear.
Anderson to Gordon. Gordon's going to try and run Ahmed Hodzic. He's done it and gone down. No foul. And I think that's probably the right decision from the referee. Long ball up to halfway. Byrne let it run for Botman, who's played it forwards to Anderson, who's got it tangled in between his feet, been tackled, and then won it back from Davies on the 18-yard line. Bruno trying to play it into the space on the far side. We've still got, if you think about what might be added to the end of the match, half an hour to go. 64 minutes.
Yeah, it could be anything.
5-0.
Yeah, it could be anything. If they want more, there's plenty there for them.
Burn to Gordon, and then goes on an overlapping run. Inside to Anderson. On the left, 5 yards ahead of halfway. Back to Bruno. Drives it over to Trippier. And a ball
the space again.
Oh, Bruno in the final third to the right of centre. Almiron moves it quickly to Anderson. Sort of reared up at Anderson. He couldn't hold it. And Traore for Sheffield United, tackled by Anderson. Throw on halfway. And the numbers board is coming, but it's a Sheffield United change again.
Nobody in red and white wants the ball now.
Anis Ben Slimani, the Tunisian international midfielder. It was their first signing of the summer after promotion. Is replacing Gustavo Harmer. Midfielder for another. Eddie Howe and Jason Tindall side by side.
Oh dear.
Ahmed Hodzic has flicked it and given it straight to Gordon. Wilson couldn't take it, but it's come to Bruno. 30 yards out. Couldn't get enough behind the ball to thread it through for Wilson on the edge of the box, but it was the right ball to play. And now Almiron has won possession back for Newcastle, and Longstaff plays it to the Paraguayan, who then goes into his own half with a pass back to Cher. But now they're going forwards, and it's Gordon down the left, drags it away from Ahmed Hodzic. Still got it. The cut back doesn't quite come for Anderson. Wilson's gone down under a challenge, gets back up. No appeals for a foul. And then they've surrendered possession again. It's Bruno. Longstaff takes it, holds off Davies, plays it back to Cher. Could get Nick Pope involved here. Doesn't, turns away. Trippier on the touchline. Back to Pope this time. You know, you get statistics for pretty much everything now in football. The number of times Sheffield United have given
the ball away.
I'd love to know the number. And it must be a record.
Oh.
Certainly this season. Newcastle with the ball on the right. Cher.
There, look, the space again.
Into Anderson. But just clip that bit of you saying, look at the space, and just put it on repeat for the next 25 minutes, because it's been the way Newcastle have found it all afternoon.
They've had no shape about them, though, haven't they, Sheffield United? You know, you look at teams and think, oh, well, you can see what they're trying to do. They've got that shape about them. Sheffield United have got no shape about them.
Bruno through, Almiron's in, Almiron scores! They've got 6! Bruno with a threaded through ball, and Almiron, who earlier had one chalked off for offside, has driven it left-footed into the bottom right corner for his first of the season. 68 on the clock. Sheffield United 0, Newcastle United 6.
How simple was that? Straight little ball, straight through between two centre-backs. He's just ran. Nobody's picked them up. And it's a good little finish. And we've still got half an hour to go.
A lot of empty red seats.
Look,
a lot of them have faded pink.
He just runs.
Now
look,
emerging
nobody
as the fans leave.
Go on.
Home fans have had enough, and you can't blame them. But for Newcastle, look at the gap there, a huge gap. You could have got a bus through there.
Couple of buses.
Yeah. Well, he drove through into the space onto Bruno's pass. Triple change. Livramento, Isak, Tonali, all coming on. Almiron coming off, replaced by Tonali. That's the first change. Trippier is coming off. Dan Burn's got the captain's armband, which will always be something special for him. And Wilson is the other player leaving the field. He's got his goal, and Isak, whose goals haven't really been coming recently, scored in only one.
He'll get a couple today if he wants them.
Well, he scored in only one of his last 12 Newcastle outings and failed to hit the net in 10 of the last 11 in the Premier League. He is on up front for Wilson. Livramento on for his second Newcastle appearance for Trippier at right back. And they put Tonali on. And I think they've moved Anderson to the left and Gordon to the right of the front three. Lewis Hall continues to warm up to the soundtrack of a few thousand black and whites. Voices will be hoarse after all of this, and the singing in Milan. Ahmed Hodzic away for Sheffield United. Played in right-hand side of the penalty area. Got into a good shooting position, but fired it over the top.
That sums his afternoon up. Yeah. High over the bar, wasn't it?
So 3 changes and 6 goals for United, and they want more. And there's 20 minutes still to play here on BBC Radio Newcastle. Anderson with a great run, drifting in from the left wing. Tackle comes in, the ball reaches Livramento. Tino is the cry from the away fans. What they've done in midfield, Ando, as well here, is Tonali is in the middle and Bruno's on the left of Tonali, which is interesting. Different role for Bruno. It's on the ball now. It's back to Tonali. First time to Burn. Back with his left boot. Dragged it inside and then played it to Pope. Share on the corner of the box. Gordon made a run away and then dropped deep. Comes back to get it. Almost ran into trouble, but was able to push it back to Tonali, onto Bruno, and now the big man striding forwards from defence down the left wing. Dan Burn dropping it off to Bruno, who shifted it inside, and Livramento completely free, but they go to Gordon, Longstaff and Isak, looking for the room, and Livramento got it, tried to clip it back into the centre, but the cross is blocked. Sheffield United, that's out of play, surely. So they run down the left wing. Must have kept it in on the line. And then Gordon makes the tackle. And the decision is throw. In a red and white shirt, Luke Thomas is going to take it. Chris Basham will be coming on next, the experienced defender from Hebburn, the South Tyne side. Sunderland supporter. Spoke about that in an interview in the programme before the match. He lost given away. Isak with a chance to run and take on a defender as he breaks into the penalty area. It's come back for Longstaff. It's come to Bruno! And Bruno makes it 7. Well, what else can you say? Newcastle United have walloped Sheffield United. There are 17 minutes to play, and Bruno Guimaraes has just stuck away goal number 7. And it is a match that is completely over and has been for a very long time. It has been so easy, and the scoreline reflects that. And Bruno celebrates with the away supporters, a 7th goal. And you would not rule out a few more before the end of the game either.
No, it's been so easy. Yet again, Sheffield United give it away. They break and it's a simple finish. I mean, this could get the double figures.
That's what I nearly said.
It could, yeah.
I reined myself.
No, it could. Very easy get the double figures.
Basham has come on, and is playing on the right. And once again, they didn't tell us who's gone off, so we'll check that out. You may know before we do. They don't put substitution information on the giant screen at Bramall Lane. Ball into the box from Tom Davies. Dan Burn away. Elliot Anderson head injury. It's collided with Vinicius Souza, and it's stopped because it's a head injury for Anderson. That's the reason. We were talking in the car, Ando, on the way down here this morning about the game that was played behind closed doors in January 2021. It's the last time Newcastle came to Sheffield United. We weren't here because we were having to commentate on away matches from the studio because of coronavirus restrictions and lockdowns, and it was one of the worst performances that we can remember. There were some low points in that season under Steve Bruce, but not many more than losing to Sheffield United, who hadn't won at that stage, beaten 1-0. It was a truly awful game and result. Well, they've probably put that one to bed and created new memories on this ground by leading 7-0 with 15 minutes to play. And when we think of Bramall Lane, we'll hopefully not think of that awful January night. We'll think of this.
Well, enjoy this one because I doubt we'll be coming back here next season.
Given away by Newcastle, Tonali. Bruno intercepts. Can still make one more change. Murphy and Hall have been warming up. Livramento with Isak down the line, over halfway. Isak back to the halfway line to Longstaff. And Bruno
space again
for Anderson, but the ball is driven at a red and white shirt. Traore down the right for Basham. Burn across to him. And the ball in from Basham doesn't actually reach anybody in the middle. It is a goal kick, landed on the roof of the net. I think there's going to be one more Newcastle change. The numbers board is being readied. 78th minute, BBC Radio Newcastle, and a rampant Magpies team are 7-0 up. Played it out so easy from the back, and Tonali can get Livramento away. Isak and Gordon in the middle. Tino Livramento rolling it into Gordon in the box. He's turned and gone back away out wide and played it short to Tonali. Tonali comes back to Share in front of halfway. Newcastle's biggest Premier League win is the 8-0 over Sheffield Wednesday under Sir Bobby in 1999. They've called Lewis Hall back to the bench, could be about to make his debut. Isak laying it off to Bruno. He'll be absolutely ravenous, won't he? Isak, desperate for a goal. He's not had a chance yet, but he was involved just before Bruno made it 7. It's remarkable, it's ridiculous. And the pace of the game has slowed completely, but you know that if Newcastle get a chance, they'll go for it again. Botman at the back, scored his first goal for the club. Burn there, who got the second. 7 goals, 7 different scorers. This is Bruno, fouled but play on. Gordon away, Isak in the centre. Gordon over halfway, now carrying it towards the left and rolling it out wide to Anderson, who comes back into the middle. Longstaff in the centre. It's come for Tonali, but Anderson takes over. So might have a go, Anderson. Instead rolls it through to Livramento, and it's a corner kick.
Far too easy. 10 minutes to get 3. make it double figures.
Free corner to be taken, right-footed from the far side. Newcastle with Burn in their share and Botman, and it's headed almost onto the roof of the net, but the keeper got a hand on it. The header at the near post, another save from Wes Fotheringham. A near post header from Elliot Anderson. And just touched over for another corner. Tonali to deliver again, another outswinger. Half a header clear. Livramento's brought it down. It's a good ball back into space to Tonali, who takes a touch, then crosses. Dan Burn. Oh, it's come to share at the back of the box.
He went for it, didn't he?
Oh, glory in the top corner, but he couldn't keep it down. Bruno getting a breather. And Lewis Hall coming on. A note has been passed to Sean Longstaff by assistant manager Jason Tyndall, which must be a tactical change. Bruno gets the cheers and the applause, and Hall high-fives him, and the Newcastle fan, through his family, who all support the club, most of them, is on for his debut following his move from Chelsea in the summer. And he's gone to the left. Looks like they might have gone to a 5 with Burn, Botman and Cher as the centre halves, obviously, and Livramento and Hall, two young lads, as wing-backs. Sheffield United through Traore. And now into the penalty area, laid off to Tom Davies. Livramento, good block. Gordon up to Isak. Oh, this unlucky. Could be a break. It's back to Anderson. Fouled in the centre circle by Davies, stopping the Newcastle charge up the pitch. And it's a free kick only. 8 minutes left. It's 7-0. That 10 that you were hoping for might not happen, but if they get one and then get another,
you never know.
Yeah. They'll hope, Newcastle, that the goal scoring hasn't finished.
They don't want the ball back, Sheffield United. Keep it away from us. We don't want it.
Next they go to West Ham and then Fulham, then it's Manchester United here, the Yorkshire team. I read during the week that there was pressure on Paul Heckingbottom and reports that he could be.
Well, this isn't going to do him any favours.
Yeah. Such a heavy and damaging defeat potentially. Burn with a challenge on Traore, it's gone out. Basham in the Newcastle half with a throw to Ahmed Hodzic. Vinicius Souza over to the far side, headed on there by Thomas. And it's Sven Slimani. It's been quiet since coming on. Davies a bit more involved in the middle. By standards of this game anyway. Anderson winning it back, and now Hall wanted to go on a run, beats one. It's tackled by Basham, who's brought it into the centre, and Basham's got it again. They're looking to get a shooting opportunity here in the penalty area. It's pushed away to Davies, 25 yards out. Ahmed Hodzic now.
Oh.
Davies up to Basham, back to Tom Davies. This could be their opportunity, Sheffield United, and it's off target, left-footed from the ponytailed Tom Davies from close range.
Yeah, never in control of it, was he? Just lashed it over the top of the crossbar. interesting to see how much time he adds on.
Botman to Tonali, Newcastle short from the back, ball on the floor. Listen to BBC Radio Newcastle. We'll be here until 7 tonight, so send us a message on text 81333, start it with BBC. Or if you want to get us on WhatsApp, 08000 321 333, BBC at the front of it as well, and on Twitter at BBC Newcastle. Back to Fotheringham from the Blades. Goalkeeper's kick. So it's the head of Longstaff. Then Davies with a nod on in midfield. He gets it back. Threads one through. It's a nice ball. Byrne then sliding, intercepts a forward pass. And Isak looking interested here as it's in the final third. But back to the goalkeeper, Fotheringham. Sheffield United play it forwards and then back to Fotheringham again. Total Sport tomorrow from 6. You won't want to miss it. We'll discuss the 2 results today. Newcastle's win, Sunderland's defeat, and have post-match reaction. And you can have your say on the North East Only football phone in. Total Sport North East, 6 till 8, Monday to Friday, only on BBC Radio Newcastle. And you can listen anytime, wherever you are in the world, live or listen back through the BBC Sounds app.
They can't even keep a throw in now.
Balls come away with a ball and then being tackled after winning it back. Then United regain possession. It's with Tino Livramento. And the 20-year-old Livramento with it in space. Finding it inside to Isak. Oh, Isak from a header back from a defender is in. Isak's beaten one and then taken it around Fotheringham and put it into the back of the net. And Isak, with his 3rd of the season, just made it look so easy after a gift from Sheffield United. And with 4 minutes to go, it's Sheffield United 0, Newcastle United 8, and they have equalled their biggest Premier League winning scoreline, still with time to play.
Yeah, I mean, they didn't need any help, but I mean, it's awful again. They just give the ball away, and Isak, cool as a cucumber, it's on the edge of his box, trying to head it back, gives it to Isak, sticks the defender on his backside, and then coolly rolls it past the keeper. 8-0. 8-0. I mean, what even is 8-0? It shouldn't happen, should it? It shouldn't in the Premier League. Well, it happens.
With respect to the quality that Newcastle have, and Sheffield United looking for a first win, had chances when it was goalless, and Newcastle go and score 8. You just wouldn't have imagined it. We talked in the car on the way down. And what could happen, and would playing in Europe be a factor on Newcastle? Would there be fatigue? We're unsure. Eddie Howe made 4 changes. You just never know, I guess, but you can't ever imagine that it would go 8-0.
It's been so simple, though. It's been so easy.
And then it would be so easy.
Yeah,
as well,
but I mean,
yes, here's another one. Elliot Anderson from a long ball forwards, and what a ball as well, and what a take from Anderson. He's trying to make his way into the box. He's been tackled. Livramento's got it, and potentially caught by Davies, but no foul. And then Dan Byrne with some ball juggling, and Hall has got 3 red shirts around him. It's got a bit scrappy, and Basham inside to Egan, and then out for a throw. You were saying,
but we haven't had to be great. Yes, we've scored 8 goals, but it's been so simple because they've been a shambles. Sheffield United, there's no direction, there's no pattern of how they want to play. The amount of space and room we've had shouldn't happen in a Premier League. How many games, looking at this Sheffield United side now, how many games are they going to win this season? They've shown absolutely nothing. There's no structure to the way they play. The gaps between defence and midfield, is unbelievable, really. You've got centre-backs who don't want to defend, who don't want to get tight to people, coming off into space, nobody going with them. It's been far, far too easy.
8 goals, 8 different scorers, and we've got 25 seconds of normal time remaining. I don't know if there'll be much added on. Yes, they have to follow the rules, but there's not really much point. Anderson around to Longstaff, forwards looking for Isak, headed away. Tonali with a header down on the halfway line. Livramento tries to make a challenge. It's still with a red and white shirt, back into midfield. Here is the numbers board. 6 additional minutes.
Time to get 2.
The gasp from the home fans in front of us. What have they done to deserve this, Sheffield United supporters? But there is time to get 2. They get 1 quickly. Byrne clipping it down the left wing. Gordon chases. Miscued clearance from John Egan.
Dear.
He's just back from an injury, John Egan. Missed the defeat by Spurs.
I bet he wishes he was still injured.
It's Sheffield United 0, Newcastle United 8. Probably can't say that enough. It was 3-0 at half-time. It probably should have been 5 or 6 at half-time. They've got the ball at the back. Share to Botman, edge of the D. Hall and Livramento have gone out wide, trying to use the width when they're in possession, Newcastle. Isak on the turn, and then up to Gordon. His first touch has given it to the defender. Just couldn't get it into the sort of channel that he wanted it to go into. Traore with nice feet. Back to Basham. Gordon closes down Fotheringham. It's played up to Archer, who lays it off. We're into the second of the minimum 6. 8-0 the score. It has been a good week for them. No goals conceded either. Still time, but this is an afternoon in South Yorkshire. Offside against Chris Basham, another player who was part of their squad a couple of seasons ago that had 2 years in the Premier League. This might be a single season stay in the top flight on the evidence of the opening couple of months. Share to Livramento. Longstaff available inside, gets the ball and is tripped, but the referee did blow. Gordon up there with Isak. The ball doesn't go long. It's instead to Tonali. Still got 3.5 minutes to play. Byrne towards Gordon in a pocket of space. Comes inside. Livramento with loads of room, like his colleagues have had all afternoon. In off the right touchline. Laid off to Gordon. Moves it over to the left, and then forwards to Isak. Could go back out wide, and it does. It's Longstaff. Good tackle. And then Tonali regains possession in midfield. Eddie Howe's black and white army. The way fans sing. Longstaff looks for Anderson, and it's intercepted. And Traore goes around Byrne. Botman and Longstaff across, wanting to protect the clean sheet.
Nobody with him.
Ahmed Hodzic onto Davies, and then one back at the edge of the area, and it's 3 for Newcastle in the attack. Gordon wide left, Hall up there as well. Isak on the far side. Gordon's he's gone down over the challenge, and he would have been away. Egan yellow carded for the trip. Just tried to keep his balance, Gordon. Should have had a penalty in the first half as well when we saw it back after a VAR check. Not quite sure why they didn't give it, but only they know. It's a free kick at 8-0 up in the 95th minute. Tonali floating it into the box towards Cher, and it's dropped in the centre of the area, but there's nobody there in Newcastle Navy. And then they win it. Longstaff and Cher, a challenge that the referee didn't like, and free kick for the home team. It's BBC Radio Newcastle. It's 8-0.
Oh, yeah.
Livramento's just intercepted a ball down the line, but it's gone out. This is Anis Ben Slimani, the Tunisian. Archer in the box. Back to Davies, lining up a shot. It's blocked. Let's go back to Basham. Laid off to Vinicius Souza.
Basham's offside yet again.
We've got about a minute to play, a bit less. Burn to Anderson, but it was taken from the wrong place. Shame, because Anderson was on his way. Botman to Tonali, 30 seconds on BBC Radio Newcastle.
Not going to get 10.
They might not even get 9.
No. Have to make do with 8 by the looks of it.
Well, one ball forwards maybe could get them in for number 9. This is Tonali holding off Traore. This is space for Livramento. Oh, Tonali's played it against Longstaff. It's come for Isak, and then it's one back. And that is the final piece of play on an afternoon that has been ridiculous in many ways. A sorry day for Sheffield United on the pitch, but for Newcastle United, rampant and majestic Magpies in front of goal with 8 times they put the ball past Wes Fotheringham. 9 actually if you count the disallowed goal. A truly remarkable scoreline, one that you would never have expected. 3-0 at half-time, then 5 more followed, John Anderson. But 8-0 reflects the pattern and the direction of the game, because Sheffield United were in a mess, and it was so easy.
Yeah, it was, but you've still got to go and you've still got to do it, and they were clinical. Sheffield United, it's going to be a long season for them, and the evidence of that. No structure to anything they did. You probably couldn't have asked. You know, we wondered about coming back from Europe what it would be like, but we never got asked any questions, because there was nothing in Sheffield United's game that asked us any questions whatsoever, and it was so comfortable. I mean, yes, it's 8-0, but it could have been so many more. You know, we could have been 5 up at half-time, could have been 6 up at half-time. There was just so much space, there was just so much room to go and play in. It was just really simple.
Boozer for the referee, not the home players.
It's not the referee's fault that we scored 8.
Credit to the Sheffield United fans that stayed, by the way.
There wasn't many of them.
No, but there were still several thousand, and they are applauding. It's really tough for them to take on what's been an emotional day for the club, which we must remember as they mourned the passing of women's team player Maddie Cusack at the young age of 27. They paid tribute to her before the match and then during the game itself. So a difficult day, an emotional day for Sheffield United. For Newcastle United, though, the players go to the away section, the fans have stayed, and they are delighted with what they've seen from their team. And Eddie Howe has a big smile, just confidence that they'll have been given because they got encouragement, and 8 different scorers as well. Good to see Wilson get one after missing a few in the first half. Bruno, Almiron in the second half, and Isak, who's not been really hot in front of goal recently, he got the 8th and rounded it off, Andy.
Yeah, I mean, fair Wilson should have had a hat-trick. I mean, the 2 chances he had in the first half, you'd have put your house on him scoring. The goal that he got was a simple header. Isak came on, seen there was a mountain of goals scored, didn't want to be left out, got himself a tidy little finish, great little bit of skill, sticking the defender on his backside and coolly rolling the past the keeper. Almiron, I mean, to be fair, he's ran in a straight line, and you could have driven a bus through the middle of that Sheffield United defence, and he coolly slotted it past the keeper. It was all so simple. It really was. You know, we scored 8, but I can't really recall us, you know, doing an awful lot for the 8 goals. It was just so easy. It was a one-sided game. Sheffield United had a couple of chances at 0-0, but after we got the first one, it was just so easy. It was ridiculously easy, and it's going to be a long winter for Sheffield United, you think.
You listen to BBC Radio Newcastle live at Bramall Lane. The players and staff have stood in front of the fans and applauded, and now they're heading back inside. They've got important minutes for Hall on his debut and Livramento again. We may see those two on Wednesday in the League Cup, the home tie against Manchester City. What a scoreline today, though. 8 different scorers, 8 goals. It's an incredible result. We're going to get reaction from Eddie Howe soon. Follow us on Twitter at BBC Newcastle, and our Facebook page is BBC Radio Newcastle. And you can hear the interview there with the Magpies manager following this sensational away scoreline. A victory by 8 goals to 0 as they head down the tunnel now. And in terms of the Premier League table, well, it's obviously seen them get out of the bottom half, which is the key thing in terms of how it looks, and taking them to 9 points. 6 matches, and it's 3 wins and 3 defeats for Newcastle. They are 8th in the table, and a goal difference now of +9 thanks to the 8 that they've added today. We're going to be here till 7. Total Sport on BBC Radio Newcastle. You can get some messages into John Anderson like this on text. It's 81333. WhatsApp, it's 08000 321 333. In both cases, start your message with the letters BBC. Or on Twitter, it's at BBC Newcastle, and we'll pick up your comments there. Let us know what you think of the game and any other Newcastle United thoughts that you have. But difficult, really, to know what else to say about a match like this, a match that's gone so well for them on the pitch. 3-0 up at half-time. They added another 5, and it was rampant from Newcastle United. It was ruthless in front of goal, and it's finished at Bramall Lane. Sheffield United 0, Newcastle United 8.
That old phone you bought in 1999
probably still has 50% charge.
And it wouldn't matter if you dropped it on the ground or it fell in the loo.
It would still work.
But it couldn't let you WhatsApp BBC Radio Newcastle.
08000 321 333.
And you can send your messages, photos and voice notes whenever you want.
And start your message with BBC.
Right, who's up for a game of Snake?
BBC Radio Newcastle, making a difference in the North East.
Dominic James back in the BBC Radio Newcastle studio. Newcastle's joint best ever win in the Premier League and joined second in the club's history. Matthew Raisbeck is off to speak to Eddie Howe now. John Anderson, the former Newcastle United fullback, is hanging around for a little bit longer, so get your messages into him. WhatsApp 08000 321 333, text 81333, starting your messages with the letters BBC. Just quickly, 4 other games in the Premier League today. In the North London derby, it finished Arsenal 2, Tottenham 2, Brighton 3, Bournemouth 1, Aston Villa beaten Chelsea 1-0 at Stamford Bridge, and at Anfield, Liverpool beat West Ham 3-1. 2 games in the Championship, Sunderland losing at home to Cardiff 1-0. We'll get some post-match reaction from Tony Mowbray before 7 tonight, and the only other game in the Championship was Norwich against Stoke, Norwich winning 3-1. Back to Bramall Lane though, and Sheffield United 0, Newcastle United 8. I can't quite believe that I'm saying that. John Anderson.
Yeah, the scoreline doesn't lie, to be quite honest. Sheffield United, fortunate that there was only 8, to be quite honest. Could have been so many more.
more impressively, 8 different goal scorers.
Yeah, and it would have been nice if we could have got 10 different goal scorers of all the outside.
I'll get put up for a corner as well. Why not?
We had other chances, and I think Sheffield United can count themselves a little bit fortunate that they've only conceded the 8. They didn't put up much resistance, I have to say. It was a very, very comfortable afternoon. I don't think Eddie Howe could have wished for a more comfortable afternoon after coming back from Europe.
But Newcastle just brilliant, Sheffield United really poor, or was it maybe a mixture?
A little bit of both.
Yeah,
a little bit of both. I didn't think we had to be great, to be quite honest. Sheffield United had no structure, no pattern to the way they played. The gap between their defence and midfield, there was a huge gaping hole there, and we just kept drifting into it. Nobody picked players up, had room to turn and get at Sheffield United. It was all too simple, to be quite honest, Tom. It really was. It was 3-0 at half time, but it could have been 5 or 6.
Impressive though how ruthless Newcastle were though when given the chances that they had. They were just clinical in front of goal today.
There was a few of them goals me or you would have scored because they had that much space and that much room. Look, Callum Wilson could have had a hat-trick today. He had 2 in the first half that you would have put your house on him scoring. Unfortunately, he didn't take them, but he got his goal in the second half. I mean, he stood on the 6-yard box, and there wasn't a red and white shirt anywhere near him when he headed the ball into the back of the net. Sheffield United were just absolutely clueless, but when the chances came along, as you say, we were clinical.
A bit concerning for the injury for Harvey Barnes to go off so early off.
Yeah, I don't know what it is. Yeah, I didn't see it. He just sat down. You would think it's a muscle injury. May well be hamstring. I'm not too sure, but the boy who came on to replace him was absolutely sensational. Gordon ran amok.
He's really started well this season. Gordon's really started this season well, hasn't he?
Yeah, he has. As I say, he came on, he ran amok. He was brilliant when he came on. He ran Sheffield United ragged. Nice replacement to have. You just hope that the
competition in those attacking areas though now, isn't there? There's plenty of people competing for them positions, where maybe times gone by in Newcastle that hasn't been the case.
But on the evidence of today and what he did today, it's difficult to leave him out. He's been one of the highlights this season, Gordon. Barnes got his opportunity today. It didn't last long. He's picked up that injury, which is a shame for the boy. You just hope that it's nothing too serious and he's not out for too long.
This message is from John. He says, "Hi lads, what an afternoon, what a week for the Toon. But on a serious note, were Sheffield United absolutely shambles, or did Newcastle make them look like that? 11 shots, 8 scored, 8 different scorers, an amazing afternoon. Great to finally see Hall and Livramento get some minutes. My only wish today was that Anderson to score as well." He can probably count himself a bit unlucky, can't he, Ander?
Yeah. Look, I thought he did well again today, Anderson. He got his opportunity. But yet again, playing in that midfield area, just got so much space. It wasn't put under any real pressure. They didn't have great legs, Sheffield United. As an attacking threat, they were awful. I mean, I said to Razor before kick-off that I know that certain people love their stats and whatnot, but Sheffield United coming into this game has had the most shots at them in the Premier League and the least amount of shots on target. And after watching them today, you can understand why. What was it, 11 shots we had on target or whatever it was, and scored 8 goals. That speaks for itself, doesn't it?
I mean, just from their perspective, they didn't seem to learn though from what was happening at all, did they? No matter every attack, there seemed just to be so much space for Newcastle's players.
Nobody seemed to know what their job was. Nobody seemed to know what they were doing, both individually and collectively. I mean, the back four were all over the place. Midfield players were just, as I said, the gap between the midfield and the back four was ginormous. It was absolutely huge. But look, that's their problems. I think the manager after that today could be out of a job this week. Difficult to see how he's going to.
It'd be interesting to see his interview after the match.
Yeah, it'd be interesting to hear what he has to say. That's for sure. Yeah.
I want to just touch on Bruno, if I can, and he's probably had one of his better weeks since the start of the season. Some critics at the start, but his performance in Milan and then again today, are we seeing him back to his best? Because of course there's been a lot of contract talk recently about him. Is he getting back to his best now?
I don't think he's still there. Look, at today was an easy one for him, because he was under no pressure. He wasn't asked too many questions. He had plenty of time on the ball. He did okay in Milan. Is he back to his best? He's not back to what he was last season, that's for sure. But it's something that he's got to keep working at.
Do you think the contract talk that's been about for the last few months is unsettled him a bit?
No, I don't see why. He's under contract at the football club. He's on a good contract. Contract negotiations, from what we're led to believe, is ongoing. We don't know whether he's signed a new contract or not. The club don't really release stuff like that until they feel it's in the interest of the player and the club to release it. He may well have signed it by now. We don't know, but I don't think that's been playing on his mind. I don't think that at all. I think it's just maybe a little bit lack of confidence. Confidence is maybe drained from him a little bit, but he needs to get back because he set his standards last season, and he set very, very high standards. And sometimes it's hard to live up to them all the time. But he did all right again today. As I said, it was an easy game for everybody. To be fair, everybody did what they had to do, and nobody was put under too much pressure.
Yeah, I mean, and his midfield partner Sean Longstaff, he was out of the team for a while. Obviously, came back in Milan and again today from the start and
scored. Scored. Did well again.
He was out of the team for a while, and you said he's almost become a better player being out of the team.
Yeah.
But now since he's come back in, he's almost stepped up to the expectations that people had, almost really.
Yeah. Well, look, he didn't play against Villa. We put 5 past him, and then he missed the next 3, and we lost them. And all of a sudden, he became a better player by not being in the side. People saying, "Oh, we need him back in. We need him there," but. Since coming back in, he's done well. I thought he was the best of the midfielders on Wednesday night in Milan. Did well again today. Took his goal well. So he's got to keep performing though if he wants to stay in the side, because obviously you've got Joe Linton coming back, and the way that he's performed since coming back in, Sean Longstaff, it's difficult to see how he's going to be left out.
How did the midfield perform without Tonali in? Because obviously,
look, Ray, Dom, sorry. Today is a really difficult one to try and judge it on, because they've got so much room, so much space to go and play in. They weren't asked too many questions. It was just far too easy. I mean, Tonali came on and just kept getting in the pocket and just picking the ball up and spraying it around. They never got close to him. They never got close to any midfield players today. So I think it's a really difficult one to try and judge. Today is a really difficult one to try and judge that on.
Yeah, I guess for Eddie Howe it's delight, but also a bit frustrating because it's hard to maybe analyse some aspects of the performances. Because
look, everybody played well today. The players that he brought in did well. They all stepped up to the mark. But yeah, as I say, it was a real comfortable afternoon.
This is from Jody Dunter, this message. He says, not that Wednesday will be easy whatsoever, whatever team Pep plays, but surely no lack of confidence and a full house on Wednesday can't come quick enough. There was lots of maybe fears about midweek against Manchester City in the League Cup, but after that, everyone just must be full of confidence and almost looking forward to it.
Well, we don't know what side he's going to play. I think this is I think it's going to be really, really interesting on Wednesday to see what side Eddie Howe plays. Does he play the same back forward? Does he bring Hall and Livramento in? Does he play Lascelles? Does Murphy come back in? Who does he play up top? I think we're going to have to wait and see. And look, we know whatever side that Manchester City put out will be a good side. They've got good players, and it'll be a difficult game. But it should be a real good game. And as you say, after today, you go into that game with a bag full of confidence.
Well, today is the confidence boost that I guess maybe fans and players around the club needed. It hasn't been the easiest start to the Premier League, and obviously then heading into Europe against Milan. But now after today, it almost starts the season for Newcastle. Like, this is the start.
It's a kickstart. Yeah. I mean, Wednesday, I'd say, may have been a kickstart with the performance and the way that we, from a defensive point of view, and the work rate and togetherness and everything that we did on Wednesday night. But today, from a league point of view, people were questioning. We'd lost 3 games on the bounce, 3 difficult games. But if you don't get confidence out of the fact that you've scored 8 goals away from home, you're not going to get confidence from anywhere. And this will give everybody a boost. And let's be perfectly honest. We play another promoted side next week in Burnley. They haven't won either yet. And if they're of the same standard as Sheffield United were today, we could see a boatload more goals next week.
Defender's dream today, Ander. You would have loved that.
Never
today.
Never broke sweat. It was so comfortable for the back four. They never got asked any questions. Nobody made runs in behind. It was a canter. They had the smoking jackets and their slippers on. It was a real comfortable afternoon for them.
Well, you've got to enjoy these wins when they come.
They don't come along too often. No, these type of wins don't come around too often. So you've got to enjoy them while they're there.
99 was the last Premier League one against Sheffield Wednesday. So let's enjoy it while it's there, because, as I say, there's not too many of them come around often. John Anderson, thank you very much for your company Dom. This afternoon. Safe travels home, I'm sure it'll be an enjoyable one. An enjoyable one for the Newcastle fans as well, travelling back to Tyneside this afternoon after Newcastle United beat Sheffield United 8-0 at Bramall Lane. There'll be post-match reaction on our Twitter page at BBC Newcastle. Our other commentary game here on BBC Radio Newcastle was Sunderland's 1-0 defeat to Cardiff at the Stadium of Light. After the game, our Sunderland commentator Nick Barnes spoke to the Sunderland head coach Tony Mowbray.
Tony, hard one to take?
I think so. I think we shouldn't be too disappointed with the performance. I thought they'd give it a real go. I think we found it last year. Teams are allowed to come and defend like they did. A lot of men behind the ball, very resilient, put their bodies on the line. We just have to find that extra bit of quality, really. And I don't know what the stats are, but it felt like we dominated the game that we should have won. I mean, it would have been a great 1-0 win for us, to be honest, and sent them home. Didn't really come to try and win the game, it looked to me, but they found a way at the end, scored from a set play, and we have to accept it. We didn't score, so we can't win the game, but a frustration for us, really. That there was lots of good stuff, lots of control, lots of getting into the right areas. Just maybe the final pass, the final ricochet or whatever it was, they blocked a few second half, well, and they're allowed to do that. And so give them some credit for coming here and defending with a game plan and setting up to make life difficult for us. And we didn't manage to break it down.
You made the 3 changes in the second half, which did seem to have an effect. They had a purple patch. When you look back, do you think perhaps you should have made changes at the start after Wednesday night, just the tiredness of all the journey in the middle of the week game?
No, I don't think so. There's none of the players come to me and say, Gaffer, I'm a bit tired, I need a rest. The team have been performing at a really high level. They're young, athletic. I don't think so. I think, if we'd have lost 1-0 and they had made the changes, you'd have been asking me, why did you make the changes? You have to trust your players, trust the team. But the lads sitting on the bench, they deserve opportunity and chance to make a difference in a game. And I genuinely don't think that was an issue today. I think we played against a team who came and set up really lots of men behind the ball, very athletic, resilient, focused, played very direct, didn't give you a chance to press them because they played out from the back into the big 6'3" wide attackers. So it wasn't a day for pressing high on the front foot, it was a day for trying to break down a deep block when we had the ball, and we had the ball a lot, and yet we didn't find the way to score today. We had lots of moments where we pick the right pass, make the right run, make a better contact on the ball, and we'd have scored. And I'm pretty sure it would have been enough to win the game. But yeah, listen, give them some credit for coming and making life really difficult for us. That's, you know, as we talked last year about our record at home. The reason we win more games away from home than we do at home sometimes is because we have to find the killer touch to make the difference, to score the goals against these teams who sit 8, 9, 10 men behind the ball for 90 minutes.
Is it fair to say that once you've got the likes of Burstow, Rusin, Hamir, Mayenda, when he's a bit up to speed, you'll have better options, better ways to break down these teams that do come here to, I think, clear Cardiff came for a point to start with.
Yeah, listen, I give them credit for a game plan. They are we going to be better when all them lads are fit and competing to get in the team? It just gives us better options. In the reality, our main eliminators, our main creative footballers are the wide attackers, and I thought Jack did what he normally does, travelled well with the ball, got into some great positions. We probably just didn't get the final pass or finding space enough in the box to finish it off today. Abdullah and Patrick over on the other side, you know, had their flashes and their moments, and yet we didn't find the answer to stick one in the back of their net, really, which would have, I feel, would have loosened them off, created more opportunity for us. We might have scored 2, 3, 4. It wasn't to be for 90 minutes. They kept it really tight and resolute and could keep playing along, and yeah, it was a frustrating day, but that's football, and we have to find ways to break teams down like this.
Sunderland head coach Tony Mowbray there speaking after Sunderland's 1-0 defeat to Cardiff at the Stadium of Light earlier on. Just a quick reminder then of what happened non-league wise yesterday for our local sides. In the National League, Gateshead beat Maidenhead 3-0. They are now up to 4th, unbeaten in 6. Here's the Gateshead player manager Mike Williamson.
Yeah, I thought it was a difficult one for us. I thought our play was really good in patches. I thought our intensity could have been better. Obviously, it's just very difficult when an opposition come up to slow things down and to kill the momentum, which we need to expect. But yeah, I thought the patience and persistence was there. We deserved the 3 points, the boys deserved it. But yeah, like I say, it was frustrating, and we just had to make sure that we didn't allow that to get the better of us and focus on what we needed to do.
Gateshead player manager Mike Williamson there speaking after their 3-0 win over Maidenhead yesterday in the National League. In National League North, Blythe Spartans lost 3-1 to Alfreton at Croft Park. Meanwhile, South Shields beat Peterborough Sports 4-2. That puts them up to 2nd in the table. The South Shields manager Julio Arca spoke to the club's website after the game.
Yeah, fantastic result, first win away. Great to that. The first half, we did some good stuff. We played some football, great chances. Just disappointed to concede that kind of goal, you know, that we spoke with the lads about it. The reaction in the second half was great, you know, the intensity we pressing them, especially at the beginning of the second half. That gives us obviously the confidence to keep attacking them, and obviously Blackie scored a great goal. His touch was excellent. And then the game more or less opened up. We played some good football. Obviously, in the end, got a bit scrappy, expecting them to put a lot of balls in the box and, you know, trying to get something out of that. But look, the main thing was the reaction of the team in the second half.
South Shields manager Julio Arca there speaking after their 4-2 win over Peterborough Sports yesterday. In the Northern Premier League, Premier Division, Morpeth Town drew 3-3 with Bamber Bridge. In the FA Trophy, Dunstan lost 2-1 away to Nantwich Town. In the Northern Premier League East Division, Concert lost 2-0 at home to Pontefract Collieries. And in the Scottish Cup first round, Berwick Rangers lost 5-1 to Brora Rangers. No women's games this weekend for Sunderland or Durham because it was the international break, of course. The Stadium of Light played host to England versus Scotland in the Nations League on Friday evening. The Lionesses winning 2-1, and the former Sunderland player Lucy Bronze opened the scoring.
Lauren James down the left-hand side. To Zelim, and Bronze is in there. Oh, that's brilliant. Flag stays down. The header from from Lucy Bronze.
A special moment for Lucy Bronze then in that game there. Just quickly, in the Rugby Union in the World Cup, today Scotland are against Tonga, and the full-time score there was Scotland 45-17. Our focus though has been on Newcastle United this afternoon. They running riot in South Yorkshire. They beat Sheffield United 8-0. Newcastle United in Dreamland then. Total Sport back tomorrow. I do hope you can join us then.
The throw for Gordon, who's tried to keep it in on the line. Cut it back for Longstaff, who scores. Sean Longstaff, left-footed from Anthony Gordon's cutback, has given them an early lead at Bramall Lane. Sheffield United protest and think the ball had gone out of play, but from the throw, Gordon did well, rolled it back, and arriving was Longstaff, who hit the back of the net. 21 minutes played, Sheffield United 0, Newcastle United 1. Another chance for Newcastle, whipped in this time, Dan Burn! Dan Burn! Diving header at the back stick, and the big man is there to make it number 2. Trippier's set-piece delivery has been on point this afternoon, and Dan Burn with a dart around the back, diving header into the back of the net. Sheffield United 0, Newcastle United 2 on the 31st minute. Dangerous ball from the set-piece. Header into the net! Into the net! And for the first time in his Newcastle United career, on his 50th appearance for the club, Sven Botman has scored. Across to Cher. Hit it! Hit it! With a space for Cher. He slipped it through, Trippier's in, and Callum Wilson, here he is! And this time, Wilson hits the back of the net. He had chances in the first half and was unsuccessful in front of goal. But when Trippier was played in by Cher, the cross was perfect for Wilson to head it past Fotheringham in front of the away fans. And it's Sheffield United 0, Newcastle United 4, and Wilson's 4th of the season. Left corner of the area, hit it inside. He's going to hit it this time. Oh, Anthony Gordon! That is a lovely goal. And having just missed a chance one-on-one, he's cut inside and bent one into the bottom corner. Grabs hold of the club crest on his Newcastle shirt and lets out a huge roar. Gordon, his second goal of the season, and it's a fantastic finish, cutting in and finding the bottom corner. 62 minutes played, it's 5-0, and it really could be anything.
Sheffield United have got no shape about
Bruno
them.
through, Almiron's in, Almiron scores! They've got 6. Bruno with a threaded through ball, and Almiron, who earlier had one chalked off for offside, has driven it left-footed into the bottom right corner for his first of the season. 68 on the clock. Sheffield United 0, Newcastle United 6. Isak with a chance to run and take on a defender as he breaks into the penalty area. It's come back for Longstaff. It's come to Bruno! And Bruno makes it 7. Well, what else can you say? Oh, Isak from a header back from a defender is in. Isak's beaten one and then taken it around Fotheringham and put it into the back of the net. And Isak, with his 3rd of the season, just made it look so easy after a gift from Sheffield United. And with 4 minutes to go, it's Sheffield United 0, Newcastle United 8, and they have equalled their biggest Premier League winning scoreline, still with time to play.
Total Sport North East.
On the station with Newcastle and Sunderland commentary exclusively live.
BBC Radio Newcastle.
You rang, milady?
Yes, Parker.
The sound of the North East. Together,
we can make a difference.